other plays like that. And actually, Reddit, we talked about it yesterday or maybe the day before because it was heading into earnings. But this was a focus as well, right? Is that how far away it was? We had a couple days there to the downside, and now you're getting, obviously, the move back up now to cover that. But it was trying to come back in to begin with. Then that report comes back, and you see where we bounce off of the 50-period moving average 180. That's not going to come into play today, I don't think. But if it does, then I think you want to buy it one more time down there in and around that 180. So that was sort of the post, release hangover there, that you come right into the 50-period moving average. I really like names that pop into this level, that you like sort of the macro that sticks with it. User growth. I mean, I think Reddit's going to be fine. It's a newer name to get involved with. And I still think that it's probably under-owned. If you think about it, it's relatively new, right? Are we not even a year in on Reddit right now? And you're already just cruising to this upside. I like the consolidation down here. I think Reddit's a buy. Pretty good quarter, just got hit on the back, wasn't perfect. That's what happens. Reddit, I still think you can buy it. I'd rather wait for that 180 again. On my radar, yes. I think it's going to be real volatile. We always say play back to VWAP, so that would be something to look at for sure. 197, 198. I don't think you start to buy it until then.
Yeah, no, I definitely like the name. One of the top names to watch for earnings off of the open today. And yeah, interesting that it pretty much reverted more than 50% of the move here. So I like to drop that anchor there. You see that we already consolidated on the anchor off of that earnings report and that volume coming in the pre-market right off of the 4 a.m. kind of open, and we've started to accelerate since about, when is this, about 6:45? Yeah, 6:45 going into the 7 a.m. kind of volume that comes in. We've been continuing to take up, reclaiming that 200, but yeah, going to a higher time frame right here, you can see that we've been kind of trending up for the past, what is this? For the past few months here, since prior earnings, we can see that aggressive strength that this ticker has had, and now we're kind of coming back into the lower end of the range and catching a little bit of a bid back up through that 200. So yeah, 200 over under, maybe, perhaps. We'll see what it does off of the open. But Reddit, definitely interesting. And yeah, I got that anchored VWAP on watch, but that's all the way down at 189 currently, and we're trading at 203 half. So still a ways away. I'm going to wait for that morning volatility. Like Sean said, definitely going to be volatile off the open. At least I'm expecting it to be. And we'll see if it shows us with any good opportunity, then yeah, I'm more than willing to get involved. But I'm not the top plan today, but definitely on watch as the top 5 for sure.
Right, perspective key here for Tesla today. If you zoom out a little bit, get a better feel for what's happened the past couple of days. Hey, Obi. We are still in we're still in a significant downtrend here, but nice bounce underway back to almost 350 just above us right now. But if you zoom in, past couple of days, looks great. 3% back to the upside here this morning. There really isn't anything significant. More discounts for Cybertrucks if anyone's looking for one. There seems to be a ton around this city all of a sudden. Everywhere you look, there's a Cybertruck now.
Exactly, and they're all that matte black finish, Brendo. I think that people are really, they don't want the smudges. They don't want the fingerprints on the stainless steel. So yeah, I kind of like it that way. All right, let's talk about what happened at Tesla on the close yesterday, because we sold off quite aggressively as a result, possibly, of this Charles Gasparino individual taking to X, basically saying that Elon Musk has told people that he plans to spend the next 4 months working on Doge. He's aiming to cut about $2 trillion from the budget through Doge. Once Doge's goals are met, inflation will be dropping, he says, to 2%. In other words, he's focusing on something other than Tesla, and that has people worried. But then to the rescue, Dan Ives comes in yesterday maintaining his $550 price target, basically saying that despite concerns about Elon Musk focusing on Doge, he believes that the time management situation is overstated, with Tesla's autonomous future being the real focus here. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that. But yeah, he wants to cut about $2 trillion, Brendo. He's sleeping at the White House, apparently, in his office. Not something that's not unusual for him.
As he tends to do. Yeah. Meanwhile, the market doesn't care because it's 3.5%. So price action telling the story here today, guys.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
You just had quite a wild Tesla chart, but I see that you've deleted some of the lines.
No, I just hid them. I was just showing Sean. Yeah, my Tesla chart is absolutely atrocious. because I don't really delete some of the older lines here. So just looking back at it, there's still just a lot of noise. A lot of noise and a lot of anchors as well.
It looks like you should go long based off that.
Are you bearish or bullish? I have no idea. But yeah, no, kind of getting rid of all that mess here. I do like to look at, again, naked charts are the best charts, I think. And we can see that, yeah, we were talking about that aggressive selling that's been happening over the past couple of weeks here. And yesterday, end of the day, yeah, we got that aggressive selling. After that, so prior day, we sold off aggressively on Tuesday, gap up, hold that 330 mark right off of the open, and push to the upside right there, pretty much almost ending off near day high. And then, yeah, at the end of the day, around 3:30, news comes out that, yeah, Elon might not be too focused on Tesla as he's spending more time, as Tariff just said, sleeping at the White House because he's so busy working on Doge. So market reacting a little bit there, giving back, retracing about 50% of yesterday's action. But interestingly enough, we bid right back up, and we're pretty much above prior day highs right now, looking for that continuation. I definitely am. Let's see if we can get through that 350, Sean. That's one of the main things I have on watch for Tesla today. Can we get above 350? Do we hold? Does the bid from yesterday continue? Because that aggressive selling at the end of the day, we've just bought it all back up on light volume, right? After hours and pre-market.
Yeah, no, I have Tesla. I have it. It's going to go out right now on the sticky notes, so we'll post that out, and now it's out. I really think. So yesterday, we can go through sort of how we traded this yesterday as well. We did pretty good. So we wound up having some of this drop, and we wound up having some of this pop. But at the end of the day, this is what happens with Tesla, right? I mean, we had a $9 winner all the way up to the top there, and we were getting out at this top, and then this happened, and we used the 200 period as our exit. And then right there at the end of the day, we tried to buy some of these dips, but then just kept on going. And we were okay. We actually lost a little bit there at the end of the day, but those levels aren't going to come into play today. I was actually hoping that we could try to see something around here today again, because this 336 to 338 level, if it ever gets real nasty, I think this is a good dip buy zone. So we'll wait for that, but we're just going to play it very, very simple. I written down here on the sticky note that we liked 342 long. Why? That was the base there. That's where we sort of came back in and defended yesterday. We had broke out from there, never retested it except for once. Then right into here again this morning, we came back, retested 342, bounced. At that time, it was the 200 period moving average. So yeah, I like the stock. I like the stock down here in and around 342. That's where I'm going to try to go long. And then I liked NVIDIA and AMD better. They're not going to be on the board. We'll talk about it when we get to SMCI. But I really liked those names better for a breakout. But I'm not against this 350 breaking long right here. It's just... there's just been so much negativity in the name that yesterday was sort of covering that all up. If you look back, I mean, we were just $400 last week, you know, and you really, like, it took off $80 there, or let's just call it maybe 70. Like, that's a big move down. I don't know if I'm ready to necessarily punch this long. I think we'll do like what we did yesterday. It broke 340, it came back, we defended it, then it ripped. So that was my play yesterday, Obi, and that's what got us into this, was we were in it late, and then when it finally broke 340 right here, it was right here. This is where we got involved, but then it pulled back right here into the 50 period moving average, and we bought it back to the upside and kind of played like a reverse reversion. So it breaks, comes back, then we bought that long, and then we were able to hold it to the upside. So I think that could happen today. Come back in, hold down here, buy it back. So we'll probably start the buying a little too early, as we usually do, but we'll look for Tesla today on dips, then rips.
All right, Hood coming back in here a little bit, but a huge move after the close yesterday. We're back below 64, 63 even now for Robinhood, but still up huge after a nice beat right across the board. I mean, not much to say on the bad side of things. Vlad even coming out saying that he was, why wouldn't he be, super excited about crypto revenue specifically up 8 times year over year.
Ridiculous.
15%, yeah.
Ridiculous, Brendo. Let's talk about how they did. Shares jumped almost 16% to start the pre-market. It's down a little bit right now, but retail trading really rebounded there, guys, in 2024, fueled by crypto and the market highs. They also had their transaction-based revenue triple. So that's for both crypto, obviously, and stocks. JP Morgan really giving them a nod here, calling 2024 a near perfect environment for retail traders. They were well disciplined with their expenses and new product offerings, and they're also looking at expanding beyond their base, that commission-free trading routes that we all knew them for during the pandemic and the meme craze. Well, they're looking at attracting more investors and looking to give you cash if you transfer over money. And as you mentioned, Brendo, really, crypto trading revenue skyrocketed 700% in Q4, up to an eye-watering $358 million. If the pre-market cap or the pre-market move gain holds in throughout the trading day, the market cap will have increased by $8 billion since the earnings report.
We showed the daily chart there a little bit earlier. Just amazing. If you go back to November on this stock, only it's like a triple. Crazy.
Who even puts out numbers like this? 101 versus 42? Like huge numbers there. Crypto up 700, options and equities up 83%. They're growing their holdings. It's an absolute monster. This is Robinhood. It's not going to stop today. I feel like it is going to continue to go higher. I just wanted to show you this again, though. So as excited as we are, right? So Robinhood right now, $63. It's great. It's just now breaking its sort of IPO area. Like, what a buy, obviously, down there at $8, $9, but that's the past, so we won't worry about that too much. But there it is right now, breaking through $60. I mean, I guess just believe in the long-term strength of the American markets. I mean, it falls through there as people are hating on Robinhood, and then it's like, well, we'll get it all figured out. New customer base, younger customer base. Robinhood continues to work itself out right here. But that's what it looks like on the weekly chart. But on the daily chart, we had talked about this, and Brendan mentioned it. You know, you don't even have to go that fine, you know, back to these very lows. Fine, it's a triple from there. But like, even just back last year where we were, this was last year, this quarter, right? So this is February. They made a low of $12 right there. That has been the 52-week low. So you get 4 quarters underneath its belt since then, and you have gone up virtually 4x in 1 year, up 400%. For Robinhood. We can champion Palantir and all of that as well, but Robinhood definitely put some respect on that name and disrespect on my name because we bought SoFi. But at the end of the day, this is a 5-minute chart. Obviously, it's well up there. I zoomed this out just a little bit to show you that we could still fall back into $60 here pretty easily. 58, if we fall, I mean, we're up 12%. You know, that's about as expected on the move. Yesterday, I think it was 9.5. So it's not like it's really outperforming its move, but that's what it looks like on a little bit of a broader scale. For the 1-minute chart for Robinhood, I mean, if you guys are long, I feel like it probably breaks this 64 or at least tries it again. So let's just see. I would like to get a drip down into 61.50, but this name will just continue to work. Did we talk about what the short float was? Did you look it up? Neil normally knows what the short floats are because he looks them up. Robinhood, okay, nothing. So it's only 1.9% on Robinhood. So let's call it 2 points there on the short float. So that won't be an issue for them. Normally, if you're trying to go bullish, you'd like to see a short float, but 64 break, I like it. Let's see what happens at 61. I believe you get a dip into the 200 period moving average. So my bids be at 61, stop at 60, let it ride from there.
Yeah, no.
I'm going to bid that. I'm bidding 61.
So what I did yesterday was I kind of went back because we haven't really visited these prices since in and around the IPO. Right, this thing IPO'd July of 2021, yep. And yeah, you can see that we had that aggressive bid that pushed all the way to all-time highs, 84.98.
Thank you so much.
And what I'm looking at here is right here on the day that we do aggressively sell off. That price right here is around 66. So my question was, can we hold above 60? I like that. We're doing that in the pre-market currently, and then the next level is going to be can we look for any sort of action to take inventory through the 60. 65, 66 area and see if it'll have any continuation. going into the day today. So again, throwing up that anchored here, we can see that it's already kind of respecting it a little bit as of right now in the pre-market. But yeah, if we get any sort of pullbacks right here, I might be looking at right here 60 halves, and yeah, the $60 level as well. Kind of looking back at it, 58 was that most recent high. So I don't know how far down we're going to get if we do pull back and go. If that's one of the instances that does come true, I don't know how far back, but yeah, 60 halves and 60 definitely going to be on watch. But a little bit of a downtrend as well, I'm noticing off of the highs. So let's see. I have no idea which way we're going to go off of the open, but I'm going to wait for that information to kind of present itself, and then we can take this ticker one way or the other. What's up?
We just got to have another piece of Big Bear AI. So we only have 55% left, or 58% or so left, as we just touched 1050 again there on Big Bear AI. So just letting you guys know that we are getting some out. We got to go through some more stories. So let's go over to Datadog, SMCI, and thank you so much to my guy Joe for refilling the coffee. So thank you for that to Joe. All right, let's go back over to the desk and see what Sharif and Brendo are up to.
Live look from Randy's backyard. First off, this is that's a lot of snow, like a lot of snow.
That's quite a bit, and you can just tell how much we got based on like how high the snow is off the tables.
Yeah.
That gives you a clear view.
Yeah. Hence Joe being a nice guy and grabbing Sean a coffee. Randy's not here today, nor is Rob. Needless to say, so it's wow. We got a lot of snow last night. I think north of the city is actually far worse. Yeah, far worse than down here, and we got a lot down here. Yeah, let's go. Datadog down big time here, 7%. Nice bounce off the lows already, but missed on the forecast.
Exactly, Brendo. So despite beating Q4 results, we are down decidedly on the morning. I think we were down 9% when I looked last. So here's the deal. Q1 revenue, how do we do? Well, we grew about 25% year over year, which wasn't bad, surpassing that $738 million revenue that the street was looking for. EPS also beat the 49 pennies that the street was looking for. It grew 11.3%. But that's kind of where it all falls apart. Q1 revenue guidance was at the below the midpoint there, 737 to 741 million dollars. They were talking about the street was looking for 739. But what I like about this is they're growing their customer base, Brendo. So they're large customers, those with an annual recurring revenue of about $1 million. That's up 17% year over year. Even their mid-tier customers, which spend about $100,000, that's also up 13% year over year. They have about 3,600 of those. So nice to see they're diversifying.
Yeah, I mean, it recovered here, pre-market, coming off that PPI number at 8:30. So just a heads up, just seeing this note here, Trump reciprocal tariffs news conference, 1 p.m. today. So Trump going to speak on reciprocal tariffs coming up at 1 p.m. today, which means 1:45.
No. I'd heard that Barack apparently was the worst for the Times on that one, but I almost feel the other way. Like if it's scheduled for 1 o'clock, I feel like he'll just start speaking like during lunch. Someone will ask him something, and then he'll just be like, "All right, let's screw this. Let's just start this tariff talk immediately." All right, so
yeah, he said the big one's coming today.
Is that how you spell smoked? Datadog right now. Smoked to the downside right there. That reminds me of a Blue Jays player, used to be named Justin Smoke.
Okay.
All right, so that's that. All right, that's Big Bear AI and Datadog. So look, I was just looking at, again, these are all the same kind of names as we sit here. Big move today, Datadog down that 7%. We've seen some of these names battle back, right? We've seen Reddit battle back there yesterday. We saw Lyft battle back. Some of these names can continue to work to the upside. The only problem with Datadog is it necessarily wasn't working before the report either. So it does have a nice move from 130 up to 150, fine, right? But again, still underneath the 50-period moving average, now down here at 137. This actually looks like it wants to get a little lower. That 135, we've had those wick bottoms into 134.75. So for me, that would be that. So if you are trying to play a retracement back to the upside and you break these bottom wicks of 130, I mean, you could call it 134.50, anything like that, I think that's a little bit of a problem. And it's so tough to look at names, especially names that we don't generally trade on earnings. I don't know what the spread's going to look like. Right now it's $1. So I want to forget about that. We've talked about Dutch Bros on this show many times. more as an investment for a longer term play. We've talked about Starbucks. Look at what the heck just happened to Dutch Bros today. Up 32 damn %. Shout out to Oregon. Like, this is just like bang. Like this goes against exactly what I was saying about being well off the 50-period moving average. It's well off the 50-period moving average here. That's a nice story, and just kept on going. And then right here again, comes into the report a little bit, still well off the 50-period moving average, then just ignores that completely, and a huge move up for Dutch Bros right now today. So this name really making that move higher here. We only have 3 minutes to go, and I know we still want to talk about semis. So you have anything quickly on Datadog?
Yeah, I just think that over here, since I got the anchored in from August 5th, again, we know that the market's had a bit of a gap down, and we've been trending up since then. And you can see that Datadog has respected that anchor, that trend since even prior earnings as well. So I think that coming in to today, we see that it flushes aggressively to the downside, but then reclaims that same anchored at that 135.60s I have it at. So that's going to be interesting. So I'm going to right away, I'm going to be like, all right, well, can we hold in and around that 135 level that we're already starting to consolidate here as of right now? So if we do really crack and break some of these prior horizontals, then yeah, I think that continuation definitely on the table for Datadog. But yeah, they came out with a double beat. But yeah, the market's not really reacting positively, and I don't really care how they report it. I just want to know how the market is taking it, and we'll look to see if there's any sort of continuation off of the open here today. Earnings reaction low 125.75. The reaction high 156s. We're trading 135s right now, Sean. So only about 10 points away from that low. If we get that continuation, we're already rejecting that anchored, or trying to chop it up at least in the pre-market today.
All right, we're doing
SMCI back downside here a little bit today, coming off that sell-off yesterday. I mean, real quick, we have about a minute to go here. Could be another day of selling potentially.
Yeah, SMCI, interesting look here, Brendo, because they're raising. So they're looking to raise money, $700 million at around 2.25% interest. That's going to be due in 2028. They have an existing convertible note that's due in 2029. That's going to be amended now at 3.5% interest. The amendment takes effect, Brendo, February 20th, 2025. They're going to use the money for general corporate purposes, working capital, and business expansion.
Lots to look at. I mean, you mentioned Crocs, big move for CROX as well. SMCI thoughts, guys?
And Crocs. Where's Neil's Crocs? I hope he's not wearing them today.
Well, they reported as well, right?
Neil's Crocs made an appearance in one of the behind the scenes that I tweeted out of Brendan. Neil's Crocs are right there. You can see them right beside Sharif right now. All right, SMCI, everything. Okay, we only have a couple minutes until this bell rings. I'm going to talk about 132 right now. If we break 132, that's where I want to go long on NVIDIA. I really like that level. I like a dip buy into 131. I like AMD. These are all on the sticky note. I like AMD breaking 113 or a dip buy into 111. So this could be coming in right now as well. All right, the countdown is now on. So let's get over to Adara real quick. I mean, we're getting ready to rock and roll here. With only 4 to go. Adara, how are you doing today? 3, 2, 1. Let's get this market open. All right, we are now open. So we didn't get to talk too much about SMCI. We will get over that. All right, AMD making a little bit of a move down. We still do want to buy some of this name. Looks like we're waiting at 111.20 to buy some AMD. Let's check out what NVIDIA is doing real quick. Okay, we're into something. We're into AMD. AMD just got us long down there. Fine. NVIDIA dipping into 131. We're going to wait a little bit. I'm down here at 130.50 for that. Here goes AMD. We're in this name, Obi. We're long right now. It's 40 cents in the money. For AMD. Let's see if we could get it. There it is. Oh yeah, just like that. 45-cent winner right there, just on a piece. We'll see if it wants to go upside right now. Big Bear kind of doing not much. We'll wait to see if AMD can hold these levels. But for now, we wait.
Yeah, no, I'm just going to be patient here. I'm watching Reddit, watching AppLovin, I'm watching Intel. Intel's actually strong, so yeah, kind of similar to that AMD look, Sean.
Right.
And yeah, this market kind of just holding on as of right now. I'm going to wait for a little bit more information here. I got Cisco on watch as well. Cisco trading a little bit lower, breaking that anchored VWAP, breaking below that 66 level here. Oh, okay, we reclaimed just now. So let's see how well this ticker can hold up. Again, we kind of talk about it being in and around all-time highs, adjusted, of course. So you got to keep that in mind, and let's see if it kind of holds onto the bid and gives us a little bit of a continuation. That's what I'm going to be looking for. And Intel, oh boy, that thing is already printing the quarter above 23s, Sean.
We've got an
so that
trade.
is absolutely crazy here. What I see that you're involved in NVIDIA. So yeah, the chips are definitely doing a little bit of a run here.
No, you can't, Sharif. Okay, so right there, we'll take a little bit there. So we've already talked about on NVIDIA here that we wanted the break of 132. So we get a little bit of it there. We got a good price. We got 132.09. I mean, it's not the best price, obviously, but there it is. Now, we talked about what would happen to us if we got break trades. Yesterday, we did the same thing on Tesla. I'm willing to do it again right now. And what that means is like you could get the break. That's why we had to take something out on that first move. But wait now for that pullback. We just tested the 200 period. This is a load me, the you know what up right there. If we can retest. Boom! That's what we're talking about. Spin that cash. Cash go round and round and round, Obi. As there we go. Sure. We are $1 in the money now on AMD. Joe, it's an early dollar club right now. There goes AMD to the upside. AMD, she be ripping. And you know what? It's not like we didn't do this again right here. This says $11, 111 on there. That's the price we got for AMD. Ship it, OB. There we go to the upside. The longs are pumping right now. We've got $1.30 on AMD. We've got 30 cents on Big Bear AI and NVIDIA. Put that crown on, my guy, because you're about to get higher, King. Here goes NVIDIA, and let's see what winds up happening right now. This is a good market so far here today for the longs. Will it last? I say yes.
Absolutely wild, man. That continuation is coming in real strong here on NVIDIA. On Intel as well. Intel is the one, kind of the main one that I was watching here. So yeah, let's get a bunch of these lines off the chart here. You can see aggressive buying there on Tuesday, closing near the highs yesterday, and then we're getting that continuation happening as of right now with the market blasting
Palantir long.
That 21.9. Palantir long says Sean.
Because we're not playing.
What's that?
Yeah. Today we're not playing around with these longs. We have 4 longs. We have AMD, NVIDIA, Palantir. Like, there better not be an AI crash anytime soon here. There's going to be quite the situation for your boy. Okay, so look at this, Obi. I know you're in and out. You were just
I was in Cisco.
In and out, okay.
I kind of hopped out there. It kind of pulled back in, but I'm continuing to watch it. Let's see if
big size.
It holds.
Oh, it just got eaten up. Big size there on NVIDIA. Just got taken out as well. There goes NVIDIA, man. This is Sticky Note Nation today. NVIDIA starting to rip real nice up now 70 cents there. Still going is NVIDIA. Palantir, all right. So this is what I want to talk about. There's that fade back in. So it actually goes the other way for us here on NVIDIA. NVIDIA breaks, goes back in just like 10 cents, then continues to rip higher. Let's try to see if we can see something similar now on Palantir. Now, our long was 115. So we take a break trade. We talked about not layering in to break trades. Like, that's going to be an early position, not very many shares, but a drop down is still going to hurt. So we want to watch out for it. Now VWAP is down here at 116, 116.50. I feel like a break in and around 116.50 gets us out of this trade, and then let's regroup. All right, so 116.50 break, and we are out of this Palantir trade, which would be a reverse dollar club. But let's just see if that actually happens. So here comes right back in, Obi. I'm going to buy some more down here at 17. This, believe it or not, this is not part of the plan, but we purposely share size for something like this. So let's wait to see what happens now on Palantir. We're long at 117.70.
Yeah, I'm just kind of waiting for this Intel to slow down, man. This is absolutely wild here. Continuous bidding right off of the open, and we're still holding
on. Here comes Palantir.
I'm kind of just waiting and watching these futures. The Nasdaq, you can see that's ripping as well. Can we get
guys.
2200? I have no idea, but I'm waiting for this trend to kind of. I like the long, but I'm going to be a little bit more patient here on this Intel to see if it'll come in here. 24 is almost, Sean. So let's see if that'll come in. It's hitting about a 1 ATR off of the open now, so I do have that kind of in consideration, keeping that on watch. Let's see if we can get in on a little bit of a break of trend here. And VWAP, let's see, that's another question I like to ask. Where's VWAP relative to where we are right now? VWAP's all the way at 23.14 on my chart. We're currently trading at 23.70. So, oh boy, talk about a little bit of an extension here. And yeah, we're definitely getting a little bit of a tailwind from the market with that NVIDIA strength coming in. A lot of these chips, as well as Apple. I see Apple continuation working out quite well as well. 239 is the day high currently on Apple, and we opened around 237. So absolutely crazy here. So I'm just going to be patient. Missed the long off of the open on some of these chips. Tried for Cisco. Cisco doesn't really want that 66. We're holding VWAP as a resistance, so I gave it 2 shots, and more shots I will not give it there for now. I'm going to wait. It's very clear that pre-market trend kind of was a little downtrending, and now VWAP is holding as resistance, so I want to respect that right here. But take a look at Intel coming into that 24 mark as of right now, so getting pretty aggressive here as we push higher and higher. A bit of a technical breakout as well on Intel as of yesterday, and we're seeing a solid continuation coming in on the day today. So let's see how far will these chips go, Sean.
All right, they're going real far right now. All right, so there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA just tried to break 133, so we're getting a piece out there as well. Look at AMD. Oh boy, that just went to 113 again. That was that break top that we were looking at. So if we can break that, then let's just let this party get going there for Advanced Micro Devices. All right, just a quick update on Palantir. So it did get back into the 50s. So we did take a piece out there in the 50s. It was only 10%. This could be a big loss. Sorry, not a big loss. This could be a loss here as Palantir will come out if it breaks 1650. I feel like I'll be mad when that happens, and I may revenge trade it to try to get long again, but I'm going to try to do my best to wait for 115. Not do my best, I will. You know, Scout's honor. 115, we'll see if we can wait for that, because here comes Palantir right now. Looks like we'll get broken out of that one. Just looks like chip names, right? Okay, here it comes. So my hands are off. There it goes. Did it break? Yeah, it broke. So unfortunately there. All right. Well, we can't, we'll sell. Okay, look, see? Was that the bottom there? All right, see, now I'm getting stubborn again. I'm going to buy it back a little bit. Use 116.39 there. Now, that new recent bottom as the bottom to see if that's exactly what happens to us right there, because we actually got stopped out there at 53. So I'm not, it did break. Okay, well, my price was 53s. Okay, so it's too bad. Too bad that broke, man. Look at that. 8 cents away. 8 cents away from having that, right? From being able to hold it. But that's okay. We were able to get back in. We said that we could possibly be revenge trading it. But this revenge trade served cold. Nice move right there back in. So sure, we won't make it all back, not even close, because we only took half of the position back long and we just got a little bit out. Here comes Palantir again, fading one more time. So that was not good right there. But all right, so that's that. We'll see if it gets back in. We did not load back up at all. We are going to wait for that 115 now to see if that comes back on that one. All right, so that's that. AMD and NVIDIA both breaking as well, lower. Big Bear AI, we tried it at 990 there, and then it fell through. So Big Bear coming back in as well. Look at the market, Obi. Nice move to the downside. We should have actually noticed that instead of just watching the stock. So, all right, we'll get going. Let's go back over to Adara.
There's a couple earnings names here of varying sizes and prices to be aware of. First, we have PEV penny stock here, up over 100%. They reported earnings last night, about a 6% short float. Nice year-over-year increase in Q3 sales. Then we have PGY here. This is Pagaya Technologies with a notable short float here, about 20%, 40 million share float, making new day's highs, posting an earnings beat. Last but not least, we have Robinhood, of course, to talk about again, HOOD, pushing high here, not past the pre-market highs, but still a great look for Hood this morning. Lots of earnings names. Back to you.
Lots of earnings names indeed. There's actually a lot of size here on 24s. Oh boy, okay, we just took them out. All of it. I think it was over 4,000 lots there on 24 on Intel here, and we kind of take them all out. And yeah, you're right. The market did kind of pull back in, so I was waiting to see what we do in and around some of this level here at 24. We're watching it. We've done a lot of volume there with that size kind of pushing, getting taken out on the ask. But yeah, the market aggressively pulling back here. So let's see if we can get a little bit of a pullback as well here on Intel. But if this is going to consolidate near the highs and hold, I definitely want to be a little bit more patient. But we'll take a few stabs at it before it kind of shows us something a little different here. So that's what I'm looking for. A little bit of a break of trend is what I'm looking. But if we hold that 24 level, that's perfectly fine as well. We might just as well continue that trend. But the market, with that little bit of a pullback, I'm looking for that weakness to show up here on Intel. If it'll have me, if not, that's perfectly fine as well. Because I know these chips, when they get going, man, they can get really, they can be really, really strong here. So 24 is a little bit of a chip chop. Cisco didn't really work out. We came back all the way down to 65s, all the way from 66s. So those VWAP sellers definitely a little bit in charge here on the day when it comes to Cisco. Some of these other earnings names, I'm not really keeping an eye too close of an eye on as of right now, but Datadog, a little bit to the downside. Robinhood finally caught a bid, so that one's going. And Trade Desk, continuation to the downside. Oh boy, that one sold off pretty aggressively as well on earnings. App Lovin got some continuation, but no real lovin as of right now. Is it coming right back in towards its opening price? And Intel, oh boy, we get a little bit of a pullback off of this 24. Bit of a failure to follow through as of right now on the 24. We printed some size, did a lot of volume, and now the market's taking a little bit of a pullback. Let's see how much further we can pull back here on Intel. I'm looking for VWAP if it'll have me, but the key is that we got to kind of pull back off of this this 24 level here. So VWAP I have at 23.44, Sean. So see if we can get back down there, 40 pennies away from that price as of right now. Looking for some healthy price action if the market's going to pull back. Let's see if some of these strong names catch a little bit of a breather as well.
I mean, look at this chart on Big Bear AI. Look at that.
Wow.
That's me getting stopped out. So we were trying to play it off of that basic wick there of 75. It does break it. Then it just rips right back up. You know, I mean, it wasn't, because this was a pre-market trade and we talked about how much we had taken out. We'd taken out about 55% or so. And then we got this print there right before the open. Then it just fell against us, and that's where we put some more on. So it's really like a 20-cent hit. But at the end of the day, that sucks because there goes Big Bear AI. Good look there by people in the chat. All right, so I've been on this tip right here, futures. So you could see we'll hit the futures, gets a new position, and I'm still in AMD. The only position we got stopped out of was Palantir. We had sort of talked about that, and we probably should not have bought it back. But all right, so here goes the market now. So this is going to be hopefully a good little rebound, also in NVIDIA. So the TQ's trying to get going. I'm still waiting for that Palantir bottom. I'll take a piece out on this move, back up on the market. So we're only in now at 80s. Here goes, okay, now this is a big move up now in the futures. Okay, now we can start taking some out. Okay, Obi, well, this day just got a hell of a lot better. There goes NVIDIA, nice move back up to the upside. We did not reload it. We should have reloaded everything down there, but the thing is that my eyes go right over to the futures now, Obi. We've had some great success over here, and there it goes, man. I don't have to worry. The reason why I like the futures again is it's just a pure play. I'm not worried about, okay, what's going on with Big Bear? What's going on with the short float? What's going on with like Tesla or like individual stories? The futures, I find it a little more pure against some of the lines. That's the 200 period moving average. I really like that on these moves down. It's failed before. Like this is called catching a falling knife. But the thing is that it's losing velocity as it comes down, and then that's why I'm tracking the 200 period moving average, and it actually falls right into this level as well. So we talk about being support and resistance trader. Wow. Just here. Okay. Here we go, Tesla right now. This is why I'm saying it, Sharif. Hey. Tesla right now looking to break 350. So that's going to be a good move back there to the upside right now. Sharif putting an order in. Oh, I see it right now for the matte black. I see good choice there, Sharif. As he's getting ready to go. I heard his little comment there in the pre. There it goes. I mean, I like it. I think that for me, that would be what I would do as well. But, you know, I don't know. I'm not about... Actually, on a day like today, I think, you know, Cybertruck might be pretty good right there. Okay, there goes Tesla. We'll watch out for 350. But, oh, boy, AMD's holding for it, and the futures are starting to get back to an excited spot. Oh, yeah. This is 86.27. That's where we are right now. So we're now 50 handles. We'll see if we can get a piece out right now in the futures. Let's get more out at the day's high, sorry, at this level right there, the pre-market high. We'll see if we can get something out right there. That could be a spot to worry about. So I'm going to actually punch out of a little bit right here. There we go. I'll punch out some at 18s. Let's see what's going on over there with you. I know you've been looking at Intel.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on this. Keeping an eye on this Intel. Maybe keeping some Intel on this. Intel
Yeah, get some Intel.
Yeah, no, just watching this tape here. We're still holding within the quarter underneath that 24 level here. But yeah, with the market catching a little bit of some relief here, I'm just watching to see if we do actually pull back or do we trade above that 24 here as of right now. But it's a little too early to tell, I would say. I think we are kind of testing some interesting areas, and we are a little extended on the day. We talk about being up over an ATR. As of right now, we're doing about 3 times the relative volume I'm seeing here on Intel. So yeah, yesterday we did some decent relative volume as well, almost over 5 times. 5 times as much, and getting that continuation today with the strong market and those chips. We saw that. I think something that gives a testament to the strength in this market, Sean, is that yesterday we had some strong action on the CPI. We flushed down pretty aggressively, and it took all day. But that grinding bid brought us all the way back to some of those reference prices from CPI, some of those undisturbed prices from before, right before that CPI number came out. So that was very interesting, and getting some of that continuation here today on these names is absolutely, it's good to see. You're like, all right, there's some confluence, some confirmation there as the market kind of recovers some of these moves here. And yeah, with NVIDIA earnings on the horizon, should be interesting. We're attempting to kind of bid back through that the gap down that we had just a couple weeks ago off of the DeepSeek. Right? So we know that the futures kind of made their recovery pretty well, right? Even though we gapped down. See how some of these chips have made a little bit of a recovery. You see that Intel kind of moving around as well over the past week or so. So yeah, chips are definitely going to be interesting going into NVIDIA earnings. And yeah, SMH is a great one to keep an eye on there. So let's take a quick look at that one there. So I am trading a chip right now. So got to keep an eye on this. The
market just failed
as well. Yeah, the market kind of pushing a little bit lower as well as of right now. So let's see, still trading within the week's range, but let's see what the market does going forward. But yeah, a little bit of a hold. We couldn't really get to that 2200 on the Nasdaq, and the ES taking a little bit of a pullback as well right now.
All right, good analysis there. And as you were talking, though, the market did make that fall in. And I didn't want to interrupt you, but we did have Tesla. Oh, boy. Nice move up to 350, but we're not in it. We're not in it. It's a move to 350. Look what just happened. Fail breakdown there for Tesla. This is as it was written. We had talked about this. This was the trade that we liked. We liked the fail break back into here. Now let's see if it's a buy zone now for Tesla. We're long right here, Tesla against VWAP. That VWAP is 346. Let's play it against that break. Look, this is what we're talking about with catching falling knives, right? Tesla has had some weak stories surrounding it lately, so be very, very careful with this trade. I'm going to try to average into it down there. We just missed that dip buy into 346.50 because, quite frankly, I was not prepared. We are now bidding 346.50 right now for Tesla. Maybe let's go to 346.70 because, honestly, I don't really care about 20 cents with this kind of a price target here. So here we go for Tesla. Like my target's back here to 350. I'm not going to cry over spilt milk for 10 cents. So there it goes. Nice backside move here for Tesla. Let's see if we can get going. I do feel a little bit sloppy. Wow. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Sloppy. There's NVIDIA, $1. So we ain't feeling too bad about that. Fabian, how's it going, my guy? All right. Whenever I see your face, people really liked the cameo yesterday. I think I did good on that one.
People really like his hair.
I know his hair is hot fire. All right, right there. Guess what just happened again, Obi?
What's up?
There's Tesla right now. There's another $1 right there for Tesla. We just bought this. This is 1 minute charts, Obi. So there's in 1 minute, there's $1. So there we go. Nice move to the upside. Let's just wait to see now if we do get that retracement back up. We don't want to just empty out the whole clip completely. We did get out of 10% there, though, for that dollar club. I'm nervous, man. These futures, especially with Trump, and every time I hear Adara, please throw it over here to me for news, I get real nervous because I have no idea here being long everything. There's tariff talk today. We know that's supposed to happen at 1 o'clock with Trump. There's lots of stuff pumping through here. We have one hit today. It's going to be Palantir. Big Bear AI, we lose a matcha, but at the end of the day, should have been a little more not more responsible, but That was a little bit of bad luck. I want to look at this in a minute. So TQs, Tesla, NVIDIA, good thing we took advantage of that up there as well. And then AMD, really a nice banger as well to the upside. So, all right, are we going to Adair or not yet? Yep, okay.
Beware here of Alpha Modus. No need for you to worry here, Sean. This is a small cap that I just want people to be aware of because it's pretty strong here. Looks like we might have halted here just below $5, but AMOD this morning announcing that they have an AI-powered retail expansion. So anything with AI in the headline, especially with these small caps, is going to give it a move. AMOD has rallied in the past, I believe, and it does have about a 7 million share float, so relatively small float for AMOD. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
A-mode.
A-mode.
My earpiece?
Yeah, no, I'm watching this this Cisco here as well. Intel kind of trading a little bit higher here, so I got to keep a closer eye on.
You had it here
still
before,
in that
remember?
24 area, so I'm going to give it a little bit of room here. But yeah, that Cisco, oh boy, that those VWAP sellers really came in aggressively. We're trading below that 65 mark. 64s coming in here, but yeah, market's still kind of chopping around this prior area. I'm watching NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA yesterday, that the 130, 132 level was interesting. Couldn't really get past that 132 on the intraday, and today we come in, gap up, hold that 132 off of the open, and then continue to make some higher highs here. 133s currently on high a day on NVIDIA. So let's see how much further some of these things can run. The continuations, like I said, have been quite beautiful here. And yeah, just looking at some of these earnings names, Robinhood giving it all back, kind of pops up
really
to some of those pre-market highs. Yeah, it popped up into pre-market highs, and only about 5 pennies away from that, and then it's coming right back in through open. Cisco kind of continuing. NVIDIA, yeah, the NVIDIA is pretty strong. Reddit still holding. AppLovin still holding, and Trade Desk as well, still holding well within some of their ranges. So okay, so not really too much of an eventful open for some of these earnings names as they keep on just washing just their opening ranges as of right now. I'm going to continue to keep it on watch. 21,900 taking a pullback here on the NASDAQ and the ES here, just shy of 61. We made highs. We made an attempt for 6,090. Didn't really quite make it there, and taking a little bit of a pullback here as well. So yeah, I'm going to be a little bit more patient, wait for some of these things to come in. I got my Intel kind of going right now. Just being patient with that one. Might get out and get back in a little bit later as well on that one. But yeah, let us know in the chat what you guys are trading. We can take a look at some of those as well. As
people are looking at HIMS. Check out HIMS. Okay, all right, so I just want to talk about Tesla quickly. It just fell in 346.80. So we're going to take a piece out here again if we can. There it goes. Yes, sir. Wow, what a face slap right there. Let's just start to get some more out there on Tesla. We double bought down there at VWAP again. So yeah, man, this is going to be a good trade for us. I'm hoping for anyways. To that downside there. Come on, Tesla. This could be a good one if it goes. We're 4 longs right now, baby. All right, TQQs also going to the upside. Let's go. Props up for anybody long. Remember, Tesla, this name is not like the others, man. The market is going upside now, right? We just held VWAP. We're starting to, I'll zoom in a little bit. We're starting to go up a little bit here on the market, and this is what's happening with Tesla. So I'm just going to be very, very careful of this, but at the same time, I want to be that guy that holds. Not for being that guy, but I want to be able to hold this, to get to the upside, to make that huge win. Because yesterday, when it started to rip up, we did a pretty good job, and we held about like 20 or so percent, and then it went $9, Obi. I don't know if Tesla has that in it today. The futures didn't really have too much of a dramatic move there, just down 100 handles. Like, I think you need a lot of volatility to get some of these markets definitely pumping. But at the end of the day here, Tesla, we've seen this week move. We had that story yesterday, Doge. Maybe he's focusing a little bit too much on it. I don't really Elon, the thing that this guy can think about is probably miles ahead of anything. Like, if I can manage one thing, this guy could probably manage 500 things.
Imagine Elon as a trader. He'd probably trade the whole portfolio of like 50 tickers all at once, maybe.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? But that's the point, right? Is that I don't want to underestimate the company because of that. But at the same time, Tesla hasn't been a great stock. All right, and then I'll just throw it back to you in a second. Just want to talk to this as well. The TQs bounced pretty sweetly, man. I mean, we just came back into the 200 and then right back up. So we'll take advantage, VWAP and more outs right there. So it's very, very common. calm day here, man. AMD is now, oh boy, levels.
Yep.
AMD is now $2 in the money. I'm just going to offer it up there. There we go. We get to 16s. I was actually wondering if these hot dog cannons should be banned. I saw someone take one like right in the face. Like that's a problem. And you know, like people are jumping for these t-shirts. You know what a hot dog cannon is?
Yeah.
Like at the
yeah.
Yeah, so they're not actually firing hot dogs.
No.
Yeah. So they're firing t-shirts. Okay, here we go. Big time movement now happening. Tesla, by the way, this is $2 club now because like we had it one time and now we got it again on the reload. So there goes Tesla right now. No Neil, no problem today. We're sitting here with Obi and this market just continues to get going. We wish Neil well, probably watching, probably shoveling. I hope he's not shoveling too much because he's got that Achilles. But right here we go, man. Props it up. Boom. What up, Neil? There we go to the upside as we continue to go, man. We are having a good time or what right now live here as we're having a green day. So it's a good day. AMD up now, $3, $2.50 in the money. NVIDIA, oh boy, Neil. Hey, what's up, Neil? Yeah, we are. I just typed in Neil into my level 2. What am I doing? All right, Obi, you take it. Look at NVIDIA right now. Okay. NVIDIA absolutely monster time here as we get back to the upside on NVDA.
Yeah, no, I'm watching that NVIDIA as well, just to kind of hit out of that Intel as it continues to go up. I don't want to fight the trend on that one there. That's kind of what I was doing a little bit there. But yeah, HIMS. You guys were talking about HIMS in the chat. Oh boy. HIMS and hers definitely looking very healthy here. Low a day, 47s and 52.46s currently we're trading at as of right now. So I want to take a look back at this one and see what we're doing here relative to where we've been. Oh boy, is this are these all-time highs on HIMS? I think it looks like it. Yeah, all-time highs on HIMS. Absolutely wild, blasting to the upside here right off of the open. 30-minute candle is continuous, 15-minute candle as well, 5-minute, look at that, just holding those levels and continuing to the upside. I like the 3-minute itself, but yeah, a little bit of a pullback, it seems, in and around VWAP. Yeah, in and around VWAP, and we get that push to the upside here on HIMS on the day. So yeah, a lot of people were talking about HIMS. How many of you are trading HIMS on the day? That's the real question as of right now. I didn't really have eyes on this name. I don't know what the news is just yet, but aggressive buying into all-time highs, absolutely wild here. And yeah, NVIDIA going absolutely crazy as well. 134s currently, and yeah, here we go. We retraced yesterday's flush. So yesterday off of CPI, we were here in and around those 134s. Hard flush into 130s, and then we hold, just chopping around, sideways action for majority of the day, and coming in today, just rip right back up as if nothing happened yesterday off the CPI number, and we're trading right back underneath that 134 mark here on NVIDIA. So yeah, definitely don't want to fight Intel when NVIDIA is absolutely ridiculously strong on the day today. Yeah, holding that VWAP, so it seems like those bulls are definitely laughing straight to the bank here. So let's see AMD 113. Oh boy, that looks nice. There's a little bit of a double top in the pre-market, so that breakout worked well, I guess. And let's take a look at SMH as well. Yeah, SMH. Tesla, Sean talking about Tesla pushing up. Yeah, 250 here on SMH. Yeah, no, Tesla, we were looking at that 350. What did we do with that 350, Sean? Okay, a little bit of a hold of that 350 as of right now. So yeah, Tesla chopping it up a little bit here on the day. That looks a little nasty here. 3-minute, look at that. We're kind of just chop. But what's dominant is that VWAP has been holding pretty well, it would seem, on Tesla.
Yeah, what's going on is big things here. All right, so right now Tesla, we're $3. Really, we can't make this. So we're $3 in the money on AMD. We're $2 in the money on NVIDIA. We're 100 handles in the money on the futures, and we are $2 in the money on Tesla. We are 4 for 4 right here. Palantir. Do not look here. Do not look at Palantir. We're not talking about Palantir right now. But there goes Tesla, man. We did exactly what we wanted to do on this name. It's going to be a good one. There we go. Nice upside move. I just got a message from the wife too. I have to get Discovery Plus again because my daughter's at home and wants to watch Toddlers and Tiaras. Oh. Come on, Tiara's
clapping.
The funny thing is, I think I've seen every episode. All right. And another one that they like is Dance Mom. Abby Lee's Dance Mom. Dance Moms. Those women are ruthless, Adara. Those are some serious, like if your kid does not get like on top of the pyramid, that's a problem, you know, and they are mad. And the amount of money that they spend, like I can't even imagine. These guys are at like tournaments every weekend or dance competitions or, and it is ridiculous. But shout out to Abby Lee Dance Studios. Why am I doing this for free? We don't have nothing to do with these guys. But anyways, that's funny. Anyway, we did that. So I just, whatever, that's what happens, man. It's $8 a month. Just add to the streaming services, baby. We've got Disney. Don't worry, Obi. Okay. All right. Adara, I think.
Yes, it's happening now. We're going to take a look at what's happening now in the markets. Also, Obi, to answer your question about a HIMS catalyst, it might be the 32% short float. That's all I could find, but they have seen some traction since their Super Bowl commercials on Sunday. Also, UPST popping up here with volume. There's so much to talk about, guys. Starting with, and this is a little bit concerning, our second day in a row where we have a hotter than expected inflation print. Yesterday was core CPI. Today was PPI. All but one of the PPI prints, so 3 of the 4, came in hotter than expected. Something to be aware of. Also something to be aware of is Trump's reciprocal tariff press conference at 1 p.m. So he called this the big one. We'll have to wait and see what that means. But either way, be aware at 1 p.m. I'll be covering that for sure. We have Reddit trying to push to certainly not highs, but at least day and pre-market highs here after dropping on earnings. They beat on EPS. They beat on sales. Great numbers here and great growth on a year-over-year basis. But their daily active uniques did miss estimates. Then we have Cisco, which actually had a great start to the earnings, but falling off a little bit here. They did announce here over $700 million in AI orders over the last 6 months. And also strong earnings, getting some price target increases here. So many earnings names to watch out for. And tonight we'll get even more reporting after the bell. So check that out with Sean and I in the market recap. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Thank you very much. This market is absolutely wild. And I guess it makes sense. Pushing all-time highs, really high short float on HIMS. And that can definitely be a little bit of a fuel to the fire and give us some of that action. And I'm sure it doesn't help that the market is aggressive to the upside as well. Take a look at that. The ES just like teleporting up in towards that 6,100 mark here as of right now. So let's see if I see that your longs are definitely working out quite nicely, Sean. So nice trades on those.
I mean, thank you. Not even. Tesla just broke 350 again.
Oh boy. Come on.
No. The dramatic pauses are mean.
Yeah.
You know all the training that we've gotten for this? Okay. All right, there's the TQs, man. Up to 87 right there. The funny thing is like if we actually figured out how much I actually speak, like during this show and all day, and how much our viewers actually hear my annoying voice, they're probably like, thank God this guy stopped talking. And then I get in my ear, what are you doing? Like, am I having like a seizure over here? Like, why am I not speaking? But we are completely fine. We're just enjoying the ride, to be honest with you. I mean, this has been quite the move from basically, I don't want to say disaster, but from losing like basically our limit. We lost one day. You know how we always celebrate, like we say, okay, we're 1 day and we've made our 1 day goal. We lost a day goal here and actually planned perfectly. Remember, when we talk about day goal, like this is why it's always like there's a certain number that we want to hit. Let's just say it's $100. Well, boom, we're up $100. So that's like where a level where if you were, and again, everyone's level is going to be different because I like to talk about it more in the fact that I feel a great opportunity for a lot of our traders and a lot of our viewers is more of like a part-time kind of trading situation. So that's where I say that you could see like right now I have 70 fills. That number will be doubled at least by the time I see you at 2:00. So it's not like day goal hit, done. It's just with these ideas, like right there on Palantir, if this was the only name, now we are in many other names. So my net was not down my day goal because AMD was a $2 winner. NVIDIA was $1. It was just Palantir that was getting sour. But that one trade, we had lost the maximum that we're willing to do this early on a name, right? And it didn't affect our nets because as that was happening, we were literally buying that dip. AMD, we had got into it super early, and that move happened. And again, AMD, we wrote down on here 111 dip buys on our sticky note. We're long at 111.20, so we're happy to have that trade. We wrote down 131s for NVIDIA. That does go to 131, but we didn't actually, no, NVIDIA, we wrote down 130s. We bought, 130s. We bought the dip off the 200 period because it had changed. So that was there. We always like the 200 period. I'm just going over some of the trades. The losers that we have today are Big Bear. This one's not really a loser. It is, I told you it's a cup of tea, but at the end of the day, still an L. And then, TQs, and then there goes Tesla breaking through 350 and now holding. We're trying to make this a special day for us on Tesla. So I have an offer right here at 350.85. It looks like we just wicked around that. We'll put an offer there at 50 and get filled. Now we're waiting for that 85 fill. If we get it, that's the high of the day right now. It's 350.80. We're right there right now. Our hands are off. Put your hands up in the air. Bang.
Bang.
Almost bang. Almost bang. Bang right there. So what's up, Max? Is that a Tesla? No, that's a Lambo.
It's a Lambo. It's a Lambo. Remember, people would ask, what's the Lambo trade? And Sean definitely putting up some Lambo trades on some of these large caps as of right now. Yeah, no, I'm watching AMD here as well, taking a little bit of a pullback. As of right now. So yeah, funny enough, I get long and the market wants to, or Intel wants to bid a little bit lower. So, well, I'm going to be done with that one as of right now. But yeah, I'm just looking, I was looking for a little bit of a break in a trend, 24 halves. We almost got up to 25s, Sean. So 24.83 is the high of day currently on Intel, and finally cracking a little bit of that trend as of right now. So that hard, wow, what a hard rejection.
Yeah, man, the market just tanked in again.
Tanking as of right now. So definitely not very in sync I am as of right now. But you know what? Where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking as of right now. So if the market is going to pull back a little bit, Intel's going to break its trend. I'm more than willing to get involved the other way once again on this one. But yeah, no, Cisco just dying to the downside. 63s now. So we were looking to get long 66s. That didn't really happen. Again, we talk about those VWAP sellers coming in aggressively, and yeah, continuation to the downside on Cisco. Now with the market pulling back, let's see how much further this thing can tank. I'm also looking for that $60 level, right? So we were talking about that 60, 64 levels as well. So if we can get all the way down to 60, maybe that's a place of opportunity. I have no idea, but I'm going to be patient and wait for that one to potentially come in.
All right, good look there on some earnings plays there. And thanks for covering HIMS. I mean, you guys were asking for it in the chat. So I want to say, for everybody watching, man, thank you so much for doing that. But I'm going to have a look quickly. There's something, I need to figure out what's going on with my mouse. It's like, it's really, really sticky here for some reason. I'll have to check the bottom of it. I think it's just, oh no. Why does it? Okay, good. There's. I was gonna say I don't have to go through those views one more time. All right, 1,000 likes. Thank you, everybody. Over 10,000 watching right now. If we can get this like count, I mean, we've got Obi here. It's been 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks since we've seen you on the
yeah.
I think so right now. So let's get that. That should be doubled right now, right? Let's hit that double button there for Obi, and don't feel bad if we don't get it, but I think we will.
Bump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers.
There we go. Now you're getting Obi mad, and I didn't. Obi, that's why I didn't really want to involve you, because I know that if you're right. The people will be all over this. So here we go. Let's support this. There we go. Tesla, $5, still going higher. We did just reject 350 again. So I actually had a piece to get out of another 5% if we broke 350. That happened. So we did get out of that piece. So the fact that we got out there, I'm going to put another 5 right here, because like Lunas, we put 5 on it. So right there, 350. You don't know that song?
Sorry?
I got 5 on it.
I got 5 on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. Now we got a dare going. This might have been a mistake. Okay. Yeah, because once we start singing here, it never stops, which is good for all of us. I mean, I'm down with the vibe, but that'll just lead us to more things, you know. Yeah. And then we'll start.
Trader TV, the musical.
See it
coming to a theater near you.
Starring
the cast. You know the cast.
I ain't involved in no musical.
Sean.
I mean, maybe starring Obi there. But yeah, I will be. We can be the director.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. I'll work on
Neil
logistics.
does the Neil doesn't have the original raps, but he does the covers, and we haven't done that in a minute.
Yeah,
so we could do like
I remember
Trader
when Neil
TV
used
Live
to-
karaoke.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
I think Adara
knows all about that. We got to
think Adara's a karaoke. I think she could.
Karaoke.
Yeah, that was an easy one. Yeah, Adara loves karaoke, so that was definite there. I could have would have made money on that one. All right, so Adara there. The thing you guys probably know, she's singing, she's dancing. It's great. Great vibes here at Trader TV Live. I want to thank everybody for being part of this relationship, and just stay with us, man. Over 500,000 subscribers. We just hit it, and it's all part of the team. It has nothing to do with us. It has to do with everybody else. I mean, Fabian, Ramin, the addition of Adara. Joe's been all right. Geez, Josie. We love Joe. I mean, Sharif, you on the midday. I don't know, man. It's just like, and then we have the best moderator. Like, there was actually a study put out by X ranking the best moderators, and Bears vs. Bulls won.
Really?
No, not really. I don't know. He would win. I don't. He would win. I don't want anyone to go search that, but I'm going to actually tweet at Elon and see if we can get that right there. All right, so we have some 420 MGOL there. Thank you so much to Farm Trader. We'll have a look at MGOL as we go. Shout out to my guy Bears vs. Bulls. I just haven't checked out fan funding here. Normally Neil's the one looking at this, as we just are running different stocks all the time. Okay, so here we go. Fan funding today. Who's in the building? Sean Katina, check out RR. This might have been a little long ago. Same setup as BBAI, so we will definitely check that out. RR. So that was Rich Robotics, right? Yeah, Rich Tech Robotics. Okay, so we'll look at that. QBTS, another quantum name. I want to thank Vecna for that $2. CSAI. I mean, all these AI names seem to be hot, obviously, and then Mogul right there as well. So thank you to everybody, as we'll try to get focused again on this. No, we'll look at all the chat, not just the top chat. So thank you, everybody, for all of that, and we'll just continue to look over there. But yeah, thank you, Adam, as well. This trading has been elevated. Like, this is $5 now on Tesla, 100 handles on the futures, $3 on AMD, which we just take out.
Another one.
All right. Kathy had enough of DJ there. This has just been what it's been today, right? I mean, there goes AMD right back there to the high of the day. So that's 350. NVIDIA's continuing, and we got shares. Oh boy, do we still have shares on these plays. So let's take another piece out here at the high of the day. Obi, it's only 10:12.
Yeah.
We got to go swimming. We got to figure it out. We'll get all that going. So let's get some of our positions, starting to get it out. We're at the high of the day. I haven't really been tracking your Intel trade, but if you're long, I could assume it's probably working.
No, it's not looking too good right now.
Oh, it's not. Okay, my bad.
I'm just taking a little bit of a pullback here. Intel kind of cracking all the way back down to 2430s here, so almost back down into VWAP on Intel, 2425. So oh boy, I got short. I got short when I should have been long, and I got long when I should have been short. So absolutely not really in sync as of right now with this action. Not really making the best of decisions. A little distracted with so many of these earnings names, and a lot of things happening here in the market. The market's aggressive with the chips and holding on the dips here, but Cisco continues to just dip lower and lower. So that's something interesting here. But another kind of earnings name that's been holding its own is Dutch Bros. I don't know if you guys been really involved in that one as of yet, but Dutch Bros holding within its opening range. Reddit's finally getting to go. Sean, Reddit's finally moving to the upside. Aggressive action there coming in on Reddit now. Datadog selling off a little bit, so continuation on Datadog. And yeah, NVIDIA and some of these chips, still kind of strong. AMD, wow, that flush was aggressive on AMD. So the market giving
what flush on AMD?
A little bit of a flush.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was looking at my bad, I was looking at the wrong stock. All right, Adara's got news. What's up?
So, I mean, it's a breaking tariff report here anyway. CNBC reporting that the tariffs will have delays, and they might not start here until April 1st. So CNBC reporting even more tariff delays. Market not having much of a reaction to this, but be aware, according to CNBC, we might have until April 1st to worry about these tariffs. Also worth noting, we're going to apparently get the big one, according to Trump, when it comes to reciprocal tariffs announcements, that is coming during his tariff-related press conference. So stay tuned at 1 p.m. when we're expecting that announcement. I will be there covering that, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that should be interesting. I see that you're in a very thoughtful pose.
Well, remember... Okay, remember when we said...
Yes.
remember when we, how do you know when we said, oh yeah, okay. Remember when we said that let's try to make something happen with Tesla?
Yep.
And that we wanted to buy this name. We talked about this yesterday. Like, we all have our roles here, and really it doesn't matter what we do. It's just we're going to try to trade and just put on the trades that we want, talk about them, get out when we get out, get in when we get in, talk about our winners, talk about our losers, have good time with everybody out there, and just keep going. I mean, that vibe has fit perfectly right now with what we're doing today, what we've been doing this whole month, what we've been doing recently. And like, waiting for this move to happen, honestly, like this has been, again, a huge, huge game changer. Tesla, and I even wrote it down on the sticky note, right, when we put this out here. See what I'm saying? Like, Tesla's been our number 1 stock all week. We talked about that earlier. Seems to have been, you know, we had 349 long there. We'll you know, we're not long 349. It was actually 342 was the dip spot, but that break and then come back in, that was exactly the description, Obi, that we gave, because it's exactly what we did yesterday. And again, it's not rocket science. Like, Neil will sit here and say, trade your own style. Yesterday, we got a new style here, and we're completely right about all of this. There was the break, the fade back into the 50, and then the takeoff. There's the break of 340. We were in this yesterday, right there. This is the trade I was in yesterday, where we put up very similar net on this trade as of yesterday's trade. So it breaks 340, it comes in, and we load it up down there, in and again at some past resistance, turning into support, and at the 50 period, then it just went. We did not reload it there. We held it all the way back up there to the upside, but when we noticed where it was, we didn't have as many shares on board. So today, when the same thing happens, there's the 350 break, okay? We were not over here when that happened. We didn't put the order out. But then the fade comes right back into where? The 50 period moving average. So when that hits, it's basically off to the races. We loaded it up again and we said, let's go. And that's exactly what happened there. Now, talking about what we have about 20% left on this. So that's pretty good. I'm going to take a piece out here at 80. Okay, well, 85 there we just got. So I'm going to take more and more out. We now have about 17% left on this trade as we continue to go to the upside. So just hopefully this all makes sense to you. Thankfully, Obi's here filling in for Neil. He's at home. Obviously, bad weather today. Plus, he had a delivery. I don't even know if that delivery would have happened.
Yeah,
so hopefully he's fine. But again, thanks, Obi, for all that. And it looks like your Intel trade. I don't want to. I haven't been focusing on it, but I know you're.
It's not looking too hot. But the market's looking good as we're coming right back up in towards those highs, both on the Nasdaq and the ES as of right now. So yeah, I'm just looking for that move to come in here. But yeah, Intel kind of broke its uptrend, kind of pulling back in a little bit here. But another name I'm watching here is Cisco, right? Cisco aggressively selling off. We keep talking about this. I'm waiting for this selling to kind of start to step off to see if we can get a bit of a reversion towards that VWAP here as of right now, but no real sign of buyers really kind of taking over and stepping right back up on this ticker. But the buyers definitely here on the market as it continues to attempt to make some fresh highs here. So yeah, let us know in the chat what you guys are trading. A lot of people talking about Hood. We know that Hood was one of the names on the board today, and yeah, still within its range as of right now is Hood. We made a high of 66.15s, didn't quite get too far away from off of that, and trading right back down into 64s as of right now on Hood. But yeah, I'm not really watching anything else too much as of right now. But Nvidia continuing to go. We might get that 135, Sean. We might get that 135.
I have an offer there. I mean, yeah, we're long 132 on Nvidia. So here it goes. Well, we just got it. So we just got our 90 fill right there. I don't have any more offers. This is starting to get really. You know what's kind of undercover right now?
What?
This futures trade. 150 handles.
Oh boy.
We just took a piece out. Yeah, so far so good here. Does anybody want to talk about anything right now? Oh yeah, Rich Tech Robotic. Thank you for the super chat. Let's go over that. So we talked about this with it was super chat. Thank you so much. Again, I don't know. Obviously, it's Rich Tech Robotics. I don't know enough about this name. I don't know. Oh boy, Obi, this Tesla is 150% right now. Days goal realized net. So it's a little different there than what we've talked about on Tesla. Sorry, when we got the hit there on Palantir.
Wow, look at that. Bit of a shake and bake.
Oh,
wow, market's
boy.
just ripped.
You know where our
The
long
upside.
was supposed to be down here,
Oh, boy.
Obi? We wrote down 115.
Yeah.
You know where we're bidding on Palantir? 115.20.
Oh no.
Put down 500 shares down there.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
We'll get it again.
Okay.
We'll
Next
get it
trade.
again. We missed it.
Yeah.
We missed a
Need one.
$1,500 trade by 10 cents.
You just need one.
All right, Adara, what's up?
What's up here, or at least what's trying to trend up, is the IWM. So this big old red candle came when we got a hotter than expected CPI print coming through yesterday, specifically that would be January core CPI. So this, we know IWM is pretty rate sensitive. We got a drop, but since then we've actually had this beautiful push to the upside here, higher highs and higher lows for the IWM, though still struggling with that 226 level. And this little candle that we got here actually came at 8:30 this morning when we got more harder than expected inflation data. Because it's very rate sensitive here, keep an eye on the Russell and the IWM here during when we get these big inflation prints, because it has a tendency to make some noteworthy moves. We have SOC here. This is our first small cap, Sable Offshore Corp. No news on this, near days highs. Going to touch that $31 level. It is worth noting here, about a 10% short float on this name. Then we have MBRX, which has about a 5% short float, receiving positive FDA guidance here for one of its treatments here for acute myeloid leukemia. So keep an eye on MBRX. One thing to note about this one as well is it has about a 2.7 million share float. Last but not least, Organon, near days highs. We've talked a lot about how some of these small cap names also have earnings, and Organon is one of these tickers, OGN here, beating on EPS and having inline sales. So lots of small caps to keep an eye on. And there's even more earning small caps that I wasn't able to include here. PGY dropped a bit, but that was an earnings one. And PEV, penny stock, also earnings watch. Back to you.
So Obi and I had talked about Intel earlier, and I was like, you know what? I like Intel, but I actually hate Intel, and it's because like often, and it's great when it works, and whatever, the day is the day on that, but it's a tricky one, especially with all that news, and like it's loved some days and hated other days. That's why I just like to go over to NVIDIA and AMD and just keep it like straight with these names, because we know that these are the names. Now AMD is not necessarily. Okay, well, that was a good out there. You said AMD was falling. You were right about that one. I actually didn't even, I was on the wrong stock when you mentioned that. I thought you were talking about Tesla when I was like, no, it's not. But yeah, so I just think you got to stay on the names that are working. And look what we're long today. Tesla, the market, and NVIDIA. So it's these three right here starting to go. So that's been very, very good. People still talk about that HIMSS. I know you looked at that. I want to look at Apple just real quick. Our day is now getting to be pretty good, obviously, as we've had these trades on board. I still am beside myself about Palantir, but we're now up just as much on the TQs, on Tesla, on AMD, on NVIDIA, as that as that Palantir trade. So everything is back to normal. All right, Rich Tech Robotics. I went there and then I saw NVIDIA go. So first of all, Tesla's $9 in the money right now.
Nice.
Like we had talked about that. So I'm proud. For me, I'm proud of it. I don't know. I'm not going to hide it, but I don't think I'm hiding it anyways. All right. So Rich Tech Robotics. Again, good name here. Trying to break higher. There it goes. Again, without knowing enough about this is a 5-minute. Palantir just broke the highs I'm hearing in my ears right now. 118.21. Yeah, this is looking a good long, man. 290 break. I think you want to get above this $3 mark right there. If we can break above that, Rich Tech Robotics seems to go. It's up 8 and a bit%. But honestly, guys, I mean, I love to talk about that, but look what Palantir just did. So there's that break that we took, and then we said we'd average it back into the 50-period moving average, which we did, and we take the loss on that. Wow. Okay, so I'm going to get another piece out on the TQQs. Why not? And then Tesla right now is that $9. So we'll take another piece out right there at the top. It just basically went parabolic for us there for Tesla. So, oh boy, we tweeted this. Like, look, if you're not, whatever, you guys, It's like when AOC tweeted like, how is free speech now $8 a month? You got to be a member. Elon responds, pay me your $8, you know? But we tweeted this thing out a long time ago when we first got long at 347, and this is what we talked about. So it's happening again here on Tesla. We talked about that when Tesla was at 349, right? It's been my best name this month, and here we go. So there goes Tesla, an update on it, and now what's happening? We're very close, man. We are 25 followers away from 50,000 on Twitter. So go hit me up right there. I don't have that many tweets, man. Only, I think there was something like 10,000 tweets or something. I don't know, where does it show how many tweets you put out? Anyway, there's a lot. But anyway, thank you so much for the continued support over there. Just a way to get the message across. We also have our watch list. You can sign up for the watch list right there, right now on the screen to grab that. That's where I curate my list from. Although today a little different. I had Big Bear on here. Tesla's always on the watch list, of course. Palantir wasn't, but we look at Palantir every day, and then NVIDIA. I believe we had SMCI maybe on there today, but the AI names are always in play anyways. So, okay, that's TQQs, Tesla, let's go, $10. Thank you for the super chat. Mad World. I mean, always a great channel. We just want to thank you for the support. Obi and I, Neil, everybody that's part of this show really appreciates that, and we always talk about it. So thank you again. I just got a little lighter there. As this market, I do want to talk about it, and then I'm going to go back to you, Obi. We are just at this high again. So let's wait to see, man. 534 is that new high on the TQs that we're looking to break. We just got to 533.20s. That's probably good enough for me. I could see a little bit of a pullback happening here into President Trump coming at, I think it was 1 o'clock, I believe, Adara, for the tariff talk. So that's still not for a while, but making me nervous, needless to say anyways, as we watch out for some possible tariff talk here.
Yeah, I think it should be interesting. Definitely going to be expecting some volatility in and around that time. Again, every time we've gotten some sort of tariff news, the market has moved a little aggressively. So I think that's something we can definitely be watching out for. And yeah, I mean, market's still currently even moving a little aggressively. Again, we talked about coming into that 2,200 mark on the NASDAQ, and we came in, we kind of clipped just shy of that 2,200, but the strength is definitely coming in. 6,100 on the ES tested as well. But yeah, Intel not really looking like it's doing much right now. We've been kind of stuck in about a 10-penny consolidation for the past few minutes, so I'm just kind of patiently waiting for that one to kind of I guess what's the word I'm looking for, like develop. Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I'm just waiting for that one to develop, see which way we go off of that one there. But aggressively strong. Let's see if we can get some continuation. We're floating above that VWAP and consolidating nicely here. AMD all the way back down into its VWAP as well. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a bounce here on AMD. NVIDIA, I got to keep eyes on that one there. NVIDIA near its day highs. Oh boy, all right. So yeah, so NVIDIA chip leader. Kind of giving us that continuation there. Oh boy, indeed. And the market takes a wee bit of a pullback as of right now. But like you said, Intel doesn't necessarily. It's a little choppy. It's a little difficult. But yeah, definitely one that I am warming up to for sure. But yeah, no, some good prospects on this one. I think the way it's been setting up on the daily and the weekly has been quite nice, and it's showing us a little bit of pressure from a higher time frame demand zone. And today that pressure came in quite aggressively. And again, market tailwind is something that we talk about, and tailwind we definitely had on the day today with an aggressive sector when it comes to the chips. So chips definitely on watch, and yeah, some of these earnings names as well. I know a lot of people are trading a whole slew of names here. I know earnings, Trade Desk continues to make fresh lows, Sean. So that thing is getting absolutely rocked to the downside as of right now. It seems like Cisco, though, finally catching a little bit of a bid here. I'm gonna be patient, wait to see. Do we make a lower high? Do we kind of continue? Do we pull back all the way up into VWAP? I have no idea just yet, but this market, oh boy, let's see if we can get past this 22,000 here on the NASDAQ, and let's see if we claim and hold above this 6,100 as well here on the ES. Absolutely aggressive. So something to note, we kind of talked about it all day yesterday. We spent bidding up and basically reverting the CPI move And today we're getting a little bit of
Something's
continuation
happening with SMCI.
on the bid. What's going on with SMCI?
So Big Bear, so just really quickly, Big Bear may have bottomed down there at 950. Nice volume coming in. Watch out for Big Bear on the retracement. Oh boy, Tesla $10 now in the money, Sharif, as we go. Look at SMCI right now, though. This name just got a bump up there. Dara's going to be looking to see if there's anything. There it is, gapped up. So right now, SMCI catching like a crazy bid right now underneath it. Go SMCI right there. Nice move. What do we see from this from yesterday? These levels that we looked at there yesterday, we talked about not shorting that was a mistake on earnings there and the VWAP. But now if you take it, it's great. $41. I'm going long $41 break on SMCI. So we'll wait to see what the news is. I don't want to top tick things again, but I'm pretty fine with that. SMCI trying to go. Tesla's at the day's high. We're just cruising right now, like no problems at all. But I am going to take this 41 break on SMCI unless there's something about this that obviously I don't know about, which there probably is, because there it goes here and retracing back in a little bit. So we'll wait to see if there is any news that Dara will hit us up. So we'll get that in a minute. Tesla, as I said, $9 in the money still go. Oh, we actually got that fill right there. So wow. All right. Well, that was a good one right there. 356, basically flat we got. That was that $9. Now you've pulled back. I did take a piece out when it broke. A little bit lighter now. I do the math, and we still have more than 10% of this Tesla trade on board. So it's still working out for us there. It's like 12%. So we'll wait to see if that works out. The TQs, good little dip buy opportunity there, but we didn't take advantage of it. We actually wound up getting out once it gets close to that 87. This is a monster trade for me here today. And that's that. We had lost only on Palantir today. Yep. And that was sad because that's the upside as Obi right now. That's an average in there on Intel, so I like that. We'll talk about that when we get back. But SMCI right now, 40.30. Adara at the desk. Crypto?
I want to address SMCI as well because I looked into this. There is a ton of social media interest in this stock. People like it to the upside. A lot of people saying that they've bought calls on this stock, and a lot of people specifically saying that 37.5 level apparently was of interest to them, and that's where they were seeing buying. So regardless, a lot of people talking about this on social media. It seems to be a hype-fueled push to the upside. And we know this stock has had a bit of a meme-like effect to it in the past, so that is the SMCI story. Let's talk about Coinbase, because they're reporting earnings tonight. You can check out this graphic on TTV Research and X. We just posted it. But yeah, Coinbase, really rocky story here when it comes to EPS and revenue. It has a tendency to have great quarters of profit and then a whole bunch of quarters where they lose a lot of money. So we are expecting your profit this quarter, $2.30 per share here $2.36 per share for earnings, revenue of $1.59 billion. So that is the deal here with Coin. Let's talk about the deal here with Bitcoin, which is still rejecting the 98,000. Over the last 2 days, we made lower highs. Bitcoin looking a little bit perilous at this current state on the daily chart if it cannot nicely hold above that $98,000 level. Currently below 96, basically flat on the day here. Ethereum up a little bit here, trying to get to 26.5. XRP up about 1.5%. Great look for BNB. And then Doge and Cardano basically flat today. Back to you.
Okay. Things are happening in the crypto world. We're kind of still kind of chopping around that 100K mark. Eh? You think we're gonna get down to like 75s?
No.
Break the quarter? No, absolutely not. Oh my God.
Look at SMCI. No, we're not, dude. We're not. But yeah, I know you're trying to have a conversation, and I'll have one in a second here. I just want to make sure that everybody, like, we bought SMCI on that dip down. We're starting to get some out here into the 60s. I'm fine if it's social media hype. I like that, but I'm going to start to take a little bit more out here as we continue to get upside right now. Good trade there, $9 in the money on Tesla. Okay, Obi, what do you think about Bitcoin? I mean, here's the chart of Bitcoin. Look, I'm bullish in the NASDAQ. We sort of talked about that already, that this has been a pretty good earnings season. I do know that we missed on Google, we missed on Microsoft. Meta's now having 19 straight up days. Apple is getting back to those levels again near that 240 level. The NASDAQ is now a breath away from all-time highs, as is the S&P 500. Oil seems to be holding out fine. Earnings are there. SMCI is now 50 cents in the money. But here's the Bitcoin chart. So I'm just looking like, these are the levels you asked me about, like, can we get back into here? So this is not that long ago. I mean, to get back into 75,000 is where we were post, well, it started to go post-election, but pre-election, we are hovering, trying to develop a new area of price. So could we get back here if the market falls? Yes, I think we do. So to answer your question, is there a chance? Yes. Where would I put that chance? 20%. All right, I think there could be a correction in this market. There always seems to be. Every bull market does have a corrected period. We are now, right now, if you're just going to look at SPY, like if I just call up the SPY right now, we're all the way up here. You can correct pretty easily. We've seen moves back into the 200 period moving average. We don't have to even travel far for that. So for the spiders to come back to 560 is very, very possible. So if we're going to do that and then look at Bitcoin again, and go with this, you're going to see a pullback into the 200 period would give you that answer, Obi, right back into 75,000 again.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's possible? Yes, but I don't think it's likely. That's why I'm putting a 20% chance on that happening. I don't think the market falls back in that dramatically with Bitcoin being at 96,000. That would have to be, that 20%. So that's my opinion as Tesla goes $9, $10 now actually, in the money, taking out all-time highs, I wish, day highs. I'm waiting at 357. NVIDIA's just $3 in the money as well. SMCI, we just took this trade, Obi.
Yes.
And it's 70 cents now, so that's going to be a good trade to the upside as well. As today will go perfect, sans Palantir. So I know you're in and out of Intel there. Yeah. Let's slow down and try to look for some other names. Deere? Did we know that Deere reported?
They did report, yeah.
Was it bad? No, this must be good. I wanted to buy, it's just, Deere was the reason why I remember 350 was because this was a level that Daniel Shea kept telling me about. And then when we dipped in here a year ago, I did not buy it. And then it was on the show. She's like, what about that Deere down there? I'm like, oh my, I missed it. Oh my dear. And then it just ripped up there as well. So Deere down today, but the conference call is now on for Deere. Caterpillar. That was the one that's currently at 350. Yes. This is a name. I think I talked to you about this. Or no, it was Fabian that was buying the S&P 500. I like that move. But Caterpillar right here. This is at the 200 period moving average when it ever loads. So this is something too. I think, are you still looking at Caterpillar, Sharif?
I took some off the top.
Yeah. So
I'm still holding them.
Okay, good. Yeah, I like this name. I'm going to try to get into a little bit here. I've never really been into too many industrials. I like Caterpillar. Of course, Caterpillar feeling some kind of ways because of China. So we'll have to watch out there for that play. All right, man. The NASDAQ's now 200 handles up. We continue to go higher on the NASDAQ. This looks like a good enough level for me. SMCI, Obi. $1 in 6 minutes. And we brought this story late. And I played the pullback. Man, we are, there's a story there. You said it's getting huge social media attention. They're up 5% right now. Volume kicking in right there for SMCI. So huge move happening. There it goes. SMCI off to the races, man. We're sitting in $15 in the money. Tesla right now is $11. Like, I'm not even sure what is going on. As Donald Trump says, here are the keys to the White House. Oh yeah, and by the way, we're also delaying tariffs as well. So get those cars in from Mexico ASAP. Look at this thing. We're offering 357. Can you look at that? You know, we don't need to do. We'll just do the money storm right now. $11 here on this trade, and we had talked about this trade. This is not one where it's like, oh, we went to the bathroom, we came back, looky, we're $10 in the money. This is one that we liked it. We talked about this, and I hope that some of you are on board with this trade. Not only this trade, but our AMD trade was 111 long, and that out right there, these are each 20% out, so that was pretty good. NVIDIA's fort. I'm getting a piece out of NVIDIA. It's a good thing we looked at that. 135.50, 350 in the money for NVIDIA. All right, Adara, it's 10:40. What's going on your side?
We're going to do Sector Watch, but Hood actually getting a nice little bounce here. Apparently, CEO Vlad Tenev saying that crypto is going to be the tailwind for the business, and he also said that prediction markets are the future of trading. So be aware here of Robinhood. Vlad Tenev apparently making some comments. Take a look at the sector board, which is pretty green here. We did have a nice little bounce in these markets. There's a little bit of chip chop in that first half hour, lots of ups and downs here, ebbs and flows. Electronic technology looking great. I mean, we have a little bit of weakness here in Broadcom and GE, but Apple, Nvidia leading the way to the upside. AMD looking great here as well. We have Intel up about 7%. Micron looking good. So bit mixed, but generally pretty strong here for electronic technology. Consumer durables, a great look. But keep an eye on these names because when we get that reciprocal tariff announcement coming through at 1 p.m., they're definitely going to be a sector to be aware of. Commercial services pretty strong. Health technology pretty strong. Communications, health services, retail trade having some strength as well. Technology services, interestingly enough, Meta, Microsoft, Google, all super muted here. But some of these other names like Intuit, PanW, and Netflix looking pretty good. No real weakness, outside weakness to speak of, but utilities a little bit less green than some of these others.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adara. It's always important to look at e-signal because you want to chart. You want to make sure that you're back testing. You want to make sure that you've got everything labeled properly. We talked about some of the scanners. We talked about making sure that you have reliable data. Listen up, the first month is free. That's the most important thing about everything here. We're waiving the fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to this elite. Wow, the TQs is 200 handles. This thing is starting to go. Everything, infinite data, instant trading, over 50 plus brokers. Trade from your screen, trade from your chart. All the best traders on our show are using this right now. It's eSignal. Scan that QR code. Grab that free trial immediately for eSignal. Look, we talked about the hot list, some of those scanners that have hit. This is where we're getting some of these names from. I mean, Adara's running scanners to get the news. eSignal has a great news feed as well, connected Dow Jones, Wire, all of that as we go. But this day, again, and you know, we're here for the talk, we're here for the action. I hope we're here also for some of these ideas. That dip down into the 200 period early was huge, and there it goes now, man. We even talked about the NASDAQ and what potentially it wanted to do there today. We were getting lighter, thinking that maybe we faded off of that, but right here, right now, this is breaking out. So these are all-time highs, I guess, for the NASDAQ, unless this Qs is not treating me properly right here. Let me just call this. I want to call up a daily chart on this just to make sure. I just don't want to mess up my other chart. So this is Caterpillar, not near days, not near all-time highs. Qs right now, this is the NASDAQ. Yeah. So 540 would give it to us. Yeah, so those were the year highs that I was just repeating. We did get 540 back there on December 13th or so. So these are the all-time highs right there. 539.15 on the Qs. So that's what we're in right now. And we're getting pretty close to that as the Qs are at 534. So you're about less than 1% away now from brand new all-time highs here on the NASDAQ. So obviously we're cruising now with many of these longs. It might just be worth holding on. Tesla, like, does Tesla have 360 in its sights? We just swing trade this name. We bought 330s 2 days ago, and we sold some Palantir. Is Palantir out 20s yet? Palantir having a problem up here at all-time highs. Trump will drop it back 2%. I haven't been seeing the chat, unfortunately, to see what's going on up there. All right, Obi, I've been talking way too long, man. Let's go back over and see what you're up to.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to look at some of these tickers people are mentioning in the chat here. HIMS once again. I think somebody was like, "Oh, pullback," but yeah, no real pullback here. We did pull back into and through that 55 mark, holding that 54 area. Bit of a double bottom here on a shorter time frame in the 80s, 53.80s, and then we're picking right back up, going towards some fresh highs as of right now. High a day, 56.71, and you can see the ES and the NASDAQ both right here on the right side of my screen, both screaming to the upside. So we are getting that acceleration back up. So I do want to take a quick look at the spider and see. Yeah, okay. So this was the reference price. This is where the CPI came out yesterday. You can see a hard flush right there. That high is 605.70. So 605.70, what did we do with that 605.70 coming into the day today? We held VWAP, we broke pre-market, we consolidated 605.70s right there. The initial test gives us a little bit of a pullback, but buyers at VWAP come right back in, and we're screaming once again to the upside as of right now. 607.43s is the day high, and prior week, we know that Friday was an aggressive sell-off, and we saw some supply coming in right off of the open on Friday. 608.13s is that high. Again, currently trading at 607.5, so not that far away, Sean, off of that Friday high. And was that prior week high as well? Yeah, I think that was prior week high. Is this prior Friday? Yeah, okay. So we've been selling off aggressively almost every Friday, and it seems like as of right now, we're about to test prior Friday's highs where that strong selling came in, and it seems like we're just kind of magneting, just ripping right up. And I see that your longs are continuing to just work as the market continues to spit up. Yeah, that's wild. Are we going to see 140 today?
No.
Absolutely not. Come on.
Oh man, we're having too much fun. Oh man. I don't know. No. I mean, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I mean, the market doesn't have a 2% day in it. I mean, we didn't get the greatest number this morning. We had seen it sort of fade early and then back in. We got a hotter CPI and PPI number, but the market doesn't really seem to care again as we wait for those tariffs and we wait for everything to come through. I mean, NVIDIA up 4% today. Again, on our radar down there. We nailed it. We just taking some more out there. Futures just continue to work, as you know as well, Obi. We've been talking about it there. So that's just a huge move up for the TQQs. And then Tesla, like the belle of the ball, really. This will be my number. This will be, I don't know if this is the most we've made on Tesla this week or not, but it's now huge. And we now only have about 7 or 8% left of this Tesla. And just, if you're holding this now, great. I mean, we've done what we wanted to do, honestly. I don't know how much further it's going to go, but I'm going to now give this to the 50-period moving average. So no more outs now. Maybe when we come back, this thing will be at 360, maybe at 360. I mean, hopefully this name will be at 360 and just continue to go higher. So I'm pretty confident with putting a stop where the 50-period moving average is of 354. So I'm going to put that in right now. If it gets me out of everything there, then it gets me out of everything. Actually, maybe we'll just get out of 2/3 of it if it does break and hold something else. I don't want to hold it all the way back here. It's been such a great move that I'm not going to respect the 200 period, and I'm not really going to hold it back to VWAP. That's too much of a loss to give up on the upside, right? I mean, to lose $9 all the way, or $7 all the way back to VWAP, not exciting to me, and I'd feel horrible holding it all the way back. So we'll get out of 2/3 if we break 354, and then we'll see about holding that last third. Remember, that 2/3 is of what we have left. Like, we have about 5 or 6% left of this trade. And some good outs there on SMCI as it was battling itself up here. It couldn't break 41.50, so we take another out as it's starting to come back. And I'm actually going to take another out right now as well at 41. So we'll take another piece. And just getting lighter and lighter, only 13 minutes left before we go over to these guys, which today is options tape reading. So it is tape reading today. We talked about time and sales, watching that. We'll talk about it. Maybe a little bit of a mix and match there with level 2s, time and sales. Very, very important. Talk about hiding different things on the time and sales, I'm sure, and sort of the velocity of how it moves. So, all right, 10:47, Obi.
Yeah, no, I think they've been giving some solid lessons as of late. I know that Sharif was talking about short squeezes over the past couple of days, and oh boy, have we seen some interesting short squeezes. And I know that we were looking at this AIFF ticker earlier on, and yeah, for the past couple of days, bit of a squeeze action happening even on the intraday here. Definitely a lot of players involved in this name, and yeah, holding a bit of that trend from the first day here and kind of stair-stepping to the upside. So it hasn't really seen any sort of a strong push to the upside and a flush, so no real capitulation, it would seem. It's just kind of just trekking slowly to the upside. And it seems the volume is also getting a little bit lower on this name. Current high in the pre-market, 1775, trading below that VWAP as of right now. But yeah, you can see that right here, kind of still holding a nice little trend here on AIFF. Let's see if we can kind of crack this trend. But yeah, no, definitely. I think we were talking about it with our guest in the pre-market today. Potential for a squeeze, right? Definitely a little bit of a potential for a squeeze. We saw that push coming in yesterday into the close. There, let's see what we have in store with AIFF on the day today. But yeah, I got this one on watch as well, kind of keeping on the side to see if it does anything out of the ordinary, anything too crazy as of right now. But yeah, a little involved in this Intel once again, taking a last stab at this one as it kind of consolidates, hovers above that VWAP as of right now. But yeah, a lot of these earnings names, man, kind of came in quite lackluster. Datadog still trading within its opening range. Robinhood still trading within its opening range. Trade Desk actually gave us the continuation to the downside here. So
never stops, bro.
TTD right here. So Trade Desk, look at that, absolutely wild. Flushing all the way from 122s, opening up in the 86s, and we get that continuation right off of the open down to a low of 82.28, getting a bit of a reversion up into VWAP as of right now. But yeah, Trade Desk also another good look there. I know a lot of people were trading Reddit, RDDT as well. So Reddit, a bit of a shake and bake happening on this ticker. We did get that continuation. We held that VWAP off of the open. We got a push to the upside here, but again, this ticker was sold off. Now we're reverting back down into VWAP, so we got to continue watching this one here. Let's see what Adara is up to.
Yeah.
We've talked about these lower highs here since that peak we made in mid-January. Right now, maybe even a flat bottom break here as we continue to kind of hold and test that 107.3 level. That's the level we've craned into today. Now, we had a lot of big economic data prints over the last few days. Yesterday, getting a stronger than expected January core CPI print. Today, here we get stronger than expected January PPI print. The core PPI month over month was exactly in line with expectations, but core PPI year over year, 3.6 versus 3.3 expected. PPI year over year, 3.5 versus 3.3 expected. So, yeah, all generally here pretty much stronger than expected. And the month-over-month print just slightly higher than expected as well on an on-core basis. So 0.4% versus 0.3% expected. Now, keep an eye on the U.S. dollar as well, because we know what we have coming up here at 1 p.m. Donald Trump says it's going to be the big one when it comes to reciprocal tariff announcements. We know that he wanted to get this announcement done ahead of his meeting with Modi, the Prime Minister of India. So keep an eye there on any of these. The U.S. dollar, keep an eye on the peso, keep an eye on the Canadian dollar, anything that might be impacted here by these reciprocal tariff announcements. Right now, CME FedWatch tool still have 97.5% of participants here expecting that we'll have no cut, with 2.5% of participants expecting that we might get a cut there at the next meeting. When it comes to May here, we have pretty intense odds that we're going to be getting no cut, still 85.5% versus 14.2% that actually thinks we're going to be getting one cut, and a very small percent thinking we might get two cuts in May. So either way here, the odds generally suggest we're not going to be getting a cut for a little while here, guys. But this tariff announcement is certainly going to be one to be aware of. Make sure you check that out at 1 p.m. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks, Adara. Definitely exciting times there. I'll be back here for 1 p.m. and watching to see what happens. I mean, in case the numbers are different, right? I mean, we'll hear what percentages are going to be dropped and whatnot. And on that note, I do want to say thank you. First of all, I'm getting lighter, so on that note, we're getting lighter. But I do want to say welcome to a new member here, Options. Ooh. New member. And then a big thank you to Mad World here. Gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much for that. We really appreciate it. And you also had that super chat about Tesla. So I hope that trade did work out well for you, because, yeah, so far so good over here. We're getting ready to go to the gym. I have to check my way through. I assume that the streets may or may not have been plowed by now, but hopefully we'll be walking on the sidewalks, and hopefully they will be plowed. They're probably not very good, but all right. So Mad World, if you're still in that on Tesla, congratulations at day's high. So there we go, man. We're still in this. It's now $11 in the money. We're getting lighter. We told you where our next offer would be. It's above 360. Let's see if we get it. We're going to stop out of a third of it if it breaks through 3. Now it's 355. I'm still at 354. We'll be getting lighter on the Qs as well. Very light now. Again, don't want to be here. We're leaving. We'll come back. We'll figure it out. Stop orders all at the 50-period moving average. So you break the 50-period moving average on any of these things, and we will be out. SMCI, we got weaker on it. I only have, again, less than 10% left of SMCI. It made that move. It's fine. As Adara said, there wasn't really like any true stories here with it other than hype. So that has died down a little bit there. So we'll trade it to the long side, but stops in. Our stops, again, 50-period moving average there for SMCI cannot turn out to be a loser. So, yeah, man, the only one that we had, we're down a cup of tea here on Big Bear AI because we had it And then we did it, and we got stopped out right there, which turned out to be a bad stop, but now it's not bad. I think, again, I thought it could have got washed out there. Looks like maybe that was true. Looks like the volume picked up. That was a good washout. Now you're starting to go higher on Big Bear AI. So Rich Tech right now as well. We'll have a quick look as there's some people in the chat asking about it. So, yeah. All right, so there it is, $2-3. We already sort of build this out that it looks like it has to break that 3. I think it was like 330 or so. There's also a level there, so we'll be careful about Rich Tech. Again, I'd like it back at VWAP, but without much action, volume has its moments, so wait for volume spikes on RR. All right, Obi, only 4 minutes left. You'll join me again at 2 p.m. where we'll get going on that, and we'll talk more about probably tariff talk.
Yeah.
Look at GM, look at Ford, look at some of those names, aluminum, metal names, X, Nucor.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how that pans out. Hopefully, he's there in and around that 1 o'clock mark, and we get some market action there. Yeah, he said today's going to be the big one.
Yep.
I have no idea what he means when he's saying that, but we know that again, some of these tariffs have already been kind of I guess declared. And I'm curious to know whether he's going to be announcing anything with chips, because I know he was talking about tariffs on chips.
It seemed that
so if he
people know
says
something.
it's the big one, and it has anything to do with the market, I don't know if
And maybe
chips-
it's announcing crypto. I mean, a lot of people
maybe.
waiting for crypto.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'm
here's
curious.
the
I'm curious to know.
Maybe was asking that was the other day.
Yeah, nice. So yeah, no, I'm curious to know what it'll be, and there's definitely going to be opportunities of relative to that news when we are back. Into some balancing on.
Sounded so sinister.
Nice.
My God.
How was what do you call the champagne?
The which?
The champagne.
Good.
was
Good. Weren't you here?
Yeah, I was here.
You-
I think I wasn't here for when you guys popped.
yeah, very, very good. There was some left over. Yeah, no, it was good, man. Thank you, Obi. Of course, Obi, a huge
500,000.
Yeah, exactly,
A long
man.
time coming.
long time.
Congratulations. to
Yeah,
everyone.
and you're
Absolutely wild.
yeah, you're a big part of that, Obi. So we want to say thank you to that as well. Look, with only 3 minutes left. Thank you to Bears versus. Let me check on how many
taking a
likes
bit of
we
a
got
pullback.
right there because we're trying to get 2K. So we're
we
not
at?
there yet. Over 8,000.
Oh.
We're getting close. 1.6K right now. If you haven't done it, please go over there, hit the like, hit the subscribe. A couple good trades on board here right now, including TQ's 200 handles, SMCI, Nvidia, Tesla. They're all there. This guy's been trading Intel over there today. So hit the like button right now if you can, man. If you're watching, do it for us. And that would be absolutely fantastic, as we just hit 500,000 subscribers, 2 days ago. And we'll look to make some more magic happen. We can't control the markets.
On our way to million.
On our way to million.
Yeah.
Yeah, next stop.
Next stop a million. It only gets faster. It only gets better. It only gets bigger.
They say the next
and,
500,000 is the easiest.
Yeah.
I don't know if they say that or not, but I will hopefully.
Like how they say the first million's the hardest. 10 million.
Yeah, I can't wait till we
10
get to that
million's
level.
pretty hard, and then after that you kind of get going.
Right. Well, once you make 1 million, you might as well make 10.
Yeah.
And you go
If you
from there.
can, I think if you can make 1 into 10, then you've kind of shown your ability to flip games strong. And then after the 10, it would seem. I don't know. I was watching some interviews with the CEO of Interactive Brokers.
Right.
And that's kind of what he was saying. Lives only a block down from Trump. Yeah. I'm seeing. Yeah.
Coincidental?
Coincidental? I don't know.
Probably not, but probably, I mean.
But
probably,
his story is absolutely amazing. Like Interactive Broker has been around for a while, and kind of getting involved in the whole digitization
Yep.
of the markets as well. Kind of being one of the first players to do that.
Democratization as well,
Yeah.
maybe getting cheaper trading.
Yeah. So
Yeah, we're just going to put our stop order. We're now changing. I just want to.
Reddit coming back in.
Reddit coming back in.
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, some names coming back in. That's what I wanted to talk about quickly. So just noticing Tesla, again, we don't have many shares, but we are still on it. So less than 5%. We are going to get out now. Remember, we were watching the 50-period moving average. Our first it's a good thing we looked at this. We only have 1 minute left, and then we're out of here. We're going to throw the big guys. But if we break that now, it's 355.50. So that's where I've changed it to. It was at 350. That $2 makes a difference. So make sure you're on that, man, and make sure you have the right calls there and able to take that at the right time. So if that breaks down, we're going to get out. We've been covering all of this. So we talked about our 50-period moving averages. If that's where your outs are, then great. Those are where mine are. Trade your own book. People asking about Rivian in the chat, so shout out. Again, I missed the name, but I don't know what's up with Rivian today, but I guess it's getting that little bit of a bump up there as we possibly hold on, and we'll wait to see what's happening with some of those tariffs as far as steel and whatnot, as car manufacturers do get that bump to the upside there today, of course. I don't think Rivian's not, are they making in Mexico? No, I didn't think so. So right now, Georgia? Yeah, Georgia was the big plane that they got the funding for. So we'll wait to see what's going on with Rivian. But anyways, a nice move to the upside right there for RIVN. Do I like the stock? Yeah, no, not really because of EV, but I like the way it's looking right now. We talked about Ford, how that's down near lows. Rivian has a long way to go before it gets anywhere near where anyone's probably selling this stock. Yep. So I do like the base down there, honestly. I run that 1230 mark. So we'll see. It looks like it's basing out next move higher for Rivian, it looks like. So yeah, if you've been able to catch that, congratulations. Rivian looks pretty good. All right, Obi, wrap it up and then we'll get out of here.
Yeah, no, it's been a solid morning session. Absolutely strong market. You guys saw some great trading here by Sean himself, getting long on a lot of these tickers. Even the market itself, as it ripped to the upside, we did get past that 2200 and the 6100 on the NASDAQ and the ES respectively. I'm curious to know what the tariffs have in store. We'll be back with you guys at 2 o'clock. Take it easy.
Ciao.
Boom, there it is. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade during the midday. That is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And I just closed the window that I was supposed to use, Joseph, to do the shout-out. So, I think it should be an easy fix over here. I should be good about that. Besides, it takes these guys a little minute to get in from the other chat. All right, here comes everybody. All right, we're waiting. I'm still waiting. Still waiting. There we go. We got the main man, Juan Padilla. How about Chucky? Droopy, you ain't gonna get me with that last part, my man, but shout out to you. We got Vapa. We got Pax, ABF, Daniel Vargas. We got Speedy 8747, Zachary, Deella. We got the OG, J, Dang Lee. Loser, so what? Like that name. Hi to you too as well. We got Vern. We got Kiur Rena. How about Sarah Burdette? Not Burdette, by the way. He's good. Spoke to him. He's doing fine. Shout out to the spiled one. We got T-Money. We got Thomas Johnson. We got Safe. How about Kevin Kelly? Fiddlebeck joining us as well. As well as who else over here? Ram's in the chat. She's saying hi. We got Big Asian. And I know how to say your name in Mandarin. Da Yaojoren. Boom! Right there, baby. We got Vizbot. Thank you, Adair. We got the printer. We got Lady Luckstar, Charmine Khan as well joining us. We got Midday. What? Midday Rester. Okay. Andrew Chow. Who else we got? We got Sam L. We got Kunal Mathur, Charmine Khan. Who else we got over here? Michael Estrada. Oh boy. George Brothers. We got Retro Stocks. Uplift Markets. Las Polos Hermanas. That's one of your boys right there. Scott J. Market Sniper. The Piper. Tyrone Hamilton. Scott J. Who else? My dad's account. Love that name. Fantastic. And then your boy there, Nimrud, coming in fast with the shekels. Hey guys, bought MBRX. It's halted and does it take my stop loss? Can it break 20% before my stop entered? I don't know, brother. We're gonna need to have a look a little bit more at that at the moment. But Joseph.
Yes, sir.
We're gonna do this lesson, but I'm gonna show them real quick what we're looking at.
Show them what you're looking at, my guy.
So we're involved in a trade, guys, right now. EDSA, we're taking some off the top there. Next level, I'm waiting for 71s, but this one is awfully volatile. Here it comes to the downside. This looks like a failed break, and that's where I'm going to get out right there, as that one failed VWAP. So I'm not going to dance with this one below the volume weighted average price. We did de-risk a little bit there, but we give some back. Here is what I'm looking at, though, guys. There's lots of small cap gappers today, lots that are halting to the upside. And downside. MBRX in focus. This thing's up over 361%. If it can stay open, we'll trade it. AMOD also dancing with VWAP, but a whole bunch of lower highs. Kind of concerned about a flat bottom break there. AUR, this one looks awfully good, headed to the high side here. Not the biggest percentage winner on the day, but a hell of a good looking bull flag. EDSA, the one I'm involved in. Again, you probably guessed why I was involved in it, because it weaseled on to the volume weighted average price. Keeping an eye on that. I'm going to change SMCI to MGOL because MGOL is going. It's on its way to $1. It's a different trade north and south of $1, so keep your eye on that. And then last but certainly not least, Joseph, PGY coming back into that VWAP area. Kind of looks like it could be a head and shoulders, so I don't know about this one. We're going to keep an eye out on that. Hope everybody prints up a storm. Joseph, what do you got?
Hey, yeah, let's go, guys. A couple of things I want to touch on before we hop into this lesson. I know there was an individual in the chat who said they had some lucid calls, and they're saying 350 or something along those lines by Friday, and myself, I'm like, there's no way that Lucid is going to trade all the way up to 350. And sure enough, here we are. I was wrong. This is why it's so important to construct your own game plan and follow through, because it's working out really well. So whoever had those Lucid contracts, congratulations to you. It seems to be working out close to that target that you're looking for, 350. I mean, time is against us here. But this is something, a good step in the right direction. So good look there on Lucid, guys. But we're going to hop right into the lesson. We're going to be doing some tape reading today, guys. We're just going to basic stuff on the time and sales, what I go through. And you know what? A lot of people refer to it as an art, and I couldn't disagree more. You're always learning something from the tape. But what we're going to do is we're just going to hyper-focus on when we want to look at it and in specific times, because a lot of it can be noise and the majority of it is most likely noise. So the key to reading the tape is, and when we'll touch on this in the lesson, is just look at it in specific areas that you are looking to base your thesis and trade off of. A lot of it can be noise, and I think that's extremely important to do so. All right, guys, so let's get right into this here. The time and sales, also referred to as the tape by many traders, is a real-time display of the current trades being executed. Simplistic enough, it shows important information, probably some of the most important information, such as time, the exact time the trade occurred, price, the exact price at which the trade was executed, size, the number of total lots shared or contracts traded, okay? And then trade condition, whether the trade, so what do I mean by trade condition? Whether the trade occurred at the bid, ask, or in between, okay? So that is extremely important. And one thing about the tape is that it's not misleading. We know that you can remove orders on the level 2. Spoofing is what you would like to call iceberg orders, but the time and sales does not lie, okay? Whatever transaction goes through is real time, and it is not displayed as any false, okay? So keep that in mind. The L2 can be misleading. We're not going to talk too much about it today. We will talk about it later. But one thing we do need to understand is that the time and sales is legit. It is never going to lie to you. All right. So understanding the bid and ask when watching the tape, we're going to send it to an Adara in just 1 second. So understand the bid and ask. When watching the tape, you're watching real-time transactions, as we previously stated. These transactions can take place on multiple levels. At the bid, and inside the bid and ask, at and above the ask, and at and below the bid. The bid is the highest price a buyer is willing to pay for that underlying asset, and the ask is referred to as the offer. It's the lowest price a seller is willing to let go of that underlying asset, okay? So keep that in mind. We're going to send it off to Adara and get right back.
Something's going on with Apple, guys. Okay, get it, Adara.
So Tim Cook just posted this tweet. I'll show you guys the tweet. This came out right at 11 a.m. sharp, basically saying, get ready to meet the newest member of the family. Hashtag Apple launch. It's going to be Wednesday, February 19th. So a week from yesterday, less than 7 days from now. It looks kind of doorbell-esque here, but we don't know exactly what it is yet. We'll find out on February 19th. Either way, people getting very excited about this stock. And by people, I mean people getting involved here. New high of days for AAPL above 240 as we get this Apple launch. February 19th. Sounds like a new product, given that it's going to be a new member of the family, guys. You?
I mean, what is this, bro? Timmy, man. What do you, Timmy, come on, Tim. What is
great.
this? What am I looking at,
That's
man?
fantastic, man. Look how antsy you are now to know what it actually is.
Because I'm in the position
Yeah, so
for the
am I.
long term.
Yeah,
this
am
is
I,
so
man.
annoying.
Let's go.
Show
Hey,
yourself.
man. Show
February
yourself.
19th. We got to have to wait a week for this crap?
Hey, that's all right.
Unreal.
That's right. Buy the stock here. They got something new coming out. I wouldn't be surprised if it's slightly. It does look like a doorbell button, Sharif. There, so really innovative there. I think on that front, my friend. All right, guys, let's hop right back into everything. Apple is really moving. That volume is. So we're gonna try to get through this here. Identifying the prints on the time of sales. So green is at or above the ask, is what I use. Buyers are aggressive. Red or at or below the bid. Sellers are aggressive. So white and black in between the bid and ask. Passive execution and neutral sentiment. All right, so keep that in mind. Buyers in control. Large transactions at or above the ask. The ask price keeps getting lifted due to the size, and we're going to look at some examples with that. All right, sellers in control. Large prints executing at or below the bid. Bids continue to get hit and price continues to move lower, okay? So now let's look at some examples here. So one thing here we have at the ask. I use two simplistic colors. I use a light green and then a darker green, and that's gonna tell me if it's at the ask or at above it. I use black for in between the bid and ask, and then the same kind of gradient fill here with the bid. A light red with a darker red for a below the bid, okay? So keep that in mind, guys. Those are just some examples, and then we're gonna look at this here. So how to use order flow in your trading system for scalping / intraday trading. Watch for aggressive buying and selling patterns to confirm possible direction of the trade and trend. In breakout and breakdown trades, look for consistent aggression above and below the bid or ask with high levels of volume, really important. For momentum and opening drives, analyze repeated prints in the direction of the momentum. Use custom color-coded time and sales to track which side is in control. All right, so now let's get into some examples. I want you guys to focus on this chart here first, okay? So you can see where we're at in the day. Fairly early, and it can be really misleading sometimes in this direction, but I want you to be able to identify this style of tape, okay? So this is really aggressive. I went back on my replay mode and I picked this stock individually because I knew it had a strong opening drive. Why? I'll show you that momentarily, okay? So keep that in mind. So what we have here, you can see at 9:31, you see that flush. So I had to screenshot that. It's extremely quick. Things happen really fast, okay? But you can see that aggressive buying, sellers just continuing to let go of shares at higher prices. And then look over here on this chart, guys. We're now a minute later, close to exactly a minute later, and look how much the price has significantly moved, $1.50, okay? That is quite a bit. And you can see some more aggression here with above the asks. Sometimes you'll see that extremely aggressive, but that clean flush is something that you need to keep your eye on, and that's exactly what I do when I'm looking for specific entries in the opening drives, okay? A clean flush and extreme aggression on one side of the tape, and that side being the ask, okay? So now look, this is a real-time, this is a live trade that I took here on the floor using this tape. I knew that trade was strong, so we can see the aggression here, right? Really strong time of sales. Now look, I enter that trade exact same date in that aggression, and then that's when you get that move higher. So we're around at 126.50. You get $1.25 just like that within a minute when you see that style of aggression on the tape, okay? So that's exactly what I'm looking for time and time again. All right, now here's an example to the downside. NVDA again, just a few days later, okay? So what day was this? The 27th, literally the next day, okay? So literally the next day, you see that same aggression flushing on the tape. We're gonna focus on this chart here and the time. So right at 9:30, you see that weakness stepping in, and then sure enough, look, within not even a minute, just a little bit over a minute, you drop another $1 and a bit, okay? So you can see when you have those flushes on the tape, that aggression on either side, you can look for that momentum to continue in that direction, and that's exactly what we're looking for here, okay? So example here, 1 minute, and then a minute later, continued to the downside, all right? So putting everything all together, confirming breakouts. If price breaks above resistance, watch for buyers lifting the ask aggressively. So you want to see those flushes in the tape and the volume stepping in. If price breaks below support, watch for sellers smashing the bid, okay? Keep that in mind. Breakdown, identifying fake breakouts. If price breaks above resistance, but the tape shows weak buying, it's likely a fake breakout. If price breaks below support, but there's weak selling, it may be a bear trap, okay? So keep that in mind. A lot of indecision, low volume. Bid equals buyers, ask equals sellers. Tape shows who is aggressive. Ask above the ask equals bullish. Below the bid equals bearish. Combine tape reading with price action, and you're gonna change your trading drastically, guys. That's the lesson. As Sharif says, I hope everyone prints up multiple storms. Let's see what A's up to at the desk.
We're going to take a look here at Disney DIS. Apparently this, as reported by Reuters, this joint venture here between Reliance and Disney, this joint ventures in India, is apparently going to stop completely free IPL cricket streaming. So this joint venture will offer limited free viewing before they offer the subscription model. And apparently this offering is going to be priced at 149 rupees per quarter. So quarterly pricing here for this DIS Reliance joint venture. Not confirmed. This is just a report we're getting from Reuters. Back to you.
Interesting there. Thank you very much, Adara, for that excellent information. Boom! Give me my money immediately. Here we go. We're going to take some out right there. All right, EDSA, we're long 43s. I've got to pay some bills, though, so we're going to have to take a timeout. I do apologize. All right, what are we doing over here, Andre? We're doing Firefly. All right, guys, with an FDA-cleared proprietary database of over 77,000 brain images, Firefly is transforming healthcare with AI-driven diagnostics, providing clear, data-backed understanding of brain health. After more than a decade and over $60 million invested, Firefly is advancing commercialization of its Brain Networks Analytics BNA platform, bringing the technology to clinicians and pharmaceutical partners. Love that. Firefly is enhancing the diagnosis and treatment of conditions such as depression, dementia, anxiety disorders, concussions, and ADHD, while also accelerating drug discovery and early screening for conditions like Alzheimer's. I love hearing headlines like that. We always want to champion those causes. I know that that's a thing in my family, Alzheimer's, and it's ugly, real ugly. So if anything can be done about that, definitely going to champion that. All right, here we are. We're involved in EDSA. We're long 43s, baby. Now I'm seeing 72s. I got back in, and the reason I got back in because it defended VWAP. The reason I got into the trade was VWAP, and the reason I will get out of the trade is the volume weighted average price. Now I'm going to wait at 82s. We're going to see what comes from that. I'm hanging out a little bit higher right now, keeping my eye on EDSA. Now, I want to mention one very important thing. I've mentioned this before with these small cap gappers. The range per candle on EDSA is quite wide. It is not a narrow range. What the hell does that mean? Why is he talking about range per candle? I've never heard that. Well, it's something that I came up with. And what it means is it's very, very volatile within whatever time frame off which you're charting, 5, a minute, whatever. So what do you have to do in order to account for that? You need to account for that using sound stop placement. You can't be too tight with your stops. You'll get wicked out. Number 2, you have to be a bit more aggressive, in my humble opinion, about where you place your beak wetters, your profit takers. Well, why is that? Because it's got wide range per candle. So by definition, if that is true, it's moving quite aggressively from your entry, which should be at the lower end of the range, to the high end of the range. So keep that in mind. Let's see how many outs I have left on this bad boy. Yeah, we got one more out left. So we're waiting at 82s. Either I get stopped out through the break of 40 or I print at 82s. I'm also involved in CVS as a second day play. It was an earnings winner yesterday. They did quite well. They got a plethora of different upgrades today from all these different rating agencies. Very impressed with how they were able to generate revenue from their insurance business and shore up costs simultaneously. I'm in this one at 65. For one simple reason, the pullback into the volume weighted average price. Let me show it to you on the 5 over here, give you a better idea of what I'm looking at. CVS, by the way, guys, trades on the NYSE. All right, 1 second, Adair. I'll send it to you in a hot second. So this is the entry into VWAP, a hold, a double bottom at 65, and then we move on our merry way. But this is the big but. It's putting in lower highs. So I need to be concerned about that. Great, VWAP hold, wow. But it's putting in lower highs. So if it doesn't continue moving up and show me that it can change that pattern, the bearish pattern of lower highs, I'll flatten out, break even. We're going to keep an eye on that. Are we going, Adara? Oh, go.
Keep an eye on anything that is healthcare related. Keep an eye on anything that is marijuana related. Keep an eye on anything that is psychedelic related. Why? Because we have news here. Apparently, I'm hearing that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has been confirmed as the Secretary of Health and Human Services. So he is known for not being super pro-vaccination, though he and Trump have already apparently met with some of these executives from these health companies. But keep an eye on Moderna, which is following right here as well. He's also not considered to be super pro-marijuana, and he's been a little bit mum with regards to the legalization or the
Get it, CBS.
rescheduling. So keep an eye on MSOS. Then also here, anything that is related to the psychedelic space. So MindMed here, MNMD. Actually getting a nice push to the upside. So great look for psychedelic stocks. Be cautious here with some of these healthcare plays and with some of these marijuana-related names, guys. Back to you.
That's it right there. Get it, RFK. I've been holding that for a hot minute ever since they announced his nomination to be what's it called?
You're asking the wrong.
No, I forget the title. It's basically the health secretary. I just forget exactly the full name there. We all know how he feels. He's trying to walk back a little bit from his chatter on vaccines. Yeah. We saw biotech stocks get hit when he got the nomination. We saw these other kind of alternative medicine things. Case in point, MindMed, boom, and I've got a play on that. Full disclosure.
He had a little alternative medicine issue in his earlier days, didn't he?
Oh, the air quotes. I see. Let's just leave it at that. He's now a powerful man.
Exactly.
All right, guys, we're moving on up here, and it ain't to the east side, baby. We're taking everything out on CVS there. Very happy with this trade. It was a VWAP pull into 65. I just wet the beak there in the mid 40s. Please as dang punch, as Adair likes to say. We're going to see if we can do a little bit more on this one, but I'm still concerned about this 65.50, 65.60, double top. We clear that level, I add back into CVS. Not one that I typically trade, but it's been in my purview because of the earnings yesterday. Back to EDSA. I've got one more out left on this bad boy. Well, the best print we have here is 75s. I'm now waiting at 82s. I either get stopped out or I print 82s. Let's see which one comes first. Joseph, what do you got, my man?
Yeah, I got a lot of stuff. The others in the chat says, I have a feeling Apple is launching a fitness smart ring. That's going to be really interesting. Now, now with that coming out, I really want to see what it is. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's somewhat lackluster. I don't know why, because I don't know if they have anything on the horizon and how groundbreaking can it be, but we'll be looking forward to that. But let's see what A is up to.
Couple things to be aware. If you're Meta on watch, you're floating a little bit. The information reporting that TikTok is apparently working with an unnamed key person in Trump's administration on the ban issue. And apparently TikTok CEO is also planning more streamlining as we have these talks. So looks like TikTok is still trying to stop this ban from happening again. We have a 75-day hold that came into effect on January 20th. So keep an eye on Meta, keep an eye on Snap, keep an eye on Google as well because they have YouTube. And also keep an eye on PCG. PG&E, this is a completely different catalyst, but this one here, I'm seeing something coming through the line here. Apparently PG&E has 50 megawatts here of data center demand under construction. So data center related catalyst here for PCG. We know a lot of these utility names that have been associated with data centers have been doing pretty well here. So this certainly one to watch. Back to you.
It's not a small amount of gigawatts there, Joseph.
No, it is not. Fugazi Bear says, Joe, has Apple made a folding phone yet? No, and I don't think it's going to be the folding phone.
They were talking about it.
They were talking about it. Yeah,
there was hints about that.
Yeah. Again, we'll wait and see. It's buy the rumor type stuff here, I think, Sharif.
Sir.
And then when it comes out and people, if you'll know if the street likes it or not, if it's going to be groundbreaking, because it's either going to do one thing or the other. It's not that complicated. But here we go, guys. Let's talk a little bit about Bitcoin. Not really in breakout range, so not going to try too hard on this. Little grab here, only took 10%, so stopped at a 90 there. And then same thing, we took another stab. This thing's weak. We're going to focus on things that are strong. But the issue is here, guys, is that we're so extended from VWAP, and I like to take my entries around there. You don't want to chase anything. So with NVDA, you're not going to grab it up here. We're up over 3.5. We're up around 3.5% on this session. So we got to wait for that pullback and then just wait for that continuation in strength. But here's prime examples. If you guys look at the tape, it's relatively mixed, right? So I don't want to get involved with this. You'll see green flush, you'll see red flush, you'll see the in between, but yet the price movement isn't really doing anything. So that's why referring to in the lesson is just focus on the tape in key specific areas that where you're looking to take the trade, like the opening drive within the first couple minutes or so, etc. And then maybe at extreme highs and lows, and then you can see that the tape flip. But just from in between and just in times like this where we're already at some high, near the high a day, we're consolidating a little bit, you can see that mixtape and it can be extremely misleading. So don't hyper focus on it all the time. Just look at it at key levels and when you want to enter trades. Any thoughts on Coinbase from Chill Vibes? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they report after the bell. So we'll take a look at Coin. And again, like Hood did really well, especially in the crypto space. So what was it, up 700% year over year, Sharif? And they made record revs, so on execution revenue, but half of that came from crypto. So we need to keep that in mind. What is that going to do for Coinbase? Let's take a look at it from a daily perspective. It's extremely strong today, consolidating. It is forming lower highs, and that's okay, but let's see what we got going on from a daily. So we're in this range here a little bit, Sharif. That report's going to be really important. If Hood is reporting that it has significantly higher transactions in the crypto space, then I wouldn't be surprised if Coinbase kind of follows that lead as well too, guys. So we're going to be really patient. I know there's a levered ETF that Sharif told me about. It's like CoinL or something along those lines. Look to trade that from an intraday perspective if you think this is a little too expensive. But again, we'll sit and wait for that report. Don't think I'm going to trade it intraday right now, Sharif.
All right, guys. I'm keeping an eye, guys, on your comments. I do appreciate it. MGOL. So let's talk about a couple of them. So MGOL is halted to the downside right now. I didn't touch this one again because it was doing the dance with absolutely no underwear or pants with that $1 area, and it has to clear $1 for me to get involved. We've talked about this. There are algos that will not trade or anything south of $1. There's also, you know, the 4 decimal places that give you more areas to post offers, which causes a bit of resistance to the high side. So I was actually debating here on MGOL to weasel in, even though south of $1 at around 83 pennies. That's where VWAP is on my chart. But then all hell broke loose because then it halted to the downside at 73 pennies, 10 pennies from where I would have gotten in. So needless to say, that one right now is on my S list. So we're not gonna touch that one at the moment. But I do want to cover AMOD, and I want to cover MBRX as well, because I hear you guys yelling about AMOD. That one is not to my liking. MBRX is. Obviously, the problem with it has a fantastic looking chart right now. It just doesn't stay open long enough. The liquidity is an issue. Getting in and out, obviously, is an issue unless you're posting your sell orders and buy orders ahead of time. I have trouble with these ones that halt to no end. I had a good trade on one a few weeks ago, I think. But, I'll trade this one as a last resort, really, if there's nothing else that I perceive to be worthwhile. Shout out to Tisha. She's in this. She's looking at this one right now. I don't know, Tisha, if you're caught in the up halt. Even if you are, I think that this one's going to break 250 easily. Maybe not the next opening, but the one after that. Anyway, I'll keep an eye on it. What I perceive here to be is, a bull flag a little bit with maybe this outlying area up here. And let's see if we get that second continuation of the second bull flag. So we know how the bull flag pattern works. It's a big pull, a sideways consolidation where we whiffle and waffle, and then there's the breakout area from the top end of the range or whatever downward channel or trend line you're basing the top end of the range on, and then we usually get something akin to the initial move there. So the pull is how I'd be measuring that, okay? Off that 210 breakout, maybe that 220 breakout. It really depends on where you're charting, but we're not talking that much of a difference here. With respect to AMOD, look, I like it. but it's going to have to show me something different. Right now, it's a symphony of lower highs with a flat bottom, defending 4 and change. It really is wicking below VWAP, sometimes weaseling down to 4. The last little while, it's been bouncing off 410. I don't like it. I don't like it for the simple reason that it... What the hell is this? Okay, show yourself, AMOD. All right, we'll change this, UPST. Change it quickly. And then we'll go AMOD. Come on now, there we go. So I don't like this for that exact reason. I need to see higher highs, higher lows, something other than, you know, just bouncing off that VWAP area. That's just not enough for me, especially with these aggressive lower highs. So that's how I feel about AMOD. If it gets off the schneid, as my friend Neil likes to say, and starts curling back up, putting in those higher lows incrementally, I'm aces. I'll involve myself in that, but not until then. It's really, Joseph, AUR. This is the mistrade here. This boy is going. It was so strong that when it did this little consolidation area here for the initial bull flag, it was well off VWAP. Well off the whole dollar level. $8 is the closest whole dollar level there. It was just so strong that people were front running it, buying it at 810, and here we go again. We're moving to the high side here. High day right now is 865, so 8 2/3. I perceive this to be possibly the or the initiation, I should say, of the second bull flag after putting this initial bull flag in. So AUR looking the best of the bunch right now. How you get in, that's probably a little bit of a tougher challenge. Now, my attempt to get into AUR would be to try to get something off that 840, maybe 845, because we've already seen buyer exuberance, buying this ahead of the whole dollar, buying this ahead of VWAP. So if I was going to base it on 840, which is the top end of the bull flag, I have to make the assumption that buyer exuberance will continue, and they'll be people buying it in front of that 840. So I personally would front run the 840 level. I would be out. I would have to give this one to VWAP. Okay, you don't have to give it to VWAP, but I think it's a sound strategy. So maybe you get in a piece of the position at 840, and then if it tanks, you DCA into VWAP. It's not really the ideal plan. Obviously, you'd like to be able to get that 840, 845 dip, and then we move up along our merry way to the high side. But AUR looking real good right now. Okay, MGOL is opened off that halt at 73. It's weaseled back up into 78. Still trading south of VWAP, and obviously still trading south of that dollar. So I'm not really all that ambitious into weaseling into this one. But I want to tell you about Upstart. Okay, because Upstart looks good here, and I'm trying to decide how I want to work into this one. I was about to work in, and then I decided a little bit better of it. Now, I would have had a decent trade on this one for like a 30 penny win or maybe a little bit more. Here's the deal with Upstart. Obviously, it's an earnings winner from yesterday. You can see that after a market move where we rocketed up. We made higher lows and higher highs yesterday, and we're continuing with that pattern today of higher lows and higher highs. The situation, though, is how do we work into this? It showed its tendency yesterday to not respect the volume-weighted average price. We had that initial move up at 930 from, where were we hanging out? Like low 80s, and then we worked up into almost 90, 89.50. We did retrace almost 50% of the move. So fibs would have been interesting here. We weaseled down to 84. And then we reclaim VWAP and make another higher high. So what I'm trying to say here, lacking eloquence, is it hasn't respected VWAP the last few times. So I'm kind of hesitant to want to base an entire trade on VWAP. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to continue to stare at it. And then I'm going to look for, thank you, dear. I'm going to look for higher highs and higher lows. Something to prove to me that, okay, VWAP is featuring here. It is going to be an area of support. So that's what my thinking is right now for Upside. I don't mind working into this, a bit more expensive, but it's going to have to show me a marked change in trend. If it doesn't, I'm just going to let that one go, and then, you know, we'll look for something else. So Upstart in focus. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, we got a lot of super chats here, guys. You went over the Nimrod one, I believe. Then we have Vecna. We do inputs before 1 p.m. It looks like they came in a little bit earlier there, Vecna. So there it is. I don't know how I feel about that, but again, your your decision. But let's pull up my screen here because we got another $10 super chat here from Sadie B. So Sadie B, hopefully you're listening now. Hey, Joey Options. I have a Netflix May 16th, 2025 called Bang. Already, I'm not even done reading it. Thumbs up, he bought that time. Now up $1,674 or 19.25%. The underlying is making all-time highs, so I don't know what exit price is set, any formulas or advice. Yeah, well, we can do one thing. This thing is extremely strong. We know that they had record subscribers, beat the estimates, doubled the estimates actually. So here we go. Dang. One thing is okay, so now you have something that's heavily in the money. So now you just got to ask yourself, how much of that profit are you willing to give back? And then set your trailing stop to that. Okay, other than that, you have a lot of time. Let the thing continue to appreciate. If it's working, let it continue to work. I see people are saying a couple of comments like take the profit, take the profit. I don't disagree, but if something's working, try to let it continue to work. But then that's when you set that trailing stop in. And that's why I asked you, what are you willing to lose of that unrealized profit that you have, and set your stop to that. So if it's $1,600, it's like, okay, I'll be happy to walk away with $1,300 or $1,200. Accept the fact, but then also accept the fact that, hey, if you get out of this trade now and take that profit and it continues to appreciate, then you just have to live with that. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Pay yourself. So my advice to you would be write down your options, no pun intended, and then put that trailing stop in and then let that thing continue to move. But again, you got to make those decisions yourself. I can only help you, but let's see what A's up to.
We have some news here. Thank you, Sharif, for bringing this to my attention because I did not see this come through. But basically, Mullen here announcing around 11:30 a.m. that they're going to be doing a 1-for-60 reverse split. Mullen has a 16% short float. Keep an eye here on MULN. Trying to pop a little bit right now, but this is also, in case you didn't know, it's a penny stock right now, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara.
Yeah.
You go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah. No, I'm just talking with some people. So, yeah, Sadie B says, thank you. The advice I need to know how to close out. I needed on how to close out. Thanks all. Who weighed in as well. Yeah, so again, you own that contract, right? So you can just go to close position if that's what you're referring to. Your broker will just allow you to do that, or you just sell that position. So that's it. Trailing stop, I think, is the best way. Congratulations on that trade. We agree with you on that Netflix trade. Live sports are full effect. WWE, they're playing football games, and they got a lot of new things in the pipeline as well too. So we like Netflix, Sharif.
I didn't even know these guys just like made trucks, bro. That's all. They make trucks and vans. If we can show this, Andre. Yeah, I thought they actually made cars. I mean, maybe I'm thinking about Faraday. That's what I'm thinking. 110-mile range. No wonder nobody's buying this. 125 miles. Bro, where are you going to go with 125 miles? Somebody needs to tell these people. No, I mean, come on. Payload? Yeah, I mean, I'm not really that impressed, Joseph. Anyway.
Can we build one or no?
Can we build one?
Yeah.
That's just boring to build. I don't want to build a truck. Yeah, but good call. Yeah, so Mullen, shout out to the OG Darwin. He brought that to my attention about MULN. So obviously it's a penny stock. We haven't been talking about it in a while. I mean, we used to trade a little bit more when it was around that dollar area, but it's been a hot minute, I think, since it's been at the dollar. Okay. EDSA, back into my entry over here. We've got one out left. So as I mentioned, I either get stopped out or I move to the high side and get printed at 82s. Now, this has been holding VWAP for a really long time. And it's not just VWAP that is the area of importance here. There is a really long consolidation area high from the pre. Look at this area over here, right at 330 to 340 area. We kind of whiffled and waffled there at the high end of the range all throughout the pre-market. So this is not just a VWAP hold. It is a price action hold. Where have we seen this inverted S from resistance to support and support to resistance many times? So it is putting in lower highs, though. I'm very well aware of that. I feel like this one is a great candidate for a flat bottom break there, Joseph, because it is putting in lower highs while maintaining that same bottom. But seeing as I only have one more out left, I will just let this one manifest in whatever way it might. I'm still staring at UPST here because it tried, try as it might, it did try to get above 94 to make that kind of area high, that breaking the area crest, but it did not. It did actually reject and made a lower high at 93 1/3. So I'm going to continue to pack my patience on Upstart. I'd like to get something in off a VWAP bounce, but I don't know if it's the right trade. And it's really spready. 31 to the top side, 08 to the downside. It's not a really wide spread like hundreds of dollars, but like the stocks that are hundreds of dollars that can be spready up to several dollars. But yeah, it is holding this general area. So I'm thinking, I don't know how I feel about that. When I'm break even, I'm cautious, says Tisha. I'm assuming she's talking about MBRX. She went on to say, I'm break even on the day and not looking for a red day. It would be my second one of the month. So break even and not seeing anything. I like it, Tisha. I like it because
the hands, man.
Eh?
Sitting on the hands is
Too, she's a great small cap trader, brother. She's there in the morning. She's there in the afternoon. She's doing her work. Shout out to Tisha Perkins, man. I like a bunch of stuff right now, Tisha, but nothing really breaking to the high side. Things are at area supports, whether they hold that area support like AMOD, EDSA, Upstart also an area support. So we'll see. And, Upstart's still putting in lower highs. So, yeah, your point well taken. AUR is the one that we waxed poetic about. That was the best looking of the bunch. Let's throw that one on over here. We'll take off ORMP. That's from yesterday. We'll throw on AUR, Joseph, because this is the one here that could be an interesting interesting entry right about here. And the reason I say right about here is because we cleared it. We cleared the $0.50 area and we got to 2/3 of a dollar. Now we're pulling back into the 10 exponential, and we've done that before and we've held every time. So I'm going long over here on AUR. I'm long at the $0.50. So let's see if we can wet our beak a little bit on the way up. I'm going to throw out some orders here to front run the high of the day. Obviously, we'll see if we can extract some profitability off this name. It's up 32% on the day, so it's not by any means, any stretch of the imagination, the biggest mover. It's also not a small cap gapper. It's a $14 2/3 billion market share, having traded 17.5 million shares on the day with a float of about 800 million shares, give or take. Let's have a look at what the short float is on AUR using trade ideas. We got about 8.21%, so decent. Not, anything huge, not negligible either. So we could definitely get something possibly squeezing to the high side. What is the catalyst on this monster? AUR, Aurora Innovation. So they got, I think that they were an earnings winner. Hold on, let me have a look over here because they got a whole bunch of target upgrades. Yeah, so they are an earnings winner. It looks as if they reported on the 12th. So yesterday, company reported its financial results and ended December 31st, 2024. All right, so you can go and have a look at their earnings results if you'd like, but there is also multiple upgrades. Cantor Fitzgerald upgrading them only Cantor actually. Yeah, that's all I see right now. Cantor Fitzgerald giving them an upgrade. They reported earnings. We'll have to see how they do. I'm waiting at 56s. Adair's at the big desk.
Just be aware here, Google, interesting little catalyst. Bloomberg reporting that Mexico has threatened to sue Google over its Gulf of America update for the map. So in case you missed it, they did change it on their Google apps from Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America. We know Donald Trump has been speaking pretty frequently about how he wants it to be called Gulf of America, but apparently Mexico does not like that because they have threatened to sue Google. This is just reported here by Bloomberg, so just be aware here, GOOGL, potential lawsuit threat from Mexico. Back to you.
Hey. Don't do that stuff.
Whatever,
man.
bro.
Don't do that stuff.
They're
man.
still showing it as Gulf of Mexico in Mexico. And then everybody outside. No. So in Mexico, they'll see it Gulf of Mexico. In America, they'll see Gulf of America. And then if you're outside of both those countries, you'll see both.
You'll see both.
Yeah.
Well.
That's what
I love Mexico, so I'll always consider it the Gulf of Mexico.
Oh,
so, yeah.
They're going to come at you.
Yeah, they're gonna, oh, yeah, I got to watch out for that. All right, hey, what's wrong with it? I love that place, man.
Andre said that the land out there was Mexico before, obviously, before the Mexican-American War. And, we don't have to go down that. But your point, very well taken, Andre.
Thank you for that, Andre. Uplift Market says, Joe, how can I play coin earnings today? I was thinking straddle, don't know what side, but I expect a big move. Well, that's why you play the straddle, right? You buy, put in a call at the same strike price, and then hopefully expect a drastic move. So what I did for you, Uplift Markets, is that I pulled up the expected move here on Coinbase, and it's about 8%, just under 8%, 7.9 to be exact. So to be honest with you, I think that's I don't think that's too big of a move, Sharif. Sharif has the data where you can tell previous expected moves, so what happened last quarter.
Oh, you want me to
But
look?
yeah, if you don't mind, if we can pull that up on Coin, that would be great. But again, only 8%, so I think that's doable. If you're looking to do that style of trade, then the straddle is a way to go. I personally have another strategy. Maybe I'll do a lesson on as well too. It's essentially just a 5-minute orb on the earnings report, right? So I told you guys yesterday, don't play the volatility spike, but once that 5-minute candle prints, there's other ways that you can play these earnings, and sure enough, that's what I was doing last night as well too. So maybe we'll do a lesson on that one, because we don't do it here, but again, we'll maybe do a lesson on that, but straddle is the way to go, or you're strangle. You don't know the direction, so again, just phase off a little bit. You don't know direction, then the straddle is the way to go. I think you have the right idea. What was the previous one?
Okay, so you want a coin, right?
Yes.
Here it is. All right, so Coinbase, my man. Last time we dropped aggressively 15.3. This time they're expecting plus or minus 8.5. I don't know what we were expecting last time, because I think is that what you were asking for?
No, I just wanted to know what the previous move was, right? And you said around 15 or so to the downside.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, there you go. Again, it might exceed that. I think it does, especially with the news on Hood. And I don't know. I guess Coinbase isn't going to be doing those event contracts that I found extremely interesting. That's just another word for like gambling on events, I guess.
Man,
right?
all these brokerages, they all feel like
but
I can
it's
bet
the
on
name.
weather now.
It's the name though. It's like event contracts. Stop trying to like put some icing on top of it. You know what I mean? We all know what it is. You're not going to change the name of it. But hopefully that helps you out with Coin there, guys. We're short Hood right now as well too. I'll pull that up for you before we send it off to Sharif. And I was looking at Reddit too. I heard the boys just talking about Obi. Was like, man, there's a lot going on this morning, and he was right. There's so many things. So what I did, Sharif, and I told you I'd do this before. It's like at nighttime, I just manifest and I just dig deep and I just constantly think about what I'm going to do from an execution standpoint. And I told myself this morning that I was just going to hyper focus on Hood, and that's what I did in the morning. So we're going to continue to look at this name. It was up a crazy amount after hours. But now slowly pulling back, and that's okay. We're still up about 10.7% on the session, but we are heading back in. This could just be a breath in the name, but with blowout numbers like that, I think this stock is going to continue to move higher in the coming days.
All right, so just 1 sec. I got to throw out a stop on there.
Yeah, for sure. I continue moving here. Golf of Canada says game day football. We'll take that. That's what Hudson's Bay maybe we'll call that. But yeah, here we go, guys. Golf of Mexico. Yeah, you're good to go. So let's see what Sharif's up to.
All right, guys. A new entrant in small cap gapper world has weaseled its way onto the scene. It goes by the ticker DOMH. Again, this is another one very similar to EDSA. It has wide ranges per candle. It's not a tight move here, so you're going to have to account for that when you're getting in. Let's talk a little bit about it. This is a small capper. It's about $63 million market cap. Light volume, though, guys, so far. About 3.75 million shares traded, and we're about 15 minutes from lunch, so that's kind of light. The float's decent. 3.7 million shares, a little bit lighter than 3.7, high 3.6s. DOMH, let's find out what the short float is. Another one with an 8% plus short float over here, 8.29 according to Trade Ideas. So we could definitely get some movement off this bad boy. It's above VWAP. It's very, very respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. Every single wick subsequent to 10:30, 10:25 to be exact, has bounced off the 10 exponential moving average. So currently, the 10 exponential on my chart's around 975. Something tells me that you're probably going to have to punch in a little bit higher. The current price, 1003, high a day, 1022. I'm talking about DOMH. We're well above the pre-market highs. You can kind of see that. We're well above VWAP. So all the rules are being met here in terms of my rules for trading these small cap gappers. Now we're just going to have to refine the entry. So DOMH becomes like the main one on watch right now. I'm still involved with AUR of what might beak a couple of times, but there does seem to be a bit of a seller right now in the low 60s, low to mid 60s. I'm waiting mid 60s. So we're going to have to pack our patience and see exactly what we get there. I'm still keeping an eye, obviously, on AUR. Where is it at? Show yourself AUR. There it is. We're going to keep an eye out on that, obviously. And then CVS, I'm not going to trade that one right now as it's coming right back down into that area. Upstart as well, losing VWAP, Joseph. So I was kind of very happy I didn't work my way into Upstart and insist on VWAP because I told you guys yesterday it didn't respect VWAP. It's having trouble with it again today. It seems like it's respecting the 50 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart, which is kind of what I'm looking at on my side chart there. So that's what I'm looking at. There's not much to talk about. EDSA, I did get stopped out of the last little bit there for a 5-penny loser. I had one more out on this one. We're still positive on it though. So AUR, my main focus, and then DOMH, we're going to take off EDSA because it lost VWAP, so it's no longer tradable under my system. Here we go. This is the level that I said that the 10 exponential was. So I'm getting in here. It's not letting me in. There we go. Where did we get? We got 78s. We're showing 86s right now. So let's hang out up here, see if we can scalp some out into that $10 area. So that's my look right now for DOMH. Anything, give me a sec, below 60. I'm taking it out on DOMH. Why? Because I got in for the 10 exponential. So I'm not going to plan on DCAing until I'm in the money. That isn't how I trade, nor how I want to. So that's what I'm doing right now. With DOMH, we just got some out there, Joseph. All right, let's see if we can get some out here. I'm waiting in front of 10. It's showing me 95s. I'm actually waiting at 95. So if we can cross, I'll get the print. There it is. Boom. To the high side. Appreciate you. Now we're going to wait on the north side of 10. We're going to wait at 07. See if we can move back up there. 22s, guys. On DOMH, the HOD, the high of the day right now. Let's see if this bad boy wants to continue to respect the 10 exponential. Right now, it looks like as if there is some selling coming in. Iceberg at 10. Nothing really posted on the book. You can kind of see that just like all ones with nothing coming in. So we'll see if this bad boy wants to head back to the high side, 46% and going here, baby.
Hey, let's go. Glass guy in the chat, what you said there, I was actually just laughing so hard.
What did he say?
It was actually funny. No, I don't know. I'm a dry humor type of guy, and he just said it's nothing crazy. I just find that stuff like hilarious. No, I'm assuming he's American, but he's like, New Mexico is now South Colorado. So I don't know. It's not that funny, but I think stuff like that is borderline hilarious. It's all humor, all fun and games. But I mean, here we go, guys. We got Money Talks asking for something. $5 super chat from
Holy, they're coming in fast.
Yeah, they're coming fast and furious today, Sharif. I see the other one from Jedi. It says, Joe, can you check out SN again for me? Dip by 104, looking to bounce into VWAP. Absolutely. So dip by 104. Oh, okay. You're going to get the nod from me from an intraday perspective, right? It's not the most liquid thing here, Money Talks. We got to keep that in mind, but you have the right idea. Right, and you know exactly what I'm going to point out here is like, look at this this pivot here. You got that doji hammer with that volume signature. So again, the risk profile is already laid out for you. If it breaks 102.41, you're out of there, and you have your profit target set 111 to VWAP or something along those lines.
It wasn't me. I don't know who hit
What happened? What was it? I didn't see it. Oh, was it? Oh boy, yeah. We'll hit that again. So there it is. I mean, hopefully that worked for you because you're a couple dollars in the money there, Money Talks. So again, good looking out for those turnaround signals. You nailed that one on the head. Not the most liquid, so keep that in mind. You have your out unless you're going to go break even if you've taken profit already. So 102 out of dodge, and then you can look for that profit target somewhere around here and continue with that trade. So good luck there. We got another super chat here. Sharif, what to expect from DraftKings? 250 DOP. I'm not too sure what that is. We'll take a look at DraftKings. I'm pretty sure they report after the bell too, guys. So we'll take a look at that right after we get back on Madeira.
Just be aware here of Google. We had that report earlier with regards to the Gulf of America. Now we're actually seeing Business Insider. I'm seeing this circulate here on social media. Apparently Business Insider reporting that XAI, which is of course run by Elon Musk, is apparently working on a deep search tool to compete with both Google and OpenAI. So with that in mind, keep an eye on GOOGL as well as MSFT. Microsoft, of course, is a major investor in OpenAI. Back to you.
Send it to Sharif real quick. Intraday perspective looking really good. I'll pull up the expected move here on DraftKings and see what we're looking at there. See what the options market's pricing in. And about 8.2% expected move here, EM on DKNG. running into some key levels here, guys. We're not quite at those all-time highs. We know that sports betting is just each state has their own provisions on it, and they continue to legalize it. So you just got to wait on that. But I think the numbers are going to be here pretty good here in DraftKings. Sure.
All right, bro. Okay, so DOMH, we got some out at 10s. I'm now waiting at 15, super close to getting that 15 print and cross, and then at 33s. I've got 2 more outs left. So far, doing okay on this one, but it's not really moving beyond that $10 area with any vigor. And I get that, right? $10, the whole dollar area. It's also the $10 area. So we could encounter some resistance at this level. We'll have to see if we can get above and stay above 10 on a closing basis. We have been already above it, well above it on a wick basis. Entirely different, though, than a closing print. Oh, here we go. More super chats. Bro, they're coming in fast and furious, my man.
Buddy.
Here, let's show this person. Flying Auditor. I like that $10 super chat. We're going to throw the cash there for you. A Texan Trader. Joseph, I enjoy your detailed explanation on how you trade. You're getting love today in the chat, my man. Shout out to you. Yeah, he's appreciative of that. Shout out to Flying Auditor, a Texan Trader. Shout out to you, my man. Appreciate the super chat. I'm still holding some here on AUR, but as you can see, we've been rejecting 60s now for a hot minute. So there is a hidden seller. Been waiting at 60s for a while. I'll submit to you that they're probably the same hidden seller that we saw at 63s, and before that we saw at 65s. So we're putting in incrementally lower highs right now on AUR. It feels like, somebody's got a short position up here, or they're taking profits incrementally, and they're moving their offer slowly down the book, or the book. So we'll see if we can get anything above 60, but nothing forthcoming quite yet on that bad boy. Let's move back to DOMH. This one's coming back down into my entry. I've already put my stop below 70, so we'll risk 8 pennies. I've got 2 more outs on this one. If it doesn't hold my entry there, which is the 10 exponential, I get out. Also, in addition to my entry being at around that level, look at this area trough. This is the lower, the higher low. So this 970 pullback right there that we printed at 1141. That's the area low. So if we make a newer low below that, well, then that's not the trade for me, because then we're changing the pattern of higher highs and higher lows into a lower low. So it's going to have to hold that area. Otherwise, I stop out. So those are the 2 trades I'm in right now. I don't see anything else much to my liking. I know SMCI is a monster today, and it looks awfully good. So maybe we can have a little bit of a look at that. It's up 4% and change, or was at least last time I looked at it. So this is the 5-minute on SMCI. Let me just throw out the ticker there so you guys can follow along.
I still have to work it out a little bit there. Yeah.
Work out for me.
Was that for me? Or are you still cooking up over
what you were talking about.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Eavesdropping on your conversation.
Andre and I, we got a little conversation.
Right.
You're going to have to put that to Spanish there.
Bro, he speaks Portuguese.
But it's close, man. It's close. You can
love it. I love it. We always do this with that.
I know, but
I know. So SMCI, here's the deal. It just breached the 10 on a quick wick basis. It's a 3-candle red pullback, but SMCI has been putting in higher lows for the majority of the morning with that kind of bull flag looking shape. So, a pullback on SMCI here could be money. It just really depends on how you get in and whether we continue on our merry way to the high side. We're still below yesterday's high. So, realistically speaking, we could get up into that $44 area without encountering real resistance. The high was around 44.5. So we're at 41.5 right now, with 41.94, essentially 42 being the high. We could squeeze up a couple of bucks. That's one side. The other side is we're putting lower highs and lower lows from yesterday, right? So we got that 44.50 high and then 41.94 high. We also have a lower low today with that 37.50 high yesterday. The worst we could do was about 38 4/5. So, maybe not a good trade on SMCI based on yesterday's price levels, but we'll have to wait and see there. So I'm in DOMH, I'm in AUR. Neither of them is forthcoming to the high side right now. I'm packing my patience. See what we can extract off this one, Joseph.
Yeah, that's nice stuff there. So, guys, we're going to continue to look at Hood, guys. We're starting to break through some key support levels, so that's just why I decided to take the break of this level. We know that we had a really, really strong earnings report in this name, giving back some of those gains, and that's okay. I do think for the foreseeable future, with those types of numbers, you're going to continue to grow in this stock. But as we start to depreciate here, we're going to start trimming some off here, Sharif, because we're starting to head lower and lower as the likes of NVDA and the overall market are coming in as well. But Apple holding up extremely strong, so that's a total positive sign. But one thing that I want to look at as well, too, guys, is Meta. Meta is just putting in another solid day. We're kind of hovering around some highs, so we'll continue to monitor that. But as of right now, I mentioned that Hood is my primary focus. I'm not usually used to trading it. I haven't traded it too many times. But again, just the same thesis. I see those numbers. I see the strength in the after hours. And you just look for the continuation of that strength and in those names, guys. So yes, the markets are falling. Guys, continue to let us know what you're looking at in the chat. Hopefully we went over all the super chats as well, Sharif, because I know a lot were coming in pretty quick. DKA, did you read Don't Fight the Fed in there? Did you read his? DKNG, fair value, $90 longs will get you paid today, he says in DKNG. And then we went over Jedi's and you went over Flying Auditor as well too. So yeah, guys, thank you so much for those contributions. It goes a long way and very much appreciated. Let's take a look at NVDA and see what we got going on from that standpoint. The thing is strong. I mentioned that yesterday might have been a breath in this stock, so we know that it didn't really do too much in the session, but one thing is, though, we didn't give up much of the grounds that we gained, and then now we're pushing back in towards this gap and filling this gap even more. I do believe that before the report we might even see 140. I said by the end of the week we close around 130s or so, and I think that's going to be the case. We got about a day and a half left in trading, and this name is continuing to be strong. You can see that the market is pulling back and it is holding up relatively strong. Same with Apple. So those are the names that you want to just continue to hold and continue with the strength. Somebody in the chat asked me about some Tesla options as well too. The thing is, with this name, I'm not looking to necessarily go long just yet, even though we had a strong early session and yesterday as well too. But again, you can still see sellers aggressively stepping in at key times. This can tell me like, hey, we're on these pullbacks that are a little deeper than expected. Is it turnaround type price action? And for me, that answer is going to be no. Can I be wrong? Absolutely, considering that we're still about 30% off those all-time highs, Sharif, 28 to be exact. I think it's going to take a little bit of time and some positive news in this name for it to completely turn around. I mentioned that I'm bullish long-term in this name. I will continue to be so. But as for this duration, I don't think we're ready to construct any new all-time highs or even potentially go and test them just yet, Sharif.
All right, Nimit, here it is. BSLK. Bolt Projects Holding, $25 million market cap, Nimit, with good volume on the day. It's 80 pennies, but we've got 46 million shares traded so far with a float of, I see, sub 1 million, 577,000. Here's the deal, Nimit. This is what they posted. This is why they were moving. 11.25, it came in, or it's posted at 11.18. Another exciting partnership coming soon, powered by Bolt. What is with the cryptic messages today? Apple, Bolt, what the hell is going on? But it's a good looker, my man. BSLK up 168.25% is not halted. It's trading at around 81 pennies and change right now, with the high of the day at around 85. So it's obviously a rocket ship. It's well extended away from the 10 exponential on the 5, well extended away from VWAP, which is at around 61 pennies. So be careful getting into this one, but it does have a catalyst, obviously very cryptic, and doesn't mean a whole lot to people. I mean, I don't know what the hell I'm looking at here. I don't care either. So that's what it is. Nimit, good look there. Shout out to you. I'm going to throw it on the side chart. Like AMOD is doing bupkis. It's below VWAP. So why not throw it in BSLK? We'll see if this one can pop up and continue to go. Adara, what's up?
There's a lot happening now in the market. As Sharif just mentioned here, we have Apple teasing a little reveal that's going to be next Wednesday. We'll have to stay tuned for that. But you don't have to stay tuned for long to find out what's happening here with reciprocal tariffs. It's going to be at 1 p.m. We get the big one according to Trump, when it comes to reciprocal tariffs announcements. So stay tuned for that. S&P 500 basically pushing up here off the open, running to a bit of resistance at that 607.40 area, and then dropping to the downside, still up about 0.5% on the day. See how the NASDAQ is doing because they've been looking pretty similar. NASDAQ looks almost exactly the same, up a little bit better, though, up just shy of 1% right now. Keep an eye on all these social media stocks because TikTok apparently still in talks with the Trump administration with regards to streamlining and also apparently with being able to kind of try to skirt this ban that is set for 75 days from January 20th. Of course, it was supposed to be on January 19th, but it was postponed. IPO and watch here has been open for probably about 10, 15 minutes now. KRMN, this is Carmen. They are actually a partner of Anduril. So keep an eye here on KRMN. We have so many earnings names. A lot of the earnings winners from last night look like this. Push up to the downside, then trail off all day. We have App actually looking pretty similar. So a lot of these names that did well in earnings potentially fading out a little bit all day today. It's something to look out for. And again, stay tuned for 1 p.m. Trump tariff talk. I will be giving you all the details on that announcement. But in the meantime, get the Bash Brothers.
That Adara. Yeah, guys, some people in the chat are asking about the Qs. Gorev and I were talking about it as well, too. I'm looking at exactly what you're looking at, Gorev, and I'm glad that you took that entry. It might have passed me, so we'll pull it in here. And again, what I was pulling up on the daily is that we're only about 1 1/3% away from those all-time highs on the Qs, so keep that in mind, guys. Super strong market. We're recovering a lot of the grounds that we lost. That's exactly what you want to see. You want to see these buyers really start to step in. But Gorev and I are looking at this hammer print on the Qs 5-minute, me specifically. So one thing that I like, Gorev, is that, okay, now this is really printing up for you. Nice starter position, man. Good look there on that trade. We're going to potentially put in a double hammer, a tweezer type price action on the 5-minute. And if we continue to crack through this with the inability to break and hold that to the downside, Gorev, I think that we can get a potential bounce. Are we going to construct a new high a day? I don't know. Time will tell on that front. But again, really good look. Hopefully you got in at the lows because I know you're crushing that already. I'm kind of starting to wish I took that trade, but that's okay. This thing is going to continue to be strong. The market is strong, especially with NVDA leading the way. That's exactly what we need to see. If NVDA decides that it wants to construct new all-time highs on that earnings report coming up on the 26th, I think the Qs are going to do the exact same thing. The NASDAQ will do the exact same thing. Let's take a look at SPY here. And see what we got going on. Exact same print there, guys. Gorev, one thing that we need to keep an eye out on, okay, so that's not a horrible volume considering the past hour has been significantly low as we continue to bounce there. So we'll monitor the volume by time profile consistently. But again, looking pretty good. Let's see if the SPY is closer to all-time high than the Qs, because the Qs are only about 1 1/3. And yeah, they're like less than 1% away from all-time highs on the SPY. But you can see we're stuck in this consolidative range here. But again, a couple big earnings reports in the likes of NVDA and some other good names can drag the market higher and higher. And I think that's going to be the case today, Sharif.
All right. I'm going to show something interesting. Is Ram here? Where'd she go?
Anyways.
Oh, no, it has more to do with her. I don't need anything. You'll see in a second. All right, guys, I've weaseled into BSLK over here for a bit of a pullback. So I'm going to look to actually dance with this one a little bit. I perceive this one to have a bit of support at 66 pennies. We can kind of see it topped out there a little bit at 66 before it pulled back and then broke the high. So I'll add in front of 70. Like, this one's a bit of a cheaper one, so I can kind of take a bit more size and not really get creamed if it goes the wrong way. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. Good momentum, though, from this name. Let's see if we can take out the highs. We have a high day right now of exactly 85 pennies. We got a catalyst. It's up 151%, but it is a sub $1 name, so I always have trouble with these bad boys. So BSLK trades on the NASDAQ, a decent short float, decent float as well. But we're currently out of the money on it. Looking to add into 70. I'm all out, though, below 66, because it's going to have to hold this area over here. Because, well, that's the previous area of resistance. So if that ends up happening, not taking it there. We're going to go to Adara in a second, but I want to mention I'm still holding that position right now on AUR, and I don't think I'm going to hold it for that much longer. As you can see, we're continuing to put in those lower highs. This one doesn't look like it's forthcoming and doesn't want to break that 60 penny area, so I think I'm going to flatten flatten out this trade if we get another lower high. Adara, what do you got over there?
I have Tesla on watch, seeing video footage. Apparently, Elon Musk arriving with, it looks like 2 children, I'm assuming his, to meet with Prime Minister Modi of India. We know that we've been wanting this meeting for a while, with Tesla looking to have that expansion into India, so this could be huge. We were also seeing reports that he was likely to meet with Modi when Modi arrived in the U.S., so just be aware here. Apparently, Elon Musk arriving, planning to meet him, guys. TSLA.
I like what on the blockchain says. She's in her office. Just make sure you knock before entering. So you got my joke yesterday. I do appreciate that. Now, we're going to tease her in a second. It has to do, obviously, with Duolingo. I'll just put that. I'll throw that out there. I just throw that. I took a screenshot yesterday. It may or may not have to do with her lack of participation in the. Yeah, so it's funny. All right, well, we're still involved in this one right now. Looking to build a position in BSLK. Just don't want to be caught on a V-shaped retracement. God knows I've been caught in these ones before, especially with these sub $1 stocks, as I always find it really hard to keep moving to the high side. We'll see if this one acts any different right now. SMCI's taking out highs again. It's at the high of the day, 41.98. It did breach the 10 exponential, which is kind of why I didn't want to get into it, because I had been respecting it before, but shows how much I know. SMCI taking out the highs, at $42. Again, I think we could theoretically and realistically, realistically get into about that 44 and still maintain that lower low, lower high situation that we had from yesterday. So it won't be an outsized day, but SMCI could be back to the high side over here at $42. Could take out those levels. Keep your eye out on that. Obviously, they didn't report. They didn't file, their report from last year as they were required, but I think they do have a few more days based upon the NASDAQ's deadline day. So we'll see exactly what all happens there. Just keeping an eye on some other tickers. DOMH, I got stopped out of for the last remaining amount. Where's that bad boy? Yeah. So we scalped nicely on there. Then I gave back a little bit on DOMH. It's been holding the 20 exponential around 9.5. If it holds it and then curls back up, I can be involved with that one. But at the moment, don't really want to add at the 20. It's not an area that I had predicted or I had basically looked at. Upstart, I see you guys calling that. Upstart is, well, it's breaking down below VWAP right now, and that's not to my liking. I was looking at Upstart for a VWAP hold. That was not forthcoming at all. It held VWAP for just a skosh. I mean, I had a little bit of 3-candle, 4-candle hold up, and then we went down along on our merry way. I think the low of the day right now is around 90 and a third. That ain't the level for me. We also broke below the IB high, or not the IB high, the opening range high at around 91.75. So again, this is not for me right now, Upstart, unless you're taking it short. So that's all I'm looking at now. Oh, wow, DOMH is losing the bid. It did not hold the 20 or the $0.50 at all. Look at it go down. DOMH could be an interesting long at 9. There's the hold dollar there as well as the volume weighted average price. So I'm going to put an alert on my side chart over here for that 9. I'll throw it around like 9.10 or whatever so I can have advanced notice of the level. But DOMH is losing the bid at the moment. It's breaking down into that $0.25. It could be an interesting long at 9, but I won't be guessing. It's going to have to prove itself. Show yourself. Here we go. BLSK back to the high side. We're break even. I'm waiting. There we go. There's the first print, third print, fourth print. Let's see if we can get the 5th. Come on, baby. Let's go. All right, we're going to hang out at 84 pennies. Joseph, there we go. Throw another order there. Zagging right now. BSLK having trouble taking out the highs. 85 penny the high. So I was able to take out substantial amounts there. But again, lower high. This could be trouble. BSLK, that's 3 lower highs in a row now right now in the 5-minute. Whether or not we got to move up, that is 3 lower highs. So I am on the lookout right now for a bigger pullback in. Could be coming into 65 pennies. And here it comes. I had a feeling, bro. Here it comes. I guarantee you this drops aggressively. Let's see if we can get the ad at 70 and if it holds up at VWAP. Currently, the 5-minute candle is the ugliest topping tail candle right now. Look at that. Takes out all those levels and then aggressively sells to the downside. This is losing the bid, Joseph. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm in some NVDA here. Gaurav and I just talking about it, but some individuals in the chat were asking me about INTC. We'll touch on that briefly. But Gaurav, I'm not in love with this entry. I do like the Qs one slightly more. We haven't even tested the VWAP or anything. So around 134.59, I'm going to get out of Dodge here. So it'll give me about 40 cents or so of risk. That's my game plan on NVDA, but I also want to see if it can go and test a high day, up just under 3% on the session. Let's take a look at INTC. I know Obi was trading that this morning as well too. So he's the individual. Who was it? Was it Westwester or 2NY? Was asking me. Yeah, 2NY was asking me to take a look at Intel to see if we got any potential long call options. Again, man, this name has been in the dumps for so long, in my opinion. I just don't trade it, and I don't trade it well, so I don't do too much due diligence. I don't do any like mental capital expenditure on this thing to tell you like, hey, continue to move it to the top side. So I'll have to read a little bit more on it, but if you're looking for call options, one thing you got to note here is that the volume is really starting to pick up, and then you can see that daily average true range starting to increase too. So with that, you're going to have heightened premium, so the volatility is up, that equals more premium. So you're going to pay more for that, and then if it doesn't continue, then you're stuck with something that's worth more than it's been price gouged, essentially more than what you're looking for, and then now you're just like, oh, it's not going to appreciate enough for me to be profitable. So just keep that in mind. I can't tell you any specific entry on INTC. You're going to run into some key levels here, such as this resistance zone around that 2661. So keep that in mind. It has now breached that gap again. So all gaps on good stocks will eventually get filled. Is this going to be the case here on INTC? There's some potential news there. Sharif was talking about TSM and INTC teaming up, so that can be extremely positive for this name. But again, wait for a pullback. It's now testing these levels. If you get that pullback, then you can look to enter. And if you don't, then just find something else to trade. Find a strong name. And that's just what I stick by. Like I don't want to fight trends. People were asking about AMD the other day as well too. And to be honest with you, AMD hasn't been on my radar. I haven't been paying attention to the stock. For my style of trading, it's not in play for the system, and that's okay. There's other things. So like, look at this downtrend. You're not getting those pops in it. You have those one-off days where it's like, okay, let's see if we get a little bit of a rally, a relief rally. But again, we don't get them too much, and they're not extremely strong, nor are they deep. So keep that in mind. But one thing I will point out here, though, Sharif, is that volume. Have we put in a potential bottom around that 105 level? Possibly. If we have the inability to crack that, then maybe it's ready to recover somewhat. But this name needs a lot for it to get going, and I don't know if it's coming just yet.
All right, I'm going to save this one for when she gets back. All right, here we go. We got it ready, though, Joseph.
Oh, is that the duo? Yeah. All right.
Shout out to my man, Luca. He sent me this graph.
Yeah.
And it's egg prices.
Egg prices.
But it's down from the States. So egg prices are going through the roof again in the
they had
States.
that last year or the year before, too.
They had that trouble, I think, last year or the year before, something like that.
Something
in Canada, we're a little protected, though, thankfully.
Oh, yeah?
We have, like, this kind of, I don't even know what it's called. It's like a commission where all the egg farmers, they have to sell their eggs to this, like, wholesaler that they're all kind of a part of, and then the wholesaler is the one that kind of determines price. So you keep the price fixed. Milk is the same way. Eggs, all like the staples, you would say, for food, kind of controlled in that way. So we don't have nearly as much price fluctuations with our food as the Americans do. We do with other things that are not controlled. Eggs, milk, one of the two items that are controlled. So we definitely didn't have that boost up, but I'm still paying the same thing that I'm paying at Costco or wherever I'm getting.
Is that where you shop at, Costco?
Sometimes I'll get the big 36s.
Oh, okay, because you're a big A guy.
Dude,
right?
12 a day.
Yeah.
Going through 12 a day.
Jeez.
Right? So yeah, that's like 3 days worth. Oh, she's arrived? Ram.
You're
I
on
have
their
something
side,
for
you
you.
said.
She's arrived. That's all I see right there. 7 lessons to one lesson.
what a
Alexis
beatdown.
is Ram Ram.
What a
okay?
beatdown.
Yeah, exactly. Where are you at, Ram Ram? I'm like dominating on this side over here. You've got, look at the little yellow one.
Yeah, a big
look
fail
at that. What is
But,
that?
but hold
Ram
on,
Ram?
what are you learning though, Ram Ram?
She's learning Arabic.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
learning
Okay,
Mandarin,
that's fair. All
right?
right, yeah,
So, whatever. They're both challenging, right? But this is Ram Ram right here. I'm gonna keep calling you out, Ram Ram, until you get that
set that
yellow
game up,
little thing a little bit bigger
I
there.
know,
because-
you're on the 16 all the time apparently, so you can hop on some duo, no?
Love it. Sorry to do that too, but yeah, maybe you'll get a little bit more motivated now. Shout out to Ram Ram. She knows I'm just kidding. All right, guys, what's going on over there, Katina, man? You come in and like there's a bull coming through the screen, dropping money out the back. People want to know what's going on.
We're still long SMCI $40.
The Katina Man's long SMCI $40. I was yapping about that one. That's a great look, brother. I think you can easily get 44s on that.
Just bought more Tesla. Right?
He just picked up more Tesla right now. Where'd you pick it up, Katina Man?
Literally right here. I just sat down and pushed it.
349 and change. The Katina Man just punched long into Tesla at these levels. I like these levels. These are pre-market highs. Good call, brother.
Break 348 we're at.
348 break. He's gone Xeno on TSLA. So the Katina Man long Tesla at this low level right here. It is a pre-market top area. And John Travolta, he wants answers. He's looking. He's like, where's the money at, bro? Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm just talking to West y'all in the chat here. Options question. I have 100 shares of Sound around 1550. Thinking of selling an upside covered call near the upper price target. Any advice on this one? $20 strike or higher. Thank you. For sure. Let's pull up Sound and take a look at what we're doing and if we should even be selling any covered calls. Okay, so you're in at 1550. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna fight that one. West, y'all. I think might be a good play here. Forming lower highs really key. So if we have the inability to crack that, then there might be some potential downside. Selling that 20 strike, I don't mind either. You can also just refer to the delta, right? If you're worried about your shares getting assigned, then just lower that delta, whatever it may be. So you just go higher up the chain to the short call side, right? So you just go increase it if you want that lower delta. But again, if you're in the mediocre of like, hey, I don't care if they get assigned, but if it also appreciates, then you can get the difference. So yeah, anything above this resistance level, you're gonna get the nod from me on that one. Now, as for time, from a time perspective, what are you looking at? If you want to do a week or two, I think that's good as well. Month may be a little bit lengthy because you are looking to collect that premium, and the shorter dated sometimes the better. Just get it out of your hair. And if it decides to continue to sell, you can just continue to roll that short call until you've reached a point where you're like, hey, I don't want to hold on to this stock anymore, or it starts to turn in your favor. Remember, price appreciation and price depreciation will always outweigh the premium received, right? It's just a hedge against the position. So if you're looking to mitigate that loss slightly, it's not going to fully cover it. Maybe you'll knock off 10, 20% of that loss. And a lot of people do that. I personally do that myself. It's like, oh, okay, something's not working out for me. Let me mitigate that here, especially in some options trade. I remember I had a couple of long options in the summer and I was just getting smoked on them. So I'm like, all right, let me hold some short duration calls against them, collect that premium, mitigate that loss, and then just reassess, either get out or do whatever you may. But I think that's the play. Anything above these key resistance levels, you can sell those contracts and just write the game plan out, Sharif.
All right, sir. We finally got the break there on AUR. Wow, this thing is nuts, man. Did you see what it did there? Wow, that was insane. Can I scroll down to see? Yeah, you can. You can see all those prints at 48, and then it popped up into 56. It's crazy, man. This stock, it just goes from being absolutely dead to becoming extremely volatile in seconds here. So it just dipped into 48 and then it popped right back into 54s. Right before that, I had finally gotten the print at 62s. This one had not been able to take out 60 in a hot minute, and then it does there. So I've layered my orders right now on AUR. It looks like it wicked off the 20 exponential moving average. Look how quickly it's getting bought up, though. Very interesting here. Price action on AUR. So we'll keep tabs on that. I've now loaded MBRX up on the side chart. I'm going to throw the 5-minute on here because the 1 minute's just this. Like, this is the 1 minute. What can you guys get out of that, right? I mean, you can't really even discern the pattern. So we're looking at the 5. This is going to be a 10-minute halt right now on the monster MBR dang X. It's halted at 3.25, 324 technically. The theoretical auction price right now is showing me 289, was just 290. So if that is the case, that means it will open below 3 and below the 10 exponential moving average. Well, this one, MBRX that is, hasn't been below the 10 exponential moving average since, on a closing basis, since literally the open. There was a time between, say, 10:45 and 11:10 that it was holding at the 10 exponential, but it hasn't even touched it since then. If we are to open right now where the tap is showing, which is 288, then that will be below 3 and below the 10 exponential. I'm very interested right now and possibly getting MBRX long at a 3 defend. It's going to be a 10-minute halt most likely because I've got 2 little ticks there on my chart, which each tick is 5 minutes. So we'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. AUR back to the high side here, taking out 61s again. It looks like somebody offloaded a position who had maybe been stuck in it like me, but who had much larger size once we broke that 60 penny level, because that 60 penny level was not forthcoming, as I've mentioned. BLSK, this one we were yapping about. I had a decent trade on this one. It broke down below into my entry, so I stopped out break even. But this is holding VWAP now, a 3-candle hold up at the volume weighted average price on the 5-minute. So it's 15 minutes now if we're to close above VWAP that we've been holding the volume weighted average price on BSLK. It's tougher to take to the high side. As I've mentioned, there's a lot of lack of participation, I should say, by bigger money that doesn't trade these sub $1 stocks. That's one issue. Okay, I'll pause about that for a second because MBRX is open. It's going to halt to the downside here at 281. It's showing me 281, 280 on the bid. Let's see what this one does. Do we halt at this level? It looks like we will halt at this level. So this will be the first halt below the 10 exponential all day. Okay, so we're giving up one major level right now, 365 high day. We're halted at 281 again, the first time we halt and close below the 10 exponential moving average on the day. So I'm going to keep my eye on that one, but don't want to jump into it too quickly. Back to BSLK. As I was saying before, we got interrupted by MBRX. This has been holding the volume weighted average price for around 15 minutes. So I do like this. I like this one, Nimit. I don't know if you're still in the chat and you're still trading BSLK, but I like this one for possibly taking out the high of the day there. At 70 or 85s. Let's give this one the old try. We'll see if we can extract some profitability at these different levels over here. So we'll put these levels, see if we can get a nice gap up to the high side on MBRX. Otherwise, I'll stop out below VWAP. It's going to have to hold VWAP. I don't mind defending VWAP because it's already shown me for around 15 minutes that it can hold the level. So we'll see what this one does. We're long 79s. It's showing me 79s. It's having trouble with 80s, as you can see. So we'll see if that 10 penny level wants to act as that major area of resistance, which it's been doing essentially all day, or what the situation is. All right, we get a print there. Let's see if it wants to move on a little bit more. Having trouble with that, Joseph. Yet another lower high, bro. So that's 4 lower highs right now on the 5-minute. If we don't get a break here, this is going to definitely be Tankville.
Tank City.
Yeah, look at this over here.
Yeah, I see that.
See that?
Yeah,
No, on this one.
Oh, on that one?
Look at that. You can see the lower highs way better on this one. So I am a little bit concerned on this.
On the 5-minute?
That's a 5, yeah.
Better,
I can show to the peeps too over here if I could do this and then zoom in a little bit. Yeah, you can kind of see lower high, lower high, lower high each and every time. So a bit of a tough one there. We'll see if it wants to break to the high side. Otherwise, it's all good. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm just going, again, the super chats are absolutely flying in. I'll go over one, Shreve. I think one's a little bit more down your alleyway, but I'll go over ChatGPT. Look at the time and sales on level 2 on NVDA. Buyers are in. Again, that's high. I don't know. Again, it's all perspective, right? It's super subjective stuff. But I'm going to have to disagree on that one, Chet. Look at it right now. We're consistently constructing lower highs. Can they step in? They can, absolutely. Are they going to? As of right now, I don't think that's going to be the case. I'm in this. If we can pull up my chart here, that'd be fantastic. Again, So here we are, like you see where I'm in at, and it's just a consistent lower high here on these lower time frames. In order for us to punch through this, one thing we're gonna have to see extreme strength on the tape, and then we're gonna have to be followed by volume, right? So they're kind of correlated, one will come with the other, and as of right now, it looks like it's relatively strong, but you see how it's not necessarily moving the needle as much in earlier times. So that volume is dwindling on the lower time frames, take that into consideration, and then you have that consistent mix within the tape. Keep that in mind. And if we do break, we're going to be able to identify it. But as of right now, I don't think it's going to be the case because we are just in this consistent choppy price action to the downside. We will be able to notice the imbalance. That's one thing here that I always have is when you notice an imbalance on the tape, really heavy ladder to the top side on the ask, and that volume coming through on the time of sales, we'll be able to identify that without question. It's not necessarily going to happen right this second. It may take some time. We are in that lunchtime hour, so I don't expect those volume pops to step in around these during this time of the session. Now, this one's directed to you, Sharif,
okay.
I think here. Do you know, where was it? Okay, here we go. Thoughts on NVDA looking like it's in Elliott wave correction. I know you're an Elliott wave guy. I'm guessing we're entering the wave C downward. I have 105 puts for 314, so March 14th.
All right, let me just throw out a stop over here, Joseph. So I'm going to get to that in a second, but we scalped a bunch over here on BSLK. It did pop. Thank you, there. It did pop and make a new high into 85s, but again, it's coming back down. Let's have a look at NVDA. Elliott wave. So Elliott wave is going to be tough to do live on the show because you have to identify the different wave sequences, and sometimes they're forthcoming, identifying them. Sometimes not so much. Yeah, this is going to be trouble over here. So usually what I do with Elliott wave theory is I try to identify wave 3 because that's the biggest, that's the baddest of what we call the impulse waves, right? The impulse waves are the waves that move in the direction of the trend. The corrective waves, as their name denotes, they correct, they pull back. So let's see over here. We're going to maybe need to look at the weekly. I don't know if I want to do this on the show, bro. This is kind of like, this takes time to do.
Yeah, well, then don't do it. If it takes too much time.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. This is tough to do over here. So it's kind of hard to see because the price action is so flat before that. All right, let's see. So this area over here, where does this correct to? Okay, I would use this as beginning of wave 1. So I'd say wave 1 goes from here, right, like that. Then we kind of correct a little bit. Wave 3... from $40 to about 95. This seems to be wave 3, right here. So over here we had 10. No, yeah, it's going to be tough to see here. This could actually be one wave. And prior to that, that could have been wave 1. We just can't see it because it's so, the price action is so tight there. You can't see because of the move up. Yeah, you know what? It's tough to see. I think... yeah, I'm not going to do this right now, but yeah, I will get back to you on that. I think it's just going to be too hard to do right now, especially with the condensed price action. Thanks for the question. I won't be able to do it on the show. I will get back to you on that. I'll give myself a reminder to do it. Who's that from so I can address them next time they ask? Was it a super chat? Thoughts on NVIDIA? Yes, okay, here it is. It's from Yusuf. Okay. So I'm taking a picture of it, Yusuf, because I will get back to you on that, my man. And if you're with us every day, I definitely will get back to you. But today, it's just going to be hard to do it live on the show. Thank you for the $5 super chat, though. Very much appreciated. And I will get back to you, as I mentioned multiple times. All right, here we go. We're doing well over here, Joseph. We took out the highs there at 69s on AUR. Now the high of the day is 73, and I'm a little upset because I had my beak wetter at 74s. So this one, AUR, continues to step up. Okay, good. Just making sure. AUR continues to step up incrementally, higher highs and higher lows. But right now, you're good, Adair. You're good. We all have days like that. It's not a big deal. All right, so we're continuing to watch here on AUR. Let's see if we can take out that 3/4 of the stop. You're making me laugh.
It's okay, I'll take it over. I'll take it over here real quick. Guys, let's see what we got going on. Los Polios, yeah, I see what you're getting at. What you can do is just draw a channel here, guys. I like the way you're thinking, Los Polios. So here we go. Here's the channel. Right? So if you really want to, you could just sell the tops of these, and if you punch through VWAP with that momentum, then by all means, that's the look there. Anyways, if you're a channel trader, but that's how I would personally draw it. Again, you can just sell each time this line is touched, and then hopefully aim for the bottom of that channel. So yeah, good look there. I like that analysis from Los Polios. Nimit, have you explored RXRX? I have not, Nimit. But I can take a look at it for you and see what we got cooking up. RXRX and see what it is. Okay, biotech already not necessarily my wheelhouse. Not too bad here from an intraday perspective. Let's pull up the daily and see what we got going on. Yeah, and this is exactly why I don't trade these types of names. I couldn't sit on this. I don't know if it offers a dividend or anything along those lines. Up, down, all these candles overlapping each other. That's a tough look in my opinion. So not something I would necessarily spend too much time on. So yeah, that's it on RXRX. I know you have good other trades, Nimit. So, yeah, exactly. So don't worry about that one too much. Not necessarily. What do you got? Is that what you got from Nimit there?
From Singapore, bro.
Is that where he's from?
Speaking of Singapore, let's take this opportunity to talk a little bit of NVIDIA. Yusuf was just asking us a question about NVIDIA. So, Joseph, I'm sure you already heard that Singapore being talked about right now in the AI world as a proxy.
I have not, but...
Let's talk a little bit about it.
All right.
So the allegations go as follows, and the allegations are substantiated with data. So it's not just, us shooting the breeze. 22% of NVIDIA's revenue last quarter went to Singapore, Joseph.
No way.
You think it went to Singapore?
Came from?
Or is Singapore being used as a proxy by China?
Ooh.
Right? So that's the allegation right now. And people are saying that that's why Jensen was invited to the White House. Remember after inauguration, he didn't show up to inauguration? And that was likely the topic of discussion. So the allegations go as follows. Singapore is being used as a conduit right now by China to get the H100s. And it's not just a guessing game. They are a very small country with smaller AI base nearly than China. So everybody's making those allegations. Obviously, we know Singapore as well, being the home of ByteDance, right? That they have their offices out of there.
Well, I mean, like Singapore is a pretty expensive country, but again, 22% is a hefty amount of NVDA's revenue, and I highly doubt a country of that size. Exactly.
Great country.
Exactly.
No question about it. I've never been. My parents went. They spoke very highly about it.
The streets are clean. Everything is really
clean. All that good stuff there. So that's really what's being talked about now. So why does
China wouldn't do anything like that?
No, come on,
bro. Where would you do?
Joseph.
There's no way they would do anything like that.
No, but seriously though, let's get real. Now, if this is the case, now let's just assume that this is right, okay, for the sake of discussion. Does that door get closed? That's 22% of revenue. That's not a drop in the bucket. That's a substantial amount. If that door gets closed, you could make the argument maybe they find a different route, but then it becomes a game of cat and mouse. The U.S. government trying to figure out, proxies, trying to block them ahead of time or responding, and NVIDIA, doing what they need to do to keep sales up. I mean, it's their business. You can't really blame them for doing what they're doing. So that's what's being talked about right now, and I really want to see if this is going to affect earnings going forward. I'd love to hear what you guys have to say in the chat about this.
A lot of people in the chat are talking about it.
So. Yeah, if you guys have heard this before, maybe I'm not the only person that's heard of this, certainly, because I read it, so it's not I'm not the only person. Let's see what people are saying. Los Paulos Hermanos, Singapore is famous for its skyline, cleanliness, and multicultural society. Absolutely. I mean, I have nothing bad to say about that. I'm just going to keep my eye over here on BSLK because I did get the ad at 70 pennies. So let's throw out some orders over here. Joseph, we're going to wait at, where am I long? Okay, so we're going to have to wait up here. Anything below this level, below 66s, I'm gone. It's going to have to hold the volume weighted average price. Let's see what people are talking about, because I have to kind of keep my eye on this at the same time. Charlie Card, Singapore is where you move when you've got millions. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that either. And people are talking about capital punishment. I don't know why, how that features into the discussion right now. The Trump impression can be confused with something else for sure. What do you mean? Let's see what people are talking about there. Yeah, not too much in terms of great Singaporean companies. Grab, okay, he says China like Pauly Shore does. I do it on purpose, guys. It's obviously a joke. Let's see, keep going over here. Anything else? Yeah, you guys aren't really saying much about it. Not that, not at the top anyway there. So maybe people are talking about here. Sharif, trust me, bro. No, man. Anish, Singapore, impressive skyline, clean and efficient infrastructure, lush green spaces, multicultural society. Kurt Cobain, official, sure. Yeah, he hasn't been dead for like 3 decades. Yes, you are right. There are plenty of Chinese company headquarters located in Singapore, like YY as well. Okay. 2 New York cents. Singapore is also known for Grab, the leading company, only one around. Okay. Good to know. Thank you, my man. Chill vibes. I'm long coin at 288. Shout out to you, my man. Chewing gum, I know. I've heard about that. Bilbo bag holder. I've heard about that as well. Memes. It reminds me of the U.S. government guy who kept asking the TikTok creator about his ties to Chinese government, but he kept saying, Senator, I'm Singaporean. I do remember that. Shout out, I think what's his name again? That TikTok guy. It's a really easy, like, one-syllable name, right? You know what I'm talking about?
We can find out real quick.
Yeah, we can find out.
The CEO, right, of TikTok?
Yes, sir. Anyway, that's the situation right now, guys. I know it's funny, I know we're joking around, but I really do mean it.
I don't know if it's one syllable, but Suzy Shu?
No? Shu. Yeah, I think he goes by Shu. Yeah. Seriously, though, I mean, if that loophole or that whatever back door gets closed, we're not talking about, 2 or 3% of revenue. It's a substantial amount of revenue. These are H100s. Guys, they're selling the physical product at 78% gross margins. You do that gross margin calculation with the amount that they're sending there, that's a big hit to revenues. I don't know. We'll have to see how this all pans out. But I thought I throw that your way, guys, see what you guys have to say about that. Yeah,
Bernard says, I'm Singaporean and China has a strong foothold in whatever that is.
Not shocked.
Even if the door in Singapore closes, which I highly doubt it will, I think I agree on that point, they can pave a way through Malaysia and Indonesia.
Well, that's what we're saying. Right? It's going to become a game of cat and mouse.
Right, so block one conduit, open up another one.
Well, exactly that, right?
And there it is, so yeah. Makes total sense, guys. Let's see, Joe just got out of my 400 cyber call for 75%. Is that SYBR? Is that an actual ticker, or are you talking about Tesla? So again, I'm not going to say that. What you got on your radar? Yeah, I'm just in some NVDA right now, my guy. And then someone else said Thomas Johnson. I forget your question, but I think I answered it on the Tesla calls or something along those lines. You were looking at. You said you were short calls. So yeah, just refresh it. I think I might have touched on it. If USA America doesn't exist, would you want secretive modern day authority? Okay, I'm not going to read that one. It's all right, as China, you can get the data center output through the cloud, so they just need to set up data centers in Singapore. I think that's a valid point as well, too. But yeah, guys, let's see what else we got cooking up here. NVDA looking to crack, excuse me, NVDA looking to crack some key levels. Let's see if this buying volume slowly starts to kick in on these lower time frames. That's something we always need to monitor at all times and assess. Slowly stepping up. I don't know if this is just going to be a breath and then we head more to the downside on the 5-minute time frame. It's kind of looking like that as of now. But again, we just have to be patient, wait, follow the time of sales, follow the volume, and most definitely follow the price action. So we'll keep an eye on that. If we continue, I mentioned this before, if we crack 134.61, then I'm going to get out of Dodge, Sharif, and then maybe look for another entry around the volume weighted average price, because Apple is still hovering around these highs of the day on that news of what we don't necessarily know. They are going to launch something. Some people are saying like kind of a smart home feature, or a fitness ring, something like that. So again, when it's consolidating like this in a strong name, maybe we take that second leg. But if we break through those key support levels, then look for that continuation possibly to the downside. But as of right now, you don't want to fight these strong stocks. You want to look for continuations, in my opinion, unless you get those definitive price action prints, like an inverted hammer at a peak. And then maybe you can look for that short. But again, you want to see that peak in the volume and in the candle, so in the price action print. So just keep that in mind. Don't fight anything that isn't overly weak, and I think a lot of these big tech names, Sharif, are pretty strong today.
All right, I tried to find the data there about the Singapore revenue. I got it from a different source. It looks as if I can't find. I was trying to find it through ChatGPT, but there's this. Obviously, we can show them this, Andre. U.S. This is back on the 31st of January, so it's been a couple of weeks. Needless to say, U.S. probing if DeepSeek bought NVIDIA chips through Singapore. You guys can go and have a look at this. It's by thefly.com. Yeah, so this is the whole article there. I'm sure you guys can screenshot this and or copy the URL there. So yeah, interesting look from that article. I'll try to find the article that I actually read in a minute if I have the opportunity. But yeah, I just want to throw that out there because NVIDIA does report on the 26th, I believe, of this month, and I'm sure that will be one of the questions that will be put to Jensen because they have not had an opportunity to press Jensen and team, not just Jensen, about the implications of DeepSeek, right? You better bet your bottom dollar that that's going to be asked on the earnings call next quarter, or next earnings call is what I'm trying to say. So that's going to be very interesting to see. Obviously, needless to say, we will have that earnings party for NVIDIA and the market recap show that comes in the 26th, and I'm very pumped for that. Okay, let's move back to some small cap gappers over here. AUR, I'm like 1 penny away from getting filled. I'm waiting at 74s, high day 73s. I'm also looking at weaseling into MBRX. The reason I want to get into this one is it defended that 275 area, and it's had a lot of trouble staying open, and it looks like it's going to halt again. I'm trying to get in. It won't let me in. It's going to halt at 15s. I want to get caught in the up halt, so it won't let me in. So I'm going to, oh, there we go. Now we're long. Okay, so it was a false halt there. Let's see if this one wants to hold up anything below that 2 3/4 area. I am gonzino. I will like to add, though, into around 285. So we'll throw out some orders there. If we can sit at around 285, see if we can catch a bit of a bid there. But anything below the $0.75, I'm gone, Joseph. This one's going to have to hold the level. What do you got, my man? It looks like I'm going to get caught in a down halt here.
Oh, okay. Okay. So yeah, we get that situation sorted out. Decided to punch into some Apple. See what we got cooking up over there. AAPL.
Dang it.
Yeah. Well, the issue is here, guys, is not the best entry. So you really got to downsize on this type of strategy. Again, I'm buying the tops. Not the best idea. There goes my pen. Not the best idea for me to do. Again, if we crack some of these support levels, I got to get out and then look for a better price. I do think this name is going to continue. We are starting to crack through some key pivot levels as well too, guys. So we're going to monitor that from a daily perspective. But again, we're only up about 1.5% on the session. Can we continue to move higher? Absolutely, but we got to consider this thing's market cap and the float as well. Takes a lot of money to move this stock. But yeah, we'll hold on to this $240. I think we go to all-time highs eventually at some point. Cash flow is way too strong. And I just like this name for the long term. I think I might have to add into the position. Again, if this thing is groundbreaking, which I highly doubt it's going to be, I shouldn't say that. You shouldn't count them out. They are the largest company on the planet. But yeah, we'll see. We'll wait for that to come out. Buy the rumor, sell the news, possibly a type event for Apple. Let's see what everybody else in the chat is up to. I just entered as well, 20, 40, 60. Okay, yeah, again, I don't like buying Mr. Long Shorts. I don't like the top of the range here, but we can take that second leg higher. If you got in around here, sorry, I always point at my chart like you guys can see, but if you get in at the lower end of the range, you're sitting in much better position, right? That's where the risk to reward factor comes into play. Like now I have to risk all the way to the bottom of the range because there's essentially no sense in having a stop in the middle of the range because the price of the stock is always fluctuating. Even though we are moving now, this is the ideal entry. You don't want to have a stop in here because look at all the overlapping price action. that you're going to get stopped out. You're going to get caught in those types of moves. So just keep that in mind. Let's see what everybody else is up to in the chat. Thoughts on building a position in VST and then selling covered calls? It's a stock Pelosi bought that's down from highs, and those premiums look juicy. Yeah, hit the Sharif. There you go. You hear from Sharif. Hit the buy button. We'll take a look at VST real quick before we send it off to Sharif. VST, and then we'll go to Sharif and then possibly Adara. Let's pull it up and we'll see what we got going on. Yeah, again, Pelosi buys it, then I think you got to get into the name. She hits a lot of winners, and you just follow it. But again, don't just mirror trade somebody. If you really like the stock, then go and buy the company. Don't do it just because someone else does.
The OG Darwin's reporting that Russia suspended trading on the Moscow exchange. I don't know what kind of implications that have. Shout out to Darwin. Thank you. Adara, what do you got?
I'm seeing that headline as well. And we're brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience. With an FDA-cleared proprietary database of over 77,000 brain images, Firefly is transforming healthcare with AI-driven diagnostics, providing a clear, data-backed understanding of brain health. After more than a decade and over $60 million in investment, Firefly is advancing the commercialization of its brain network analytics platform, BNA, bringing the technology to clinicians and pharmaceutical partners. Firefly is enhancing the diagnosis and treatment of conditions such as depression, dementia, anxiety disorders, concussions, and ADHD, while also accelerating drug discovery and early screening for conditions like Alzheimer's. Back to you.
Yeah, what an optimistic twist.
Right?
I like that.
Yeah,
You're half
exactly. I'm a
glass half full guy? Full kind of guy. All right, guys.
I think so. Are you?
Oh, yeah.
I meant to ask you this, actually.
I'm an optimist.
You're an optimist? Okay, I meant to ask you this.
Most of the time.
At what point on your iPhone is your battery percentage too low and you need to charge it?
I'm not one of those people, bro, who gets super paranoid about the phone. No? Like, I'll charge it when I need to charge it.
You do, okay, but at what percentage is your need to charge at?
I don't have one. No, I really don't.
That's it. That's all I wanted to know, man. That's all I wanted to. Okay, all right. So there you go. You don't have to get down. I'm that kind of guy. Like anything lower than 60%, it's like, all right, we got to plug it in here and
You're like
get
my
the ball
old man,
rolling.
bro.
Yeah.
He thinks his tank of gas is empty at half.
Half, yeah, easy. Yeah, anything like that. Yeah, just a little bit below half. We're filling it back up, man.
My old man's a special guy, bro. You guys have very similar birthdays. He's on the 6th of October.
So there you go. It's a Libra thing, I guess. Maybe Ram. I don't know. She's not here.
We've talked about this. Ram's a fake Libra. We've already said this before.
30%. Andre says 30%.
Below 30.
Okay, cannot be. I like that one. Adara, what is the lowest you allow your battery percentage to go?
Adara, let's go down to 2%.
That's actually, okay, it depends on the context. If I'm going outside, I know it's going to be cold. I do not want my battery below 40.
Okay.
If I'm chilling in my house, I let that thing go till it's about to die, like 2 to 5%. That's my
Exactly what I'm talking about right there, man.
Okay. All right.
All right. MBRX is open. Guys, we're long 99s. I put my stop below the $0.50, so it's going to have to hold the $0.50. Is this going to halt
Chad's
to the
loving
upside?
It. Everybody put your battery percentage in the chat and let's see what everybody's doing. They're going crazy on it.
Bro, this thing can't stay open, Joseph. We're going to halt again. This time to the upside. We halted it's a 10% move. That's why. Okay. We're halted to the upside. The top is showing 315. I'm long 99s. Let's see what this one does. It's up 590%. I love how everybody's chiming about this because I think this is one of those things.
Yeah, it is, man. I told everybody, put your battery percentage. What is the lowest you allow your battery percentage to go in the chat, guys? Turn it in. People are there. We are. They're just funneling in. Katina
I
Man
don't
says,
see 69% in the chat.
No one's put 69 yet. No, yeah. Katina Man says Tesla is his battery, and that's all he needs to run.
Tesla is his battery. You know
why? Why?
Because he's long.
He's long.
He's long, and he's $3 in the money. So Tesla is like number one
People
aces in his eyes right now, bro.
Sub 10%.
What a guy, Katina Man. Absurd. What a guy.
Absurd. 10%.
All right. We're gonna throw out some orders here, Joseph, to take advantage of a move up here in the top. So we're throwing script orders because I don't want to put in a market on open order. I love this. You guys are all throwing it in there. 69. There we go.
people are
Now
trying
we've
to
got
throw
the
it in there,
cash
man.
coming
They're going in there.
I appreciate that, guys. We'll wet that beak. We'll hit the storm. We'll do what we need to do. Shout out to the Corleone family. He's long SMCI with you. What is it about the Italians today taking SMCI long, Katina, man? Corleone family long to the high side there. 42.64 high. Day Joseph. SM Dang CI headed to the upside. I got out of my AUR trade. Please as dang punch with this. We took it out at the $0.75. That is, the trade is done. 377 HOD. We'll keep an eye out on AUR. It's giving you lots of movement to the upside today. Higher highs and higher lows. Very consistent pattern. 36% in the clear. Right now, I'm discussing AUR, in case you're wondering what the hell I'm talking about. I'm also involved in an uphold right now, Joseph, on MBRX. I'm looking at the theoretical auction price, the tap, showing me 320. I'm long 299s. I've thrown out a script order there to wet my beak on some profits if this one does open up soon. We've had a 10-minute halt before. The last few, though, have been 5. So hopefully we'll get a 5-1 here on the day. Let's see, people are yelling about MGOL, and I took MGOL off my side chart there because it was doing bupkis. So is it back? Let's have a look at MGOL. It's up 88% and change. Yes, it just reclaimed the volume weighted average price. So it was down over here, down in the dumps at 65. It's now weaseling back up. High print there on this candle is 90. High of the day, though, is 105. As I told Nimit when he told me about this earlier, I don't really want to dance with this one at the moment. It's going to have to clear a buck. As you can see, it's having trouble holding a buck. That's not a surprise for me. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Nate, MBRX is halting every 15 as the previous closing print was under 75. Absolutely right, my man. Thank you for explaining that to people. I don't think I was very eloquent in my explanation. You're absolutely right there. Now, the tap on MBRX down from 320 to 291. So essentially where we halted. We halted at 290, tap showing me 291. So it's zigging, it's zagging. We'll keep an eye out on that. Why did MGOL quadunk? Now I know you're an older viewer because you say quadunk. Shout out to JCB Sports Cards. Why did it tank around 11:30? Well, let's have a look. We're going to throw it to Adair in 1 second. It's almost impossible to know why, other than a technical reason. It got into that $1 area. It rejected because there weren't enough buyers. We move on our way down, and then we weasel back up. The headline, though, on MGOL, I'll tell you in a hot second here. Just 1 second. I don't even know why. There's no reason. We'll send it to Adair right now.
You guys an update because there's a lot happening in a couple minutes. So I want to prepare you all. 1 p.m., be aware we get the 30-year bond auction. So stay tuned, 1 p.m., the 30-year bond auction. But not just the bond auction. At 1 p.m., we were supposed to have Donald Trump here, President of the United States, making a announcement for tariffs that he has called the big one. This is supposed to be related to reciprocal tariffs. So basically putting tariffs again on those companies that have basically issued retaliatory tariffs against him. So it's kind of, I guess, a 1-2 there with regards to these tariffs. We'll have to find out what's going on with this reciprocal tariffs, but he's been really hyping this announcement. So we'll have to wait out. We have about 5 minutes now. Also, he's set to meet with Prime Minister Modi of India, I assume soon, because I know Modi was apparently meeting with Elon today. So just be aware here. We've got Modi on watch. We have the tariff announcement on watch, and we have this announcement here with regards to the bond auction. Also, sorry, I'm just seeing here on the calendar, 4 p.m. we get the meeting with Modi. 5 p.m. we get the press conference with Modi. That's between Trump and Modi. Also, here's a look at the earnings board because look at this, what we have tonight. We have Twilio, we have Roku, we have DraftKings, we have Coinbase, we have Airbnb, we have Applied Materials, we have Palo Alto, and we have Dexcom. That is a stacked list. So check that out tonight with myself and Sean on the market recap. Oh, and Sharif. Yay, we have an earnings party with Sharif as well. So we're going to have a lot of visuals. We're going to have a really good fun time. Check us out here after the bell, 4 p.m. And even sooner, we'll get Trump stuff. Back to you.
Okay, Chiwadera for that. What do you got, Joseph?
No, I was just looking at the poll here. 1,300 votes on the Playmaker, man. Let's go, guys. Thank you very much. That's fantastic stuff there. Having fun with that one and continuing to do so. Just collecting data. I don't know. I like doing that stuff for some reason. To each their own, I guess. But guys, I accidentally punched out all of my Apple trade here at the top. That's okay. Let's see if we can crack that high. I'm not going to chase it all the way up here. Again, this name is really strong. We're up about 1.8% on the session. So if this thing continues to climb higher and higher, it's going to put in an absolute stellar day. We're still quite a bit off those all-time highs. We'll take a look at it from a percentage metric to see how much more we got to move on Apple, AAPL, and see what we got going on. I'm loving it. App loving it. 7.4% off those all-time highs. So quite some ways to go. I mean, we talked about the Qs only being about just a little over 1% from those all-time highs, as well as the SPY too, only down about 0.6%, sorry, from those all-time highs. So yeah, again, this market's really strong, recovering nice, guys. Breadth starting to widen with some of these names, but again, we're talking about Apple and some names that other traders are looking at. So we need these names to be strong, but most importantly, we need the big names to be strong as well too, to continue into those all-time highs. Breadth is great, but if the leaders aren't being the leaders, then the market really struggles, in my opinion. So I'll just look at it like that. If these names make all-time highs, I expect the market to do so as well.
All right, there's definitely a seller here at 3 on MBRX. It's a hidden seller. He's not posting, or they're not posting on the book, so you're not going to be able to see it on the gateway. So I'm taking some out there. I'm long 94s, and it's definitely rejecting 3s now, which is interesting because I didn't have any trouble with 3s. So I've scalped out some in front of that, but I wanted to get a little bit closer to 3 so we can look and see how this hidden order kind of looks in real time. So let's see if we can weasel up close to that $3 area, zigging and zagging right now. Anything below 280, I'm gone. So it just worked up its way to 3 a second ago. Here we go. It's breaking back down now. Let's see if it wants to lose the bid. It's going to halt here, so I'm just going to get out, and then we'll take a bit of a loss there on this crap stock, MBRX. Ugh, frustrating one. All good. We'll look to do a little bit better on something else. So this one looks like it's going to halt again. No, false halt. So, but it continues to go down more. So not entirely displeased with the out there. SMCI continues to go, guys. 42.80. Looking at that at the side chart there, up and to the right it goes. So might have to work into that one soon because it just doesn't. It's not losing the bid at all there. Higher highs and higher lows. MBRX halted to the downside. Happy I got out of that one. Took a bit of an L with the scalp even into 3, but at least we don't take this kind of L. Halted at 79s. Tap showing me 65. So we'll look to do a little bit better on something else. Let's see what else is moving over here. Tariffs delayed, says Nicholas Christensen. Okay. Sounds good. I don't even know if that is accurate. Is there accurate? All right, we're going to go to Adara in a second. I think she's got something for us. What's up, Adara?
That's not new. That came out earlier today. I think it didn't really move the market much. I want to say it came out around, after 10. The point is, it didn't really move the market much. Basically, what happened was CNBC reporting that these tariffs are going to be delayed to about April 1st. So if you missed it, initially they were supposed to come into place February 1st. Then Mexico and Canada were both able to negotiate with Trump get these tariffs delayed to March 1st. CNBC reporting now that there's not going to be any tariffs till April 1st, but we haven't heard any specifics on that. I'm guessing we get more in about 2 minutes. Also in 2 minutes, again, guys, the 30-year bond auction. Back to the Bash Brothers.
RFK confirmed. It's all over. So vaccine, I love how CNN starts. You're not biased at all, CNN. Fantastic reporting. You guys do amazing work over there. Chapeau. Vaccine skeptic. RFK, there's nothing loaded about that. Confirmed as health secretary. So I just looked at MNMD. It's doing nothing. So it's priced in basically right now. It's basically flat on the day. Trading at exactly the closing print yesterday, 851. That's my look on. That's my kind of RFK trade. MindMed. We're long 675, so we've got a decent position on this one. I was hoping for a breach of 10. We had popped into 10 previously when he was announced as a candidate for the health secretary. It popped up. It hasn't even come near those highs as of late yet. So we'll keep tabs on that. But RFK getting the nod today. Tulsi Gabbard got the nod yesterday. She was sworn in by Pam Bondi, the new Attorney General in the Oval Office. So much to the chagrin of many on the other side of the aisle there who saw that she was unqualified. We'll have to see how that all pans out, though. So that I just wanted to mention that, obviously, because I'm keeping my eye on that confirmation hearing because of my Mind Med trade. Joseph Wilson, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm out of NVDA now, so flat on all positions. We had that Apple, I by accidentally got out, but it turns out it worked out for me today. AAPL. So here we go. That was the Apple trade. I've accidentally got all out right here, as I just mentioned, and then now heading back towards that break even, so that would have been okay, whatever. But then NVDA came back rapidly against me, so we just got out of that, recovering, just putting in those lower highs. So we got to be weary of that. And the Qs are looking to break VWAP, had the inability to construct a new high. So here we go to the downside in some of these names. Let's see what the big boys are up to. I know a lot of people in
We've
chat.
got something to do right now. It's 1 o'clock.
Yeah, we got that news coming in. So
the Playmaker poll.
Whoa, we got something to do right now is what you said. Yeah, okay, I thought we were referring to the tariffs. Let's do it, man. Everybody's on top of this here.
Yeah.
I love it. Absolutely loving it. So here we go.
Dara, are you still in that short?
Yeah.
It's almost like $100 off the high. Nice trade though, Adara.
On app?
She was short app earlier.
Man, it was roaring yesterday after the hours, and I was watching it, but then now giving back the most of that move here. But here we go, guys.
Yep.
Look at the Playmaker here, looking like the NASDAQ, essentially.
Higher lows.
Climbing higher, yeah, and we're just not too far off those all-time highs here.
Bang.
Sharif, guess the number on the trade. Oh, you probably already seen it. You looked there. I just seen you look there.
I don't. Oh, what number?
Yeah.
49.
44, buddy. 49. You seen it. I know you seen it. I know you seen it. It's okay. What's the entry price, my brother?
60609.
60609. Love
We're
it.
taking everything out for profit at 60809.
60809.
And
Love
we're
it even
stopping
more.
out 60509.
60509.
Bang.
And there we go, guys. In at right at 1 o'clock. Might be one of the better entries. But not looking good on the SPY though, Sharif. We must say here. Not oops, we don't want that. We're gonna put that here. Today is the 13th. 100 on there. And Feb 13th. Bang, and that's that, guys. Again, nice curve. Really just tracking the data for what it truly is, and it seems to be working. 44 trades, still positive. Yesterday we did take a loss. I didn't dock it, but I'll just go back and check at 155 what the price is. But this is also legit here too, guys. So again, really good stuff. I like collecting data like this and continue to do so on a day-to-day basis.
All right, Joseph. I'm thinking about getting long Apple here. It's putting in higher lows off the let me show you on the on eSignal over here. It's putting higher lows off the 20 exponential moving average. I don't think I have the 20 set up on this one, but you'll be able to see the higher lows nonetheless. So it's interesting. We've been defending that 20 exponential with higher lows, kind of looks like a bull flag, with a possible break above that 241 and a quarter, 241 and a fifth. Apple coming back into 241 right now, the 241.61 high. In case you're wondering what's going on with Apple today, it looks as if Timmy C is teasing a new product to be released, I believe, next week. So we're going to have to find out what it is, but widely speculated that they're going to have some sort of in-home product, like, you know, what's that Google thing that with the big tablet screen, Katina Manning? You know what I'm talking about? The Amazon has the version of the Echo. I forget what the Google version of that is. It's called Google Home. Is it called Google Home? Yeah, Google Home, something like that.
What does that do?
It's just like you can control your air conditioning, your heat, open the door, front doorbell, camera, all that kind of stuff there. So, but it's been widely speculated that Apple's going to come in with a product like that. To me, that's not market moving stuff. Neither is it novel, right? So the creativity issues that we've been talking about here with Apple will persist if that is the case. We don't know. That has been speculated, though, that they would be releasing a product like that. In addition to that, we've been talking about a thinner phone, but that we were kicking the can down the road to 26. We've been talking about a flip phone as well. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what that all does. But I'm interested here if Apple can hold above 241. I like the higher low situation in the bull flag look. And I also like this higher high. So we obviously crested out there, and there's another crest. Well, obviously, we're still off the reaction peak there into 241 and 2/3. That's when we got the headline. It was already trading at around 239 and change, but this really kind of propelled it to the high side. So the dead one Apple today, not a bad look. for it. Let's weasel into the trading screen here and see what Apple's doing. There goes 241. 241 looks like 15s or so is the area crest. So higher low situation with a possible another higher high. That'll be 3 higher highs if we do get that move. I'll submit to you, though, the best entries on the dead one Apple today is on the pullback. I don't think this is really a breakout trade, quite frankly. So it's more of like getting it off a key support level. There it goes into 15s. So Apple's doing volume today, guys. Apple's around, not bad, 25 million shares. That's like anemic compared to NVIDIA at the moment. But there goes the higher high on Apple. 241 and a quarter incoming here as we take out the local highs. There is the $0.25 right now on Apple. We're looking at 61 pennies, excuse me, as the high of the day. We're dancing now with $0.33. Yeah, I should have taken this trade rather than yap about it, but Apple, good look today. The opposite look for Meta. Believe it or not, Meta catching a breath today, and it's not all sunshine and rainbows, I guess. Well, maybe it is, but there is a look on Meta. We're trading a day's low right now at 718.04 is the day's low. We've been putting in lower lows and lower highs, Joseph. We've kind of lost that bid right around, I want to say, the start of our show, because Meta was positive right around 11. It was around 727.5, and then it's been all blood since that time. $9 lower than where it was, but believe it or not, $9 doesn't mean a whole lot when you're $720. They're only down 0.89, not even 1% on the day. So great look in general for Meta, but a bit of a tougher look on the day. I'm continuing to watch some of these other Mag 7 names because I'm not really pleased with the pickings today on the small cap gappers. I think the pickings of them is slim a little bit lately. You know, there's been some good ones, but definitely not like before. Okay, I see another one coming onto the scene here. CSAI, called Cloud Structure. It's up big. Good look here for CSAI. Let's look at the chart on this one. Yeah, so good move up. The volume's a little light, okay? So it's a $36 name. I get that, but it's only done 1.75 million shares. But it's been a very respectful uptrend, really hugging, it looks like here, the 20 exponential. So for the most part, it does bounce off the 10. The deeper retracements, though, you can see bounce off that 20. It's been a symphony of higher highs and higher lows. We're dancing with 36 right now. $36, that is. Bro, this thing's moving dollars at a time. I ain't touching this. I want to look at the spread on this. CSAI. Let's load this bad boy up here and see what the spread is on CSAI, because it looks awfully wide. Yeah, it's a 80 penny spread right now. So that's going to be it's up 106%. But the spread on it, the cost of doing business, just getting in, getting out, is prohibitive for my style of trading, these small cap gappers. And this is technically a small cap gapper. It's $525 million market cap. But great looking chart on the day. I'm not impressed with the spread. Tightening up a little bit, though, is the spread here. It's down, down. It's 80 pennies still, Joseph. What do you got on that side, my man?
Yeah, just looking up talking to people in the chat, seeing what everybody's like, where can we find some potential support here on AAPL? I was watching this thing continue to trade higher and higher. I'm like, whoa, that seems a little extensive. Just blowing past that expected move is AAPL, and this thing's a little bit on the more expensive side as well, too. Yeah, so let's see what we got going on from an intraday perspective. The thing is, though, we're in okay, maybe not. Are we in blue skies? Yeah, I think we are. So we're in blue sky territory. So to find support, it's tough. You're going to be looking all the way down here around that 422. Are we going to get there today? I don't think so. That'd be an absolutely insane move, giving back the majority. But I mean, look at from the report here. Let's zoom in and see what we are from trough to peak. So the report would come in around here. Let's see. Okay, I love it when you do that. And see what we got going on from a percentage metric. Yeah, 43%. That's crazy from the bottom of the candle yesterday on AAPL and moving higher, Shreve. But now just giving back the majority of that move. Let's see what we got going on from a 5 minute. So here we go on that earnings report. Here's that print there, guys. plays the 5-minute orb. You're just laughing to the bank on that one. That's essentially what I do. But again, here we are. I don't know where you're going to find the next support. It would probably be this. I would look for the high of that 5-minute print here. This level around 445 or around 429. All right. So just keep that in mind. Still some potential downside. This thing is really weak, but you also have to consider how much it's gained in the past couple of hours as well too. So that is AAPP. Really bearish, but a really big, strong up move in that name on the report last night. So let's take a look at NVDA starting to pull back in as well too, guys, as well as VST. I haven't talked about it too much today, Sharif. We touched on it a little bit, but that's Bitcoin. We took a couple stabs at it. But if we were to look at it from a daily perspective and ask yourself, like, are we in breakout territory? Is this a position where you believe that this underlying asset is going to trade higher and higher? And that answer for me personally was no. I don't see it in that type of territory as of right now. Really starting to head in towards some of these lows, which I think they're going to be key moments and key levels for this name or this underlying asset here, and that's Bitcoin. So again, not in breakout territory. I attempted a couple of longs this morning. They didn't really work how I wanted them to, and that's okay. And that's where you have to analyze everything on multiple time frames. And that's when I did it. I said I'll give myself 2 tries. They didn't work, and then that was it. The trade didn't work, so I'm not going to try to force something that isn't necessarily going to set up.
God, how did I take everything out there?
Oh, no.
Yeah, so I tried to get in a small position in Apple with a planned DCA into the 20, and then, I accidentally took everything out. So we got long 241s. We just took it out there, 241.30. That was a mistake. I didn't mean to take out the entire position there. I don't think my dollar cost average at the 20 is accurate anymore. It's waiting at 240.56. I don't want to punch in at highs on Apple. It's going to have to be on a pullback, but Apple is going, guys. We could test the highs here, 241.61. We're inching our way into 40s, 241.40s. We're showing 35s right now. There's good strength on the dead one today, so we'll keep an eye out on that. Apparently, there's some leaked audio about our friend Jeremy Diamond. I know his name is Jamie. Don't come at me in the chat. Leaked audio on what J.P. Morgan, Jamie Diamond says. I want to have a look at this later. I think Adara might have it, but yeah, obviously Jeremy is one of the more influential people in the market. So anything he has to say, usually, it is worth looking at. So Adara's got something for us at the big desk.
Yeah, I'm running here. Archer Daniels Midland. Apparently, it's running on this other headline I was just going to bring to you guys. There's apparently a Trump memo on reciprocal tariffs that's going to mention Brazil ethanol tariffs. So Fox News reporting Brazil ethanol tariffs are going to get a mention during this reciprocal tariff announcement, which I still have not seen anything on. So keep an eye here on ADM, Archer Daniels Midland getting a nice little pop, apparently possibly related to that announcement. So just be aware here. Brazilian names might be on watch. Apparently Brazil ethanol tariffs potentially going to get, mentioned here during the Trump reciprocal tariffs talk.
Thank you very much, Adara. Joseph, you have anything over there?
I know you got something going on there, guys. Yeah, let's see what we got cooking up. We're still in this TQQ short. And why am I shorting this name right now is because I think we're heading towards some key support levels. We're hovering right at the volume weighted average price. We had the inability to construct a new high a day, so that lower high, putting that downtrend possibly intact. If we breach VWAP, then I think we might even see some next levels sitting around that 86.72, which isn't too far from here. But then you can just go to the base of that, maybe 86s, and give back the majority of the move. But I mean, with Apple strong, it's tough to short this name, but NVDA also pulling this name down. So again, we'll just sit here and wait. We have our out, and if it gets hit, then it gets hit. We're not gonna cry too much about it.
It's nothing too bad, Joseph. I mean, like, okay, it looks like I don't know. I don't know if he's talking specifically about J.P. Morgan or he's talking about Doge, about the government, but he's calling for efficiency. He wants all departments to become 10% more efficient, reducing reports meetings. He criticizes the bureaucracies. He says there's too many approvals required, 14 committees for wealth management. Okay, so he's definitely talking about his own company here. So he's criticizing the bureaucracy at JP Morgan. Over collaboration, performance reviews are too long. Leadership perspective, he acknowledges responsibility as the boss, but insists on changes. This is interesting for JPM. I have indirect exposure because got XLF in the long-term portfolio. He emphasized disciplined investment in key areas, banking expansion, tech projects. He wants a cultural shift, apparently. He's encouraging streamlining the process, wants leaders to take ownership of cutting unnecessary tasks. He wants to maintain strong, profitable, well-structured company. Shock? No, definitely not a shock there. So interesting from Jamie Diamond. I know. Let's see if JPM moved on that news. Did we get anything there? No, JPM, I mean, it's down 1/3% on the day, but I mean, we're very close to all-time highs, are we not?
Yeah, we're
we
there,
just
man.
printed all-time highs,
if you're
bro.
gonna own a bank
Yeah.
name, it's JPM.
And they're ridiculous. Very well-run bank, obviously. With I think he's been at the helm now, like over a decade, maybe 15
Man,
years.
they like every quarter is a blowout report, especially after they acquired SVB's book. It's just like, man, this name is just absolutely phenomenal, and that's something that I wish I got involved with. And I told you guys this story multiple times. One of the first options contracts that I bought was in JPM and Amazon as well too. So I bought them simultaneously, and yeah.
All right. I'm still waiting for a pullback on Apple right now. I mean, I screwed up here. I didn't mean to take out the entire position into 1/3 of a dollar. It's pulling back though, so off 241 could be interesting. I did get it off 241 last time, so ideally it should bounce off 241, but a little bit higher, maybe 241.10s, 15, something like that. It already dipped into single digits. Let's see if it wants to make a magnetic move back into that whole dollar. Shout out to Obi, who always uses that analogy. I'm keeping my eye here on AAPL. I don't know. I perceive this to be the best trending of the Mag 7 on the day. We have NVIDIA at VWAP right now at 134 2/3. That could be an interesting area as well on NVIDIA. It has been putting in lower highs though right now on the monster NVDA. So I do always concern myself when we are putting in lower highs in that fashion for a flat bottom break. But this is the look on NVIDIA. VWAP, a couple of shekels below where we are, at 134.5. We're printing the 1/3 of a dollar. This could be an interesting bounce trade on NVIDIA. So I can keep my eye on that. No problem there. JCB Sports Cards telling me MGOL is bouncing back up. Let's have a look at MGOL. We'll send it to Adara in one hot second. We're going to pull up the chart over here. Yes, you are absolutely right. It did reclaim VWAP at around 82.5. It's dancing with 95. But as I think I told you earlier, my man, I want to stay away from this until it clears a dollar. And I'm not talking about a quick. I'm talking about holding a dollar. Adara, what do you got for us?
We don't have any tariff update yet, but just so you know here, Modi, the Prime Minister of India, just shared a post on X saying that his meeting with Musk was apparently very good, and they discussed issues like SpaceX, mobility, technology, and innovation. So update here on the Modi meeting. Back to you.
For that, as always, someone in the chat had something very interesting to say. Bjorn Hungry, again, JP Morgan skyrocketed in worth after copying Canadian banking practices. Yeah, elaborate a little bit more on that. I'm really curious to hear what you have to say on that fact there. So yeah, guys, let's see what's going on here. See, we're just bouncing off of VWAP like it's no tomorrow, like it's a trampoline at this point. But here we go. I think we're gonna crack it right now. NVDA is starting to pick up a little steam to the downside, and I think that's gonna help drag the Qs slightly lower. The only reason why I decided to short it here is just this base that was formed. So here we go. On the Qs. So here, really strong opening drives, really strong first hour and a half of the session. Then we pulled back, had the inability to construct any new highs, failed up here at this base as well, and then now breaking through this somewhat of a double top, if you would like to call it. You can see it much better here on the 1 minute time frame, and then now we're just cracking through these pivot lows and some of these other key support levels as well too, guys. So let's see if that can continue to the downside. What's your take on Tesla at the VWAP? It keeps dancing on it. I spoke about Tesla a lot, and I mean, for me, I'm also like I'll show you guys my notes in the morning as well too. But I mean, Tesla, I thought it was going to bounce, but again, a really strong bounce, up about 4% on the session. But I don't know if that's enough to completely turn the stock around, and I have to take that into consideration. I'm looking for continuation in strength, not just like a one-off day or something, et cetera, like that. But I'll pull it up and see it from a daily perspective and see what we got cooking up here. Oh, that's a 5 minute. And here we are. Sorry about that. We'll pull it up. Yeah, again, is this enough to bounce? I like to pay attention to the price action candles. I don't see anything from a volume standpoint that says, hey, like we're going to turn this ship around. But can it? Absolutely. Anything can turn on a dime at any given moment. It doesn't need much to get this stock moving sometimes. So whether it be to the downside or to the top side. Oh, whoa, oh, wow. Here we go. Sharif, we're in the TQ short. The market is absolutely tanking here, guys. Adair's going to bring it for us. We're moving to the downside heavily. Wow, this is that short that we were looking for here, guys. Donald bringing that volatility. I think he cares about the market a little bit too much. Wow, what a spike there, guys. We're going to start piecing this out. Let's go, Bear VB. Let's see what is going on. I was not expecting that volume to step in here on these time frames as we continue to the downside. Already giving up the majority of the session here on whatever he just reported. It doesn't even matter what he said at this point because we're just moving to the downside. That was an extremely intensive move, guys. NVDA dump. The one thing that is holding strong right now is Apple. Let's see what Sharif's got going on there.
I got Apple. I'm trying to get the dip trade.
Right.
I'm 4 pennies out of the money. I'm trying to take the mean reversion trade, but it's being mean right now. So we're going to wait and see if we can get something on here. I'm long 64s. Okay, it's breaking down. I probably won't hold the $0.50. I put my stop below 35s. Let's see if it zigs and zags. I'm at the 20 exponential moving average on the dead one, Apple. Adair's got it for us. What's up?
I'm just seeing right now, from what it seems like, people are actually waiting. The conference has not yet begun, so I cannot find any news to explain that sell-off. It might just be jitters ahead of this event. Some of these names have already bounced, though, from that drop. If I hear anything, I will let you know. Trump's already 20 minutes late, guys.
The Katina man said it. Bro, you can't say this to me while I'm trying to
this guy, man.
He's unreal.
Yeah.
Bang on Apple. All right, we take a little bit off the top there, but it's zigging and zagging. Let's see if we can get, we got more here on the dead one. Let's go, let's take out some more. What do we got? Let's put some in the high 80s, Joseph. What do you got over there, man?
Me?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, we're still in this TQs, man. I told you, I've been sitting in this for some time here. Tell you the exact time that we hopped into this. Let's see, 106, and then we just get that dump. Yeah, exactly. Show yourself, continue to that downside. The thing is, though, this momentum was crazy. Like, what is this on? We're going to figure it out. If we recover, this could be a liquidity grab and then possibly go to the high day, but I don't necessarily think that's going to be the case right now. But what is bouncing right now, Sharif, is Apple. You're in it. Show the people.
Yeah, we're long, bro. We're long. Where are we long? 64s, Joseph. We took some at 88s. Let's see if this bad boy wants to recover into the high of the day. I got one out left. We're going to let this one cook to the high side. We'll see what we get on AAPL. It was a good defend there. I did get stopped out initially because I had that resting order at the 20 that filled that wasn't cleaned up, so I had to get the hell out of there because I didn't know what was happening, right? So I punched out of that super quick. It's back up to the high side. We're about 30 pennies in the money here. Let's see if this one wants to take 241 right now. There it is, 241. There goes 241. Let's see if this one wants to keep going to the high side. We still got a lower high, guys, so let's not get that excited. The previous candle high was 241.20, 19, 20, something like that. So we'll see if this one can make that new high. It's got a higher low right now than the previous candle. I'm talking, what happened?
That's a lot of excitement from you. I like that.
Yeah,
why not?
I bring the heat, man. You know what I mean? I bring the heat.
I bring the heat.
You know what I mean? I bring the heat.
Right, so what we're looking for right now is to take this high. Obviously, that's a bit of a lofty goal with whatever is happening right now, but we got a nice cushion between my entry price and where we're zagging right now on AAPL. So I'm keeping my eye on this one. I'm also looking at my top screen here to see if there's any new information coming in. Nothing that really is that important quite yet. What I'd like to read a little bit more about, though, is this. Narendra Modi's meeting with Elon, with our friend Elon. The reason is because when they met last year in New York, who remembers when they met in New York for the, I think it was the, what's it called? The UN conference in New York at the UN headquarters, obviously. And that's when Modi told Musk, you want to sell your cars in India and you don't want to get tariffed to no end, you got to build them here. And then we heard that Elon was interested in opening up a gigafactory in India. We were talking about Tamil Nadu, I believe, as well as one of the locations where that could have happened. So I want to hear more about those discussions because we've literally heard bupkis since that last meeting between the two of what Tesla wants to do in India. So I'm all ears, baby. Let's see exactly what happens there. David says Apple, the 243. All right, David, I'm holding my position. But if I get stopped out, I'm coming after you for the difference there. No, Molfar, Elon is no friend of ours. Okay, get it, Molfar. He's got some choice words there for Elon. All right, no worries. Nothing tikka masala, says Roger. Okay, that's cool. All right, what else we got here in the chat? Elon is a friend of ours. Oh, now we got the fight going on here between Molfar and Live, Love, and Learn. I like it. Shout out to Bears versus Dang Bulls. Guess what, baby? We're over 50 pennies in the money there, Katina, man. As we zig and zag with Apple into 241, high 40s, I'm still going to wait over here for the third of a dollar break, Joseph. Let's see if we can get that move up. We're zigging and zagging with 15s. We just popped into 20s. Let's see if we can get up above that 30 penny area. I'll pack my patience. Let's see what comes. Bass, can you see Rumble? This stock sucks? What, bro? I mean, 1.8% is not good enough for you? What do you want from my life, man? All right, let's have a look at Rumble. You know I ain't taking it personally. It's all good here. RUM, you want me to get rid of Apple to look at this? This? What is this, a sound wave? Bro, get out here with that, man. All right, no, we're not looking at that. All right, we're going to continue to look here on AAPL. I'm going to wait for that third of a dollar break. Joseph, what do you got on that side of the desk?
Yeah, we're just still cooking up here in the TQs. I mean, it's looking like for every action, there's an equal and opposite re. So here we go. Are we going to reject VWAP and then continue to the south side? Apple's moving to the top side. NVDA is. So these big names are moving higher on that dip in the Qs. So is that enough to drive the market to a new high day? I don't think that's going to necessarily be the case. That probably stopped us out of the playmaker poll if we have to take a look at that, Sharif.
Have a look.
Yeah, we're going to take a look. Did we get stopped out? Let's see. What was the
SPY? We're at 60607 right now.
Let's see what our stop out was here.
Don't look.
60509.
No. We'll base it on the closing prayer. We literally spiked down into 605
That's it. We got stopped. Yeah, we got stopped. That's a loss there on the playmaker. So on that volatility, blame whoever. Yeah, whoever dropped that news. Blame them because now we're stopped out of the playmaker poll. We don't know what to do. But what Sharif knows what to do is how to kill Apple. What do you got cooking up in?
We're almost, bro. We're almost there. I put the out at the third of a dollar. We're showing 28s right now. All it's gonna have to do is cross the 33s. Otherwise, if it keeps rejecting 30s, I'll just flatten out. We're along 64s right now. It keeps showing me 30s and rejecting. Here's 33s. Bang! There goes 33. All right, feeling good about this one. AAPL on the way to the upside, guys. 241.61 HOD. So likely to encounter some resistance at that $0.50 or 2/3 of a dollar. We'll see if Apple wants to pull back here. We're about 0.15% away from that 2% day here for AAPL. That'll be the third day in a row. We get some higher highs and higher lows. Really kind of spawned this entire move up by Apple after really giving up a lot after earnings based upon that Alibaba headline that they were going to make or they were going to partner, with Alibaba in China for Apple Intelligence. That is a prerequisite by the Chinese government that Apple has to have a local partner for Apple Intelligence. It was widely discussed prior to that they were going to partner with Baidu. That got kiboshed as Baidu's advancements in AI were not to Apple's liking. We had heard advancements by Baidu with their Ernie chatbot, but we've been hearing less and less about that. All of a sudden, this Qwen model, KWEN, by Baba comes onto the scene. And shortly thereafter, we get the Apple headline. So you kind of feel like this was cooking prior to that. So there's the look right now. We're at Apple. Got no positions on them. Happy I took this trade. Market reactions like that. I've seen the Katina Man do this multiple times. When the market reacts, I always see you react to it. You take the... Yeah, no, and I took it because you do this a lot. So shout out to the Katina Man there. Being around on the floor, you definitely get the vibes of how different people trade.
It's a face slapper.
I appreciate you, Joseph. Different people trade. And, we were talking there in the back, Obi Adair and I, about app, and she was explaining her position on app. Obi was telling her his positions as well. Everybody's got a different methodology, and we kind of try to glean on off each other, how each one executes. So very pleased with that. But a biscuit head, Joe, Sharif, I just got a news notification saying Tesla stock surges amid rumors of federal government contract for armored Teslas. So that's interesting. That's an older headline that I saw that this morning while I was doing the prep for the morning show. Yeah, Elon's being basically accused here of using his government contacts to weasel in a few new contracts from the government in response to armored vehicles. I don't know if that's the reason we're moving up, but Tesla's up 4 1/3%, recovering off that. Not yesterday, but the day before, it was red on the day. It sold off aggressively, though, into the close yesterday. TSLA did, as a result of this Charlie guy who was tweeting that Elon was basically dedicating the next 4 months of his life to Doge. Apparently, he's sleeping at the White House in his office. Not something that we haven't heard Elon do. I think the White House is probably an upgrade from the factory floor where he was sleeping, Joseph, when he was scaling the Model Y. So
yeah, I mean,
that's the look there. Let's see what else people are saying there in the chat. T-Money, let's go. Let's go to you, my man. Pretty Panda AMOD, knocking on heaven's door. I like that. You get a bang there. Pretty dang Panda, always making me chuckle. All right, we'll look at AMOD in a second. The Hayes Records, he's back. 10 points in the money on my ES long. Can I get a bang? You can get multiple bangs there. The Hayes Records, one of the OGs in the chat. No question about it. That picture with the bloody eye always reminds me of like 2023. I think he was really active around then. But let's have a look at, what's it called? AMOD. Let's load this bad boy up. This is the Tesla chart, by the way. AMOD. Okay. Brother, I'm not going to touch this until it's above VWAP. This is not the pre-market high. So the 602 area is not the pre-market high, right? So it's not like I say, oh, I'm not going to trade this until 602. No, that's not the pre-market high. But it's going to have to get and stay above VWAP. Now, what I do like is it's kind of broken this trend, this very, very clear lower high situation, lower low. It's kind of found itself in a consolidation area now. If it can break above, maybe say 475.5, I think we definitely have a trend change. So here's what I'll do. I'm going to throw an alert. If this one wants to come in closer to 475, I'm all ears. Well, until that time, though, I'm going to have to stay clear of AMOD. It just doesn't really fit the profile there. Eddie R, he is sleeping. Oh. I don't even know who that is. Eddie R, you're going to have to explain that joke. I don't want to read it because I don't know what it means, but I don't even know who that is. So let me know, Eddie. Shout out to you, my man. Hayes Records still long. Get it, son. We're dancing with 6,100 right now, Hayes. So shout out to you, my man. Good trade there. He's long the ES, not even the MES. Do your homework and find out what one tick on the ES is, P&L wise. It's a lot of money. Trump is always late to everything. Brendan was right. Says T-Money. All right. So shout out to you, my man. Holo is moving, says Todd Edwards. Let's have a look at the a former runner, one that we're all very familiar with here, HOLO. Oh, interesting breakout there. Yes, I do see that on Holo. Micro Cloud. Okay, so they got a headline from today that they're using DeepSeek model related to digital simulated quantum micro cloud hologram highlights use of DeepSeek model related to digital simulated quantum computing. What the hell is this? Okay, so I'll have to read this, but apparently this is an interesting news headline over here. Anyway, it's off the highs. Is this a pre-market high? Yes, this is a pre-market high here at $1.50. So it's going to have to clear $1.50 for me to get involved on HOLO because that's a pre-market high. Yeah, so my bad. I should have got that, Eddie. I mean, that's his wife, so yeah, my bad. Sometimes when you're on the show, you kind of don't realize. 2 New York cents. Musk sleeping on the office reminds me of myself. Tell me what you do, 2 New York cents. I feel like I see you in the chat a lot, and I have no idea what your life is like. So tell me what you. Let me know exactly what you do for work. Yeah, well, he clearly works hard, bro.
Works hard, yeah. He's always here in the chat, too, so he's working hard, putting in those late hours, and that's fantastic. So
good with that.
Yeah, good with that, bro.
What do you got, Joseph?
Yeah, let's see what everybody else in the chat is saying. I'm sure you're just going through that. Joe W., that quick drop in NASDAQ touched VWAP in 1 hour time frame and just reversed. My question is there a way to know if it's going to reverse or does it just keep falling? Could be a good long. Again, I think that comes with some experience. Katina Man often trades that, you're going to want to look at the tape, right? We went over a tape lesson. But the one thing about that momentum to the downside and an increase in volume with that, I think it's a little bit hard to completely reverse that. Again, that's just me. I could be totally wrong on that factor. But again, if you're looking to play those bounces like Katina, man, he's been doing it for a long time. And there's probably little nuances that he recognizes in the price action and in the tape as well, to level 2, whatever it may be. So it's just up to you to build a sample set of trades and just like have the ability to identify. And then with that sample set, maybe you'll notice something that you can create into a niche and then really start to refine. So for me, it was just I was already in the position, right? I didn't grab it on that. I didn't grab it on the flush down or anything along those lines. So yeah, that's just my thought. Again, look for the bottoms, look for the change in the time of sales, and just build something that you can refine and be like, hey, okay, this is what I recognized last time. This is what I recognized this time. What is the correlation of them? And then look to exploit that, okay? So yeah, guys, let's see what else everybody else is up to. What we're going to do here is we're going to do some expected moves. We got some good names. I like this. This is like a good B-class evening, Sharif. I know you're going to be doing it because you got Pan W after the bell. So we got Coin, Pan W, Twillo, DKNG, Roku, Airbnb, and AMAT. So we're going to go Roku, Airbnb, and AMAT. I think those are really interesting names. I like Applied Materials, I like Airbnb, and I like Roku because I have it on my TV, if that even matters at all. So let's start with Roku, guys, and see what we got going on from an expected move. So the EM in the options market, let's see what the people are pricing in. Implied vol. Okay,
What are you
they don't
talking
want to
about
get
here?
Roku. Yes. It doesn't
Do
want to
Roku, and then I'll do Pandub after you, because that's
Sounds
another.
good, 'cause I know you want to get into talk about that one a little bit, Sharif. So yeah, what we have on Airbnb. Oh, that's not it. Airbnb. Okay, embarrassing. Airbnb. Yeah, it's just the awkward silence, man. Okay, it's not feeling to pull up here.
Yeah, we still heard Adara.
Yeah, exactly. So 8.1%, Sharif. Here we go. So that IV is extremely extended, 187%. That is hefty. 8.1% expected move on Airbnb, but I do believe we have some bills to pay.
New traders alert. Listen up. First month, yes, it's free. That's right. We're waiving all the fees. You can trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to the elite trading experience that'll help you analyze, strategize, and then hopefully after all that, you'll be able to capitalize by using the best platform out there. It's everything. It's got everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, and you can predict way better with backtesting. It's got reliable real-time data, global markets literally at your fingertips. You're all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen, or go to the link in the description of this video. I think everyone should already know I've been using eSignal for a while. They are now a sponsor of ours. I mean, I don't want to keep going through this spiel every time, but I'm slowly weaning myself off my platform. And you know what that's going to do? It's going to save me some money, because I got tons of entitlement fees, data fees that I have to pay to the other brokerage that now is provided to me at no charge by eSignal, and it's as robust, if not more robust. In addition to that, it allows you to connect it to other brokerages as well. So if you've got IBKR like me, you can connect eSignal directly using the API. So eSignal, a hell of a platform. It's right there on your screen, and I've been using it every single day. So that's my little spiel for that. Joseph.
Yeah, okay, yeah, guys, so we'll just get back to anything. I know you want to do Pan W, Sharif.
Yeah.
So we just did Airbnb, about 8% or so. And then Applied Materials looking about 5.1% in the expected move here, guys. Let's see what else. We'll pull up one more here before we send it back off to Sharif. We did DKNG earlier. We just did Airbnb, AMAT. Let's take a look at Twillo. Let's see what Twillo's up to. Excuse me, what is that ticker? TWLO.
Joseph,
yeah, go ahead, go ahead, man.
ARM
go
is
ahead.
breaking out. ARM is on one right now. Be very careful here. ARM, it's breaking out huge. It just broke out from that low of 155. We're into 162. This thing is skyrocketing up right now. ARM. Adara's got it at the big desk.
So keep an eye on Meta here too. Financial Times reporting that ARM has secured Meta as its first customer for its new chip project. It says apparently this project is, quote, ambitious. But either way, Meta is ARM's first customer. Also, I'm seeing some headlines here. Trump imminently signing action on reciprocal tariffs. That I have no details as to what this is. And again, he was supposed to do this about 40 minutes ago. So we're quite late. But yeah, ARM pushing up here. Apparently, Meta is going to be its first customer. Let's take a look at META here. And again, this is coming from the Financial Times. Not at all confirmed, but META, not slightly higher here. Yeah, ARM apparently having Meta as its customer for its chip project. And nothing with regards to tariffs other than apparently they're being signed imminently. Back to you.
Joseph,
Whoa.
we need to know something about ARM. Only 10% of the actual outstanding shares available for trade.
No
Because
way.
Masayoshi, he owns 90% of this, you know what? So only 10%. So this thing can get parabolic. Okay, and that's probably why it's
He
moving.
owns 90%
Yeah,
of
he
the
only
float?
allowed 10%. Yeah. He only. This is a new thing we keep seeing with these IPOs.
Wow.
They're only making available for trade in the public markets a fraction of the company, and he'll hold. So all the shares are available to be traded, but he's holding them.
Yeah, he's holding
Right.
them.
So
I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know if I want to be.
been happening more and more, brother.
Dude, I wouldn't want to own a stock with that much internal influence.
Look, I don't disagree with you at all. I mean, it's probably, look, for day trading, it's a bit of a tougher one because it creates a lot of volatility to have a shorter float. But I like Masa. I think he's, for the exception of WeWork, he hasn't made too many mistakes. So ARM is continuing to go, guys. Here it is, 166.56. We're up 7% now. When we reported this, we were in 4 and change. This is really going. 166.65, wow. The high of the day. It's got a wider spread, though. There it goes. Here comes 167. We are really going on ARM. Nary an offer. I mean, nobody even posting offers. But look at that, Joseph. It dropped $2 like that.
Yeah.
My goodness, yes. So you have to be ready for that kind of action on ARM. It looks like it might be mean reverting here. I think Obi's taking it short. He's punching in. I'm just joking.
Did you punch in?
Because he's the mean reversion trader,
Yeah, he
right?
punched in. He's thinking about it.
He's punching in. I know you're thinking
Don't put
about it,
ideas in his.
I know he's thinking about it. All right, we're gonna keep an eye out there on ARM, but it's really going, guys. 167 high of the day. If we could earn that much stock of ARM, you would sell it and spend the rest of your life on an island. Don't I know it, my man Sebastian? Shout out to you. I definitely would. I don't know. Would you live the rest of your life on an island?
What island is it?
That's a good question, right? It makes a big difference. Yeah, because Australia's an island, right?
You know what I mean? Like, yeah,
No, you know what I mean,
man.
though, yeah.
I was watching. Speaking of Australia, I was watching some Lux listings. Sydney. I don't know how people feel about that reality. I would definitely move to Australia.
Yeah, Australia.
Australia is like.
We gotta go to Adair though. She's got something.
So basically here we do have on watch here Trump apparently making comments about tariffs. I have a link to this. I haven't seen that he's begun speaking, but apparently he has. He said that he's deciding to charge reciprocal tariffs, saying, quote, whatever they charge us, we will charge them. So basically 1-for-1 tariffs here by President Trump. Says he's going to be imminently signing this action on reciprocal tariffs. And he also said he's going to be considering countries that use the VAT tax system. I'm going to look more into that tax system, but it's basically value-added tax, or it's a goods and services tax like GST. So countries that use this GST apparently could be considered. Keep an eye on that. I will be letting you guys know if I hear anything else.
Thank you very much, Adair. We got to shout out the OG over here. Madword gifted 10 live trading by Trader TV. What is that, bro?
It's a spider in the handle.
That's a spider?
In the handle.
In the handle.
I mean, hey, man.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, I mean, but
hell no.
But I mean, like, we're gonna send it off to Adair. We're gonna talk a little bit more about Australia when we get back.
Keep an eye here. This actually is not tariff related. Papa John's. We talked about how this randomly had a little bit of a rally here back on Tuesday. Now, apparently, seeing Semaphore reporting that there's a investor from Qatar, or at least a Qatari-backed investor, looking to take over Papa John's. So Papa John's getting a pop to the upside here. Potential takeover target, according to Semaphore. I'm still going to wait and see if I see anything on tariffs, but apparently Trump's saying that provisions are going to be made for non-monetary tariffs. So biggest catalyst here, though, right now is going to be Papa John's. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara, for that. Adara, she punned there super quick. I don't know if anybody knows that. All right, guys. I want to shout out here, if we can shout out this individual, please. Mad Word gifted 10 live trading by Trader TV live memberships. Thank you very much, my man. He gifted Nimit one. Who else? Soul Status. Your boy, The Hayes Records, was given one as well. Steve J. They all got free memberships there. Thank you very much, sir. Very appreciative of that. All right, let's have a look at here. People are talking about BSLK weaseling its way back onto the scene. In fact, it is. But I'm hesitant to jump into BSLK again because this could just be a perfunctory break above the volume-weighted average price and then weasel our way down. Here's the deal, though. I will take this long if it breaks 85 pennies. That's my best out on this monster, so we're going to throw it an alert at 82 and change. If this one wants to take out the top, I will trade it, but until that time, no go for me. Because I've seen these ones weasel below VWAP and then try to make an attempt at it and fail. Shout out to Jay Lee, Sharif, get short NVIDIA or NVDL or whatever, quick dumping. I'm looking right at it, Jay. I've been looking at it. So I was actually looking at that 134 for a long bit. It's getting away from it though, Jay. The market seems to be recovering. It looks like we attempted at 21.9 dump and pop. Say that again, Obi. SAIL. Okay, $12 billion IPO opened, says the OB. He is the one, Kenob, SAIL on the NQ. I don't have it quite yet. It's not open for me, or is it? 1 minute. No, I'm not seeing it. So let's load it up on the trading screen over here.
I got it. We got it. Yeah, we got it. Yeah, we got it here, guys. So here we go with sale. A brand new IPO. So apparently this is going to be the time we're going to see a lot of M&A and IPO in the coming years with Donald in office. So let's see what we got going on with Adara.
Yeah, keep an eye here on any of these European names. I pulled up ASML. It's not doing much, but apparently Donald Trump said that the EU lowered their tariffs to 2.5%, so it's, quote, a big win. Trump also said that, note, there's not going to be any tariffs if they manufacture or build product in the U.S. So with that in mind, keep an eye on TSM here. That could be potentially a look for TSM, which isn't really moving much. But yeah, so apparently he likes that Europe did reduce their tariffs. And he also said if you manufacture or build product in the U.S., you will not be dealing with any tariffs, apparently. I've been trying to find a press conference of this. Everywhere I'm seeing says they're standing by for live videos, so unclear where these comments are being said. Also, he said, though, that other countries can reduce tariffs or eliminate. But what's interesting, too, is I don't think we're getting these reciprocal tariffs signed for sure today, because he said that Lutnick will be coming up, who is involved here in trade. Apparently, Lutnick's going to be coming up with numbers equivalent to those limitations and other non-tariff barriers for other countries and working on a reciprocal plan. So it doesn't sound like they actually have a reciprocal plan yet. Just be aware of that. Apparently, the reciprocal plan is in the works, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Here is sale point. Let's talk about it. Okay, so the price indicated at 23.70 open. We're already below that, baby. We're on our way down into 22 mid-90s. 4.971 million share float IPO priced at 23. So technically opens up a little bit higher there, Joseph, on 60 million shares. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Sale point, SAIL is a ticker trading on the NQ. Just opened up, I believe, at 141. Thank you very much, Obi, for letting us know about that. I personally didn't even know there was an IPO today. So that's the look there. That's why we all help each other out. So that's, yeah, we'll keep an eye out on that. I'm still interested, though, in taking the Monster NVIDIA long here, Joseph, because it has recovered. It's at VWAP. The Katina man told me to wait for 135 break and take and then to use the volume-weighted average price as my out. What happened, Arm?
Man, yeah, you got to watch it. No, man, it is absolutely soaring, man. Yeah, I'll pull it up. Yeah, I was going to punch in just before it did that pop there, guys. Up 7% now on the session. This thing is just roaring to the top side. I think you got to wait for a pullback to get involved in this name. You don't want to be punching in all the way at these highs. We got to look at the tape. You're punching in at the highs.
I'm not.
So,
Nobody do that.
Hey, dude, like if this tape is strong, by all means, get involved in that. We don't want to see the mix. But with that news on Meta, this name is absolutely crazy, Sharif. I'm not going to chase it up here, up over 8% and continuing to move higher. This might be a multi-day play on this news here in ARM.
Wow, ARM is, strong arming the market right now, baby. Up 8, and thank you, Dara, 8%. Guys, in case you're wondering what the hell is going on with ARM, here it is. We are trading higher after the company announced it secured Meta as its first customer for its new chip project. Details kind of scarce from this article. Plans to launch its own chip this year after securing Meta Platforms as one of the first customers. It's a major shift to its model of licensing its blueprints to other companies. Yes, because we know that's how they make money, licensing and the other one, royalties. The Financial Times reported on Thursday. Adara has more information for us at the big desk.
We're here. Howard Lutnick of Cantor Fitzgerald. He is also the current United States Secretary of Commerce. He's making some comments here. Again, he is the person that Trump has tasked with this reciprocal tariff plan, which again, they don't have yet. But apparently Howard Lutnick saying that the U.S. will be addressing each country one by one, saying that these value-added taxes or GSTs, VATs, are a sort of export subsidy. We know they're going after countries that have these GSTs. So keep an eye on that. And also apparently each country being addressed individually. Back to you.
Wow. Okay. BSLK, thank you very much for that, Adara. I'm getting notifications that BSLK is breaking out. Here it is. We're about to take out the highs, guys. This is where I got out last time, 84 pennies. Let's see if we can take this out. Shout out to whoever mentioned that to me in the chat. I was a little dismissive of it. I was wrong. You were right. Let's see if this one wants to weasel up into that dollar area. It's up 175%. And here goes the high, and there goes the high, Joseph. We're really on one right now. Are you in it? I'm not in it, man. I'm not in it. I don't want to be punching in it high. I'm just going to have to pull back a little bit. I'll use 85 pennies as that support level, but let it clear a little bit. Wow, it's really squeezing. 88 pennies just showed up there. I believe that is the high of the day now. Let's have a look at the side chart. 87.68. I hate these decimal places. It makes everything so much more difficult. But it is on one. It found support at 60 pennies. We're already 27 pennies above that. This is an 80 penny name, so you get it. 27 pennies, a lot here. 180% to the high side. It was me, little buddy, Maxie Jr. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I don't know. Anyway, nice talking to you there.
Good talk.
Yeah, good talk. All right, so that is what's moving right now. BSLK, Joseph.
Hey, okay, this is what I just did.
What'd you do?
You pointed something out to me, all right?
Okay.
So I had to refresh. I had to blink a couple times and pinch myself to make sure I was awake, right? 5,400 people watching and only 633 likes. Sharif, what is that noise? Come on, get those likes up for my guy killing the small caps on the session. Let's get those likes, guys. Like and subscribe, much appreciated. Thank you guys all for participating. You know, Katina Man, Brendo, OB, and everybody is much appreciative of that. Adara and all the production crew, guys. Come on. Let's get those likes up. Whoa, I thought I just got a fail there, so I don't know. Let's see what we got.
Not you.
Yeah, not me. Yeah, the fail is let's get those likes. At least 1,000 here, guys. We're gonna pump it here. At least 1,000 likes.
Really, bro?
What do you say? What did SPF say?
Busy trading, bro. Really, you can't even take a second to hit the like button?
Do you know SPF Russia? Do you know SPF Russia? Have you ever heard of that guy? All right, maybe looking up later. But SPF Russia, I like that name. But you're busy trading. I understand that. That is the only reasonable excuse that we will ever give you. Is other than that, we need to get those likes. Get those. Where are you trading from? Oh, okay. There it is. There it is. We're almost there. 50 more likes, and then I'm gonna stop the like rant. I'm gonna keep going. What happened? What'd she say there?
She's attacking the people.
Yeah. Why she? Yeah, come on, man. It's all love.
Shout out to Save.
You know what I'm?
Save.
Shout out to Save. I'm waiting for the new drifting video from Ram coming out probably tomorrow because we got all that snow in the truck. So
we don't have a drifting video.
If we don't got a drifting video, then that's it. Stay home. Yeah, stay home. That's it. 1,000 likes, guys. Rant over.
The big desk.
Yeah, there's a couple things to be aware of here. AMD, in case you're wondering why AMD dropped. From what I'm seeing here, it might have to do with this. So if you saw ARM popping here, Meta becoming ARM's first customer for their ambitious new chip project, according to the Financial Times. Well, AMD used to be collaborating with Meta on these custom AI chips. So now hearing that Meta is going to be the customer there for ARM, not a great look for AMD, which did have quite the push to the downside. Also, more tariff talk here, just to be aware. Nothing huge happening here as of right now. Apparently, it will be over and above steel tariffs and also for cars and pharmaceuticals. So look out for steels, auto plays, and pharmaceutical plays. Also, apparently, they're going to be targeting antitrust as well. So unclear as how that's going to impact tariffs, but apparently antitrust regimes, quote, on watch as well here, guys. Back to you.
Well, not sir, obviously it's Adara. Thank you very much for that, Adara. All right, guys, we're keeping an eye on everything that's moving right now, but BSLK is on one. So for all my small cap traders, 92.25 high right now, pulling back into 87s. Let's see if we can get that 84 drop. The 84 area, 84, 85, peculiar to me because that is the area I kept taking it out, and that is the area we kept having trouble with. So if we had trouble with that area, I perceive it to be as a possible area of now support as opposed to resistance. It may not even give you that pullback though. So strong is it. This thing has done 155 million shares on the day. I get it. It's a 85, 89 penny name, whatever. So obviously the volume is going to be a little bit higher, but there's a lot of eyes on it. It's the number one gapper after MBRX, but it is probably still on some people's do not trade list, given its price. There it goes into the high day again, Joseph, into 92.25. Lots of volume coming into this one. I'm just very interested to see if this can take $1 on a closing basis. Right now, it is on one right now. There is barely an offer being posted on the ask right now, so keep your eye out on this one. This could really break out. Adara's got more for us at the big desk.
We're seeing some really conflicting things here. So Trump has signed the order on U.S. reciprocal tariffs, but in case you missed it, we actually don't know what these tariffs are yet. They're still building a plan. He also said that car tariffs are coming soon. And then they were saying they're going to be looking at each country individually, but then we have someone saying they're not ruling out a one-size-fits-all flat tariff. So we don't really know when this is coming, what the extent of the plan is, or if we're going to be doing one-on-one tariffs or a one-size-fits-all, because we've been told both here. So lots to watch out for, but keep an eye on these auto names because apparently car tariffs coming soon, quote here from Trump. So keep an eye on that. Lots of reciprocal tariff related news. Unclear what it's all going to amount to at the end of the day. As of right now, guys, back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. People are still yelling about pizza, Adara, so you called that one out. Good on you there. Say that again? Do a pizza recap.
Same.
But have a look at the ARM. Obi, are you looking at this? Okay, because this is your cup of tea, baby. 168.39 HOD. We are down. We just wicked into 161 on the armed one over here. Great mean reversion trade on ARM, but keep your eye out for a possible bounce. We are at VWAP on the current candle, holding VWAP. The previous candle closed above VWAP despite the fact that it wicked down into 161. This is a meta-related headline, guys, on ARM right now at a key area. It was a big squeeze, obviously, into that 168.25, but we are getting a nice bounce off 162 at VWAP. Here comes 163.5, Joseph. So this could be moving on back up. I don't know if we take out the high of the day. Who knows? Maybe we do. ARM has double-digit day percentage double-digit days in its DNA, in its composition, given the low amount of shares available, given the overall value of the company. So ARM on one right now. This could be an interesting trade off the volume-weighted average price. You got the short off the top. You got the breakout trade. We gave that to you in real time. And then you saw the mean reversion. We're giving you the bounce trade here. There goes 164. Here comes 164.5. What a move off the volume-weighted average price.
What a move off that.
ARM, Joseph. What a move up. Shout out to Tamimi. I get you, brother. I get you. But I got plenty of charts on my side. Adara's got more for us.
Sit on pizza, just to recap, Papa John's at day's highs. Basically what happened here is Semaphore reporting that Earth Capital Management, which is apparently backed by the Saudis, has spoken with investors here about mounting a take-private bid for $1.4 billion here for Papa John's. That's according to people familiar with the matter, as reported once again by Semaphore. So pizza here, Papa John's in talks here for a takeover bid. It's worth noting this rallied on no catalyst back on Tuesday. So interesting stuff there. Definitely a lot of people looking at PZZA over this week, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Sharif. I decided to punch a little arm here on that VWAP hold that you specifically mentioned. I like it, but if it breaks it, then I'm going to get out of dodge on this one because. Fine. But I want to look for the. We're going to send it back to Adair 1 second, but we want to see what's going to happen here on ARM. Pull up my chart for a brief second. Okay, if we break the low here, I don't know why I keep pointing at it. It's frustrating myself now, but here we go. We're starting to climb a little bit higher. 161 out of dodge on this trade. Let's see what A is up to.
I think this headline is certainly worth noting here. I am seeing Donald Trump saying that interest rates are going to be going down, but that prices might go up in the short term. Now, this comment is really interesting because this comes after we had 2 straight higher than expected inflation prints. We know Donald Trump has literally been asking or been saying they have to bring the rates down. So the fact that we have these higher than expected inflation prints, now Trump saying prices may go up in the short term, is, I think, certainly on watch. Keep an eye on this. In the meantime, though, Q is trying to push higher.
Yeah, creeping back up, says Dewey. Yes, it is. So is the dead one. The dead one's at the high of the day right now, 241.61. Keep your eye out on that. Lots of tariff news right now. Joseph, what's going on?
We got ARM. We got ARM pumping up here still, guys. Let's see what we got going on. Maybe we trim a little bit here. 50 cents ITM there, guys, in the money. In other words, but. There it is. We punched some out. I don't know if we're going to go and test this high day straight. Finish it off there, my guy.
Yes, sir. So we got like literally 30 seconds left. The Katina man's back. He's got Starbucks. He's loaded up on the mic. I don't know what Obi's doing over there. He's very focused. We're going to find out what he was trading over there. But it's been a hell of a show today, guys. Very exciting. We had a lot of breaking news for you guys. If that gives you one piece of information, is that the midday is not quiet when Donald Trump is president. You take it or leave it, baby. Adair's been doing a lot of work at the big.
It doesn't matter if Donald Trump's quiet or not. We're still pumping it over here on the midday. The volatility's there in the show and in the market. So let's go, guys. What a stellar session.
What'd you want, Ram?
Oh,
Please roll over slowly. You're a slow man. Okay, fine. Oh, I thought I was old man. Hands can't hang. All right, it is now 2:00. We will send you to the big kahunas on our right. Joseph, let's see him tomorrow. See you guys. Wow. Unreal.
Wow.
What a show. Great show, brother.
Great shit. Bro, we held 5 the whole time.
I still hear both of them in my ear. I don't know if that matters.
You're supposed to slow it down, or?
All right, there we go. How's it going, Obi?
Not too bad. Hanging in there.
Oh, look, I got a little thank you written down here on the Starbucks.
Here we go.
Thank you. Wow. That's pretty nice.
So, have you seen ARM lately?
Hot. No.
They just had news.
What is the ARM news?
Meta, one of their first customers.
One of their first customers.
Oh, something like that.
Okay.
Large cap association news. That's how I like to classify this.
Yep. So what are we doing with it?
Well, I liked a lot of prices. I liked everything above 160s, and it's still holding up. Again, you know, the first thing I like to do right away, right off the bat, especially with intraday news, is throw up the anchor. Shout out to Mr. Brian Shannon there. And yeah, right here. So you can see that it did attempt to pull back in. It pulled back into VWAP, and now we're pushing right back on. 65s we're holding as of right now. 64.33 is that anchored. But yeah, let's see what it'll bring. I was like, oh, if this continues to blast the way it is, we're going to see 170s sooner than later. But yeah.
I'm going to get out. I have to get in and out of some positions here for you guys to see something so it does actually change up. I'm in 4 longs right now, and it's the usual suspects. I'm waiting to get some more out on Tesla right now. We got a nice little dip buy opportunity into Tesla. We were waiting for this to break. It didn't. We should have been out more at 353 there on Tesla. But yeah, Meta moving, ARM moving around.
So yeah, no, a lot of these stickers moving, a lot of volatility that we're getting. Again, the tariff talks kind of underway. I think he's signed some things, said some things, but we don't know what specific tariffs just yet, Sean. So again, market kind of reacted. We reverted. A lot of news. We also got that new IPO that came out today.
What was that?
That's AAPL sale.nq. That thing's moving around. I got eyes on that one as well. Yeah. Other than that, I don't really have too much else. We'll see. We'll roll with it as the punches come. Right.
Yeah. Sale.nq. I didn't even realize that one. Okay.
That was a good one.
We were still we're underneath view up. We weren't really showing the chart here on Tesla, but we are still long Tesla. We're still long SMCI as well at $40. I mean, this is a nice trade. We're still in this trade. So it's coming up here into $43. You know, we try to do the best job we can to explain where our ins and our outs are. I'm waiting at 43. I'm waiting at 43.50 right here, but maybe even right here is fine. Let's go to 43.30. That's right here on SMCI. We'll put an offer there, get out, and then let the rest ride. But yeah, that's what we're doing right now. So far, so good. I might just cancel this Tesla, see if we get a little bit higher. We were actually at 354. So hopefully some of this SMCI will be able to come out soon. But the NASDAQ, yeah. Joe got excited there on the midday when we did this move. That was pretty fun. And then all of a sudden, another one and another one. But at the end of the day, we still remain higher as we keep going here on the NASDAQ. We're still actually, I'm just waiting for my positions to load up, but we are also in the TQQ, which is this NASDAQ position from the open as well. We just took a piece out there on the 50 period, and we'll let to see if this one can ride just a little bit higher. We're trying to do a better job of holding on to some of our winners a little bit more. Yeah, the position board is working. It's just I need to get out and in and out of a position. So there we go. Obi's in.
Yeah.
Oh, you've got a long and a short here.
Yeah. ARM, I'm kind of dabbling in this ARM, just seeing what it'll do if there's going to be any continuation. I know Sharif called me out for trying to have the reversion. I do like the reversion, but I think that this, again, we talk about the free float on this name, and maybe even the short float as well. I'm just going to check the short float real quick. But if I remember correctly, ARM has a little bit of a short float. Let's see if it still is of any significance here. So I'm just going to pull that up as of right now. So ARM short float is okay, 1.41. So nothing crazy. Nothing too crazy right now, but we are breaking some of these prior levels here. So I just want to pull up this chart, look at a higher time frame here. On the weekly, you can see that we have been kind of bidding up a little bit off of this consolidation. We held this 124, 125 area, or like 123s. Again, the idea is we've been making higher lows, right? Making higher lows, and now we finally get a little bit of news that gives us a push. Hasn't really broken prior week high just yet. That's what I was looking for. I was like, if this continues with the kind of strength that it's showing us, can it go into the 170s? Maybe not just yet. We went from 155s all the way to 168. So an aggressive move there, almost about, what is that? Yeah, 8.5% to the upside on that intraday catalyst. And now we're taking a little bit of a pullback here. So gonna pack my patience, as Sharif likes to say, and see what this one kind of has in store for us by the end of the day. But yeah, other than that, don't really have anything else going on. Wow, that SMCI, man, absolutely beautiful. It just only goes up.
Take a look at that. Yeah, no, I know. SMCI is just, it was a great trade yesterday. It was really on our radar again here today. That's back-to-back days. We did have a little bit of an up and down. We're just trying to break right now through 45. I think this is going to be a great trade tomorrow as well. We just posted on Twitter that we just got up and out of a little bit more of our SMCI. We waited for that 42.50. Now we wait for 43.50. Doesn't get there. We get out at 43.20, and we'll just wait to see what happens from there. All right, it's the rundown. It's my favorite bumper of the day, so let's run it.
Cool.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Obi is in for Neil today, but the big kahunas are locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But in order to get your tickers up there, you have to join Joe and I on the How to Trade show during the midday and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers. But you got to be a subscriber in order to engage in the chat, so make sure you are subscribed. That is a look at the NQ. The triple Q's on the way up. Great move up today for the markets. We have the NQ over 1% now. The ES about 0.75% in the green, followed by the Dow around that 0.2% mark, and the Russell green today after a bit of a shellacking the last couple of days, up about 0.75%. Let's have a look at the first ticker, though, as decided by you guys. Tesla trying to work its way back above that $350 mark. It was a little bit higher at the top, up 4.25, guys. President Trump says provisions will be made for non-monetary tariffs such as tests on cars. Obviously, that includes Tesla and the like, so we'll have to see how this all pans out. That came to us during the midday.
All right. Thank you, Sharif. Yeah, look, I mean, the midday, it's been a little bit of a fun time here on Tesla, but it's pretty choppy since we've had this sort of release here at 1 o'clock and we wait to hear more about some of the tariffs. It was just a monster day there for Tesla. It fell in. It was very, very choppy early, and we just tried to play the same range again. You know, like I said yesterday, it doesn't matter how much was made or lost on these trades. What we're trying to do is educate you guys. And it's just a pullback here into VWAP, into the 50-period moving average. Sure, we had it here for sure, and you could have got long down here on VWAP. I'm just trying to let it settle down. Tesla did have that move up to 350. We were waiting for it to break, and that was actually the actionable spot for me. The minute we saw that break, it was like, okay, let's wait for that pullback, and that's when we got in. So there's the 50 break. Exhaustion candle right there, hard rejection back down, wait till it to fall into what's been support before, VWAP in the 50 period, and then let's run that to the high side. Really happy that we're able to discuss this live on the show as it was happening. Really happy to be able to take pretty much a significant part of this to the upside. It breaks the 50 period, we get out. Then we sat right back down here. We went to the gym, we came back, grabbed our salad, and we're like, we're buying this again. Why? Because it gave us this bottom right there. So I bought it immediately. It went up. We didn't do anything about it. We should have. Then it came back in. We bought that same level off of that low. This was like a 30 or 40 cents worth of risk. Pops up. Boom, there. VWAP, 200. Again, you saw me come back with a coffee. Honestly, I wasn't here. I was at 354 waiting for that. So I'm still waiting for a little bit higher, but now we're getting sloping down, and we've seen the way Tesla's acted into the close there. That was yesterday. The same thing happened the day before. We started to go to the downside. So I'm not sure. Essentially, I'm sitting now at 352.50 or so, right into here. Get another piece out, then hopefully the rest can go high side. Our stop is still down at this low. Tesla, we said we wouldn't say it, but it is a big stock today, so it's going to be the number one stock for me there today. So that's what I've been doing on Tesla. It was on the radar. It's on the sticky note. I just think a name like this, Obi, and I know the names like you were looking at today, we talked about Cisco, Intel, names like that, they have to be on your radar. Like we put out the watch list. I think these are like everyday type of things. Until it gets slow, I'm going to still look at Tesla.
Yeah, I think that's very valid. We saw the strength coming in yesterday. We talked about this in the morning. A bit of an aggressive sell-off over the past week or so, where we came down all the way from just under 400. Right here, you can see prior, 2 weeks ago, at the beginning of the month, Monday, we kind of break that. We cracked that 400 level, and we've been downtrending since then. And yesterday, we get a bit of a gap up, hold of that 330 level, and a push. For the majority of the day, yeah, sure, we get a little bit of selling, aggressive selling, all the way back down into VWAP. That was a bit catalyst driven. We talked about Elon maybe being a little bit more focused on Doge and its workings, and maybe not having some time for Tesla. So definitely the market kind of selling off on that piece of news. But interestingly enough, in the after hours and the pre-market, we pretty much retraced all of that, giving us a nice opportunity for that continuation. VWAP kind of holds as buyers support on that VWAP off of the open, and then we break the opening range for a push all the way up back to 358 day high. Now we've taken a pullback, and now we're just chopping and orbiting around this VWAP as of right now. But that 350 level, Sean, we were talking about that 350 level in the morning, and I was like, yeah, if we can get above 350 and hold 350, that'll be a good look for this one. Maybe a reversion on the bigger time frame on Tesla, but for the past couple of days, a little bit of a bid.
Coinbase reporting after the bell tonight, already making an aggressive move up, guys, 7.5%. So keep your eye out on that. We already saw Robinhood report record volume for crypto trading, maybe foreshadowing what to expect with Coinbase. The market already kind of making their decision. Here's the deal. We report after the bell today. I'll get you the exact time in a minute, but the earnings call starts at 5:30. The expected move for Coinbase base plus or minus 9%. Last time, guys, we dropped aggressively over 15%. So this one has the tendency to move after earnings.
All right, I mean, I really like Coinbase, especially after Hood, but I mean, we looked at Robinhood. Is Robinhood? Oh, Robinhood's going to be on there anyways. Okay, so Robinhood gave back a little bit. We'll talk about that. It's 3 from now. Okay, so, DraftKings is on the list. I like that. All right, so we have a bunch of names here are going to be on this list. All right, join Adara, myself, and Sharif tonight as we do a big time closing show. It's one of the best recap opportunities until we have NVIDIA coming again. So it's going to be like one of the busiest days in the post market. So we're excited for that. Just double checking the calendar. And yes, that is what's going on. So we talked about that earlier today. Right off the open, I was like, you know what? This has to be great news for Coinbase. Crypto up 700%. on Robinhood. That's meant a lot for Coinbase. Obviously, it just really got going right off the jump. Coinbase 295. This was a play of mine at the beginning of the year. I liked it. I thought if crypto wanted to go, then Coinbase definitely wants to go. Good base down here at 250, 260. It's actually looking fine for the earnings report after the bell. Oh, here's my my eye appointment is calling me now, even though they've already canceled it. So we'll see. Well, we'll let them leave a message. All right. So, I mean, come on. You got it. Your business should be open. I was just out there. It's fine. It's like everything
it's not that bad.
Everything,
I think
literally everything
most of it was over.
My wife's been shopping, this and that. Oh, okay. Yeah. Ramin saw an old man shoveling with a little shovel. So she's feeling like if he's out there.
Yeah, in front of his grocery store. So she's saying if he can do it, then.
Right, Ramin. And as she was leaving, she pushed him over, apparently. So that was just. Okay, so right into there, 280, 286. Anyways, what I was getting about, because you guys want to talk about it after the bell. Look, I think it's all pointing in the right direction. Crypto's been holding this low 90 area. You're now above the 50-period moving average. We just based out down here at 270. I don't know what they're going to say, obviously, but with more and more ETFs on the rise, and coming through, they seem to be getting approved. And with Trump in there, I don't think there's going to be too much opposition to any sort of, Ripple ETF or Solana as they keep coming more and more popular. And then we still have, of course, more and more talk about what's going to happen with the reserve. And if that's more talk, then, where's the custodial? Is that going to be Coinbase? The more talk about crypto, the better it is for Coinbase. So for me, there you go. I think Coinbase is going to be a good one. I like it. I think up into here is reasonable. I'm not sure what the implied move is. Adara is working like crazy to get this all done. We'll double check it, but I'll just wait. I think 320 to 325 up into here is a decent move, right? That's only 10%. So I think that can get back into there. I wouldn't be surprised if we see all-time highs tomorrow on Coinbase. Or at least this recent high. I don't know if that's all-time high, over 350.
Yeah, no, I definitely like that. Right away, I pulled up the hourly. And yeah, if we get a break of this range, we've been in this range for a majority of the year and since about November as well. And yeah, that November, the high since that November has been that 350 mark, Sean. So 349.75 I have as the high, which was made in and around, I guess, the first week of December. Right here, you can see we have a top around December 5th. And around December 6th as well. So 5th and 6th, you kind of make a little bit of a double topping high at that 350. But yeah, with earnings on the horizon, we've been kind of bidding up going into it. Earnings, again, after hours today. If we do gap up above this 300, this coin is going to be definitely a little bit of a good look there. We kind of observe what's happening with some of these gappers, whether they are gapping up or down. It can give us a bit of a directional move off of the open. So definitely one to watch on the day today. Again, very strong. It's about to push day highs right there. A bit of a V shape after a strong pullback after the morning run up, and it would seem like buyers are still in charge from yesterday on Coinbase. So one to watch out for. Maybe we get that 300 before the close even.
Oh yeah.
Who knows?
All right, guys, DraftKings, another one reporting after the bell today. The market is expecting $1.43 billion in revenue, up from last year, $1.23 billion. So we'll have to see exactly how they do. The expected move here, large. I think we're expecting 8.4% last time. It was kind of subdued. It was about 3% to the upside last time for DraftKings earnings. And by the way, the earnings call, not after the bell today, bright and early tomorrow morning at 8:30.
Yeah, you just beat me to it. I had it up right here. I didn't realize you had to go to the second page here for DraftKings. It's only $22.9 billion. Wrong screen, Ramin, wrong screen. Ramin, there it is. So it's only 22.9 billion market cap there. Right beside TELUS, right here in Canada. TELUS and DraftKings, which company would you rather own? I'd rather own Twilio, which is right down here as well. Their aftermarket closed today. Oh boy, Obi.
Oh boy.
It's going to be, wow, Twilio. You guys want to talk about DraftKings and not Twilio? Okay. All right. So Tesla, $4. And this was off Sharif. Like we were talking, Sharif was asking me, what am I trading? We told him, all right, well, I thought I was waiting here at 52.50. Okay, I gotta get over here at 52.50. Make sure that we get a piece out. Oh no, I'm at sell it at 54. Okay. All right. Hopefully we get it. I just put it at 45. Maybe we'll get that fill. Okay. So DraftKings right now that would be $4. So look, I like DraftKings here. I mean, I was just looking at it on the bigger time frame. It's just had a monster move. Like, I don't know what was going on there. I mean, we are now over. Trump is welcoming back Russia into the G7. So, okay. All right. So there it is. He declared war against another country. That doesn't seem to be too much of a problem. Right there, 42. Nice upside move there through 47. Yeah. I mean, it's working. I feel bad not being in this name. Again, I get worried about buying things like this when we're up that high, way away from the 50-period moving average. But DraftKings has been doing that for a while. It's just, again, look at the pullbacks, right? It looks like it's prone for pullback again. We'll see what was up. That was a bad Super Bowl, but that doesn't matter. People are betting it anyways. So I like DraftKings here. I think whenever you can take advantage, I mean, gambling is an addiction, and now you get to invest in it. So whether or not that's something that you favor, I know it's some people don't like it for that reason, which is why I bring it up, not as a joke, but it's just, it's probably under-owned, and it's going to work, and it is working. DraftKings, I mean, I like the stock. I just think it's overextended right now. Yeah. But again, like, to take something from Neil there, he says there's no such thing as a bad earnings bad earnings report, just the way that trades off of it. We'll see about what happens with DraftKings. I mean, how good do they have to be here to justify this move of 15% in 3 days? So we'll see what happens with DKNG, but I'm nervous.
Yeah, I think it's definitely running for it there. Again, another ticker that has earnings tonight, and we can see a little bit of volume and that push over the past few weeks. So since the beginning, it would seem since the beginning of the year, actually, this is the first week of January, these lows were made down in the 36s. This is a 3-hour chart right here. So we're breaking out of this 45.80, which was a post-earnings highs in the beginning of December. And then we haven't seen some of these prices since April 2024 on DraftKings. Next stop, 47, and the prior high before that, just shy of the $50 level, coming in at 49.70 on DraftKings. Can we make it above? Can we gap above this prior high here on DraftKings? I think it's well within range. We'll go up to the weekly right here just to make sure we know what the rest of the chart looks like. 74.38 all-time highs there on DraftKings right there with a 65. So you can see a little bit of a head and shoulder before we pretty much sell off aggressively, and that happened 2021 to 2022. But a bit of a failure to follow through type of pattern, the head and shoulders there. And let's see if we head towards there. If we can hold above 50 on tonight's earnings report, Sean, I think we're definitely poised for a little bit of expansion coming in tomorrow. So we'll see. But currently, right now, just like the one before, like Coinbase is kind of running up into its earnings. So it should be interesting.
Big report today for Robinhood. You can see that move there. We're 12.5%, still in the green, off the highs though. They reported quite nicely here. They had $1 EPS. The street was looking for 43 pennies, so an easy beat there on revenue of over $1 billion. That's a 115% increase year over year, guys. Great look today for Robinhood.
This is funny. I really love this chat. What's up to Derek? What's up to Vizbot? Sean, you are declaring war today on these stocks. But don't worry, you can still be in the G7, I guess, too. Yeah, no, Trump, in my ear, was just that he would like to have them back in. I don't think it's just like stamp they're back in there. Right now, can Peloton break out? App loving. Okay, there it is. The best chat in the world. I agree, and it's part of having Bears versus Bulls there. And so thanks to the moderator. He'll keep you guys in check, that is for sure. So thank you to Bears on that one. All right, so Robinhood, great. We talked a little bit about Coinbase and what we thought that was doing. Sharif just dropped some of the numbers. Just great, right? I mean, you have to be happy as a Robinhood investor. It's a triple up since November. But again, like this reminding me of DraftKings again, where, I mean, DraftKings was choppy. This has really rode up the 50-period moving average. But like if I would have looked at this stock yesterday, I would have said, look, man, we're well away from the 50-period moving average. Is it really going to beat? You know, but again, nice move up. I don't like, it's not the best looking chart, I don't think, but it's also looks fine to me. Like, I think you can continue to support it. I don't ever like buying things like this. You just talked about its adjusted highs and all that kind of stuff with DraftKings. Like Robinhood, we pulled it back. There's still a ways to go, but at the end of the day, it's breaking out right now, and I would like pullbacks into the 50s. I don't know if we get it. So let's just talk about maybe swing trades, and that would be, honestly, like, if we sort of zoom back out a little bit right here. So it's kind of that same level, 57, 58. But if you're already in it, then why not just watch for this 61? If it's going to be a strong name and Coin's going to beat again tonight, let's just say, that could also help lift up Robinhood. So Coinbase could come in, obviously confirm what we've already heard from Robinhood, then it's upside. But this is the kicker for Robinhood, right? We already have baked in here 12% today. Their numbers are already done. So flip it on the other side. What if Coinbase doesn't give a great, I don't even know if Coinbase guides, but what if they guide a little lower for some reason? Yeah. Then I could see Robinhood saying, well, wait a second, you know, if crypto trading for some reason is southbound, which it's definitely not, but let's just say there's always that like unexpected event. Then I could see Robinhood giving it back up, which is why I think it's important tonight that if you're long this name, that you have a stop order in and around $61. So again, I really like Robinhood. It's a great story. Congratulations to anybody that's long that one. It's a 3 times play since 3 or 4 months ago. So Robinhood continues to win. I like it better than SoFi, and it's actually one of the better financial names performance this year.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely crazy earnings report. They're again estimated on EPS was 0.4, and we got what, over 140% there on the report. So yeah, pretty strong and strong action nonetheless as well. Bidding up from a price of 56 just prior to the earnings report. That was in and around yesterday's close. We go up to 66, so almost a 10-point run up, all the way from 55 to 66s, giving us about 18.5%. So coming in off of the open, I was watching this ticker right here. We did hold these pre-market lows, so that was a bit of a miss for me. We lick grab the pre-market lows, and we get that drive, breaking that downtrend we were looking at earlier as well right here. So we were like, okay, so bit of a downtrend happening on Hood off of these highs here, and you can see after we grab the pre-market lows, we break this pre-market trend as well, giving us a push towards some of these reaction highs right there. Couldn't quite get there, as the day high currently is 66.15, so only got about 5 pennies away from last night's reaction high off of the earnings report, and then we pretty much gave it all back, and then now we're just chopping sideways within the opening range there. But that opening drive trade, absolutely solid on that one there. Got that reversion as well. If you kind of observe that, okay, well, we only got up 5 pennies into the high, and then just failed all the way back down, kind of breaking the trend, breaking the momentum off of the opening drive. We've just been trading sideways since. But you know what, Sean? I like to keep an eye on these ones because we see earnings, you get that leg up, maybe day 1, maybe day 2, you get that consolidation, and then on day 3 or 4, then we're getting that continuation. We saw that happen on Palantir as well. So I think Robinhood, not yet. I'm not going to take it off my watch list just yet, but definitely one to keep on watch.
Trolling Obe. Get it, Obe. All right, guys. SMCI looking to raise money today. They priced their private placement at around $700 million with a convertible note there of 2.25%. They also did amend another offering that they had due in 2029 for about $1.725 billion. If you're involved in that, have a look at the new terms. They did amend them.
Yeah, quickly here on SMCI. Thanks, Sharif. Yeah, so big move up, man. Up 8% today. It's going to be a big stock. We had traded that break there of sort of $40. It fell back in. We actually missed it. We pretty much played the same kind of a play there as we did on Tesla, where we let it break, it fell back in, then we bought the dip, and the rest is history. Nice move to the upside there for SMCI. Just continue to go. We had said it. Adair brought it to us. Said there was really no story. It's a momentum play. It's volume. It was social media. It was picking up some volume there. So I was like, okay, I mean, who knows? And let's take a shot. Basically, so that's what we did. Look at it ride the 50-period moving average. we got a really nice email in today talking about the format of the show and everything, and they really like the educational aspect of it, and it was really nice about you guys too on the Midday show there, Sharif. Obviously, I'm not sure if you saw it, but it was just talking about how really likes the understanding of how Neil explains, the positions and where they're getting out, where they're getting in. Obviously, as we say, the style is the style, and at the end of the day, you're going to have to trade you. And this is what I'm talking about. This is the 50-period moving average. I didn't buy it all the way up, but look, it's worked this whole way. So that's been good. I have one last piece. We just got a piece out there at the day's high of $43. That was just as we came back live, as you guys know. And then now I'm using the 200 period. So this goes back to that discussion that I just had. Educating, right? I mean, if we break the 200 period, I generally will use that as a momentum changer. I would think about going short here if it breaks that. Only problem is market up 1%, this up 8%. Not going short SMCI today, but I will get out if that breaks. Yesterday on Tesla, let me just before I go over here. Like, I'm only right now, people are going to unfollow. I'm only 9 away from 50,000. All right, so yesterday, watch this move on Tesla. Where was it? We had the huge move up yesterday. Oh, I might not have put it in. I didn't put it in. Okay, anyways, what I'm trying to look for is that we had that bad story yesterday from Tesla. Let me just call it up. And I just don't know what's about to happen. So Trump is saying anything right now. Right here, this is what we're getting at. We had this whole long yesterday in Tesla. And then that was the 200 period break right there. We got out on that break. And then this happened. So we were long riding it all the way up. Look at the 50 period. It looks like SMCI, right? Then all of a sudden, whoosh, to the downside. So again, appreciate the feedback and everything, but this is like what's going through my mind when I'm talking about trades. And that is that if I don't use the 50 period or the 200 period as an out, look at it, riding the 50 just like Tesla did, then all of a sudden, whoosh. And again, yesterday was Tesla because of Doge and just Elon's commitment to that. And today it could be anything, chip related, China related, anything. So my stop right now, and it'd still be it'd still be a $2 winner if we do break that 42.20 area. We are out of SMCI. Did you trade SMCI today?
No, you were in. I did not. Yeah, but some solid action there today, and yeah, holding that trend from this initial pullback from 11 o'clock. You can see that we did come in off of the open, kind of attempting to push that $40 area, didn't quite make it, pulls back into 37s, but you can see here, pulls right back into the earnings day one range. So yesterday, or couple nights ago, Tuesday evening, we had the earnings report come out. Yesterday was day one earnings, and we pretty much sold off of those highs yesterday. But yeah, catching a little bit of a bid again. And this little pullback is interesting to me, Sean, because this is where we really start to trend. So because of that, I kind of drew in a bit of a trend line here off of this little pullback. And then you can see that we've been holding that trend until just about now as we kind of fail to follow through with the trend and break back below a little bit here. I don't know if we're going to get all the way down to VWAP at 41s, but with the break of trend, I always want to look for to see if buyers are just slowing down. Do we get some trend deceleration? Are we still going to tick up into the close? I have no idea. Yesterday's intraday high coming in just above 43.50s. Let's see what that is specifically. 43.62 is prior day high, and then pre-market high from yesterday, 44.49. So we're not quite there just yet. We're taking a little bit of a pullback, breaking this trend that we've been holding for over 3 hours on SMCI. So should be interesting. Bit of a reversion of yesterday's day one move, though. That's what it seems like here. But markets are holding up quite well since we had that flush off of the tariff news there. We kind of recovered, reclaimed it. We were talking about that 21.9 earlier on in the morning. Right now, we're holding below 2,200 and between that 21,900 as well on SMCI. So we're going to keep an eye on that one right after we get back from Madeira.
Keep an eye here on U.S. Steel making some pretty volatile moves. The ticker for this one is X. Trump said that he's going to be meeting with U.S. Steel as we have some more companies investing in the industry, and he says that steel tariffs have strengthened U.S. Steel, but he also declined to comment on mediating with regards to Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel. Last week, if you remember, he basically stood by his decision that he said he's not really inclined to let the deal go through. Then about a minute after that news came out, we actually had CBS reporting that he's considering allowing the deal to go through. A lot of uncertainty here, but regardless, he's not really commented on the matter. X pushing a little bit further here, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no, some of these steel names definitely.
Just to Bears versus Bulls and everybody in the chat, maybe you could make something or just have it for your own reference. I just put it in there. So people are asking about what my lines were, so I just wrote them in there, Bears versus Bulls. So you can maybe make a note, or I don't know how we can do that, because we always do get those questions. But there it is. It's a 50-period SMA is the pink line, and this is all on a 1-minute chart. So this main chart is 1 minute. It's the same for every chart. It's just this is a 1 minute. You should be able to see it up here, like it says 1 min. I know our charts need a little bit of work on all of that, because these charts were built for the prop trading. Oh, we have 1,500 votes. Anyways, so thank you for that question there. It's now in the chat. VWAP is what we use, or what I use there. That's this blue line. And then the green is the 200-period moving average. But look at this, Big Bear AI. Here we go. This is going to be for everybody. This actually works. Hold on a second. This. There you go. Do something. All right, so let's wait to see if it kind of works. Sometimes it works, Obi.
Sometimes it works.
Yeah, sometimes it works.
Yeah, sometimes.
All right, so what we're looking at right now, and it's kind of right on point here. This is Big Bear AI this morning. Look, man, I'm going to be here for you guys and try to trade this as much as we can if I see an opportunity. I'm not just going to throw money at something. I don't, and again, we talk about it, everyone trades their own thing, but I just don't want to like throw away some trade ideas that we've had very successfully against something that might not work early. So that was Big Bear, but I don't mind it right now. It's now had a minute to breathe here, Big Bear, and it's looking like it wants to take VWAP. So I think that's fine. Obviously down there is great. I don't know why you would have bought down there except for that break to the upside. So I think 920 would be really great. We're kind of consolidating there, break higher into VWAP. So let's see if we take VWAP. And we have news from Adair. We're going to go there in 1 second. I'm just going to not trade the VWAP break. I'm going to trade this break, 980. I want to see it take out here, 975, then take 980. I'm not going to just keep on ranching up here, but I wanted to break this 980. Then we use VWAP or these lines down here as our outs. So that's what I'm waiting for with Big Bear AI. Let's play the momentum. It's flat to down on the day. So there's a lot of movement happening, hopefully, in BBAI. All right, I believe that was a call for Miss A. Let's go.
Keep an eye here on X. I have more details here in the comments that Trump made about U.S. steel. Basically, he was asked if he would mediate with Nippon Steel, and what he said was that his steel tariffs have given U.S. Steel more power. So not really an answer, but suggesting that he's not necessarily leaning in favor of allowing Nippon Steel to acquire U.S. Steel. Again, that's not super surprising. That's pretty much been his stance throughout. Back to you.
Yeah, a bit of a move here on X right away. On that news, I kind of pulled up Cleveland Cliffs, but it's like that's more tariff related. This is more directly related to X itself.
Yeah, like he's literally mentioning the company, which is wild stuff. Like Joe Biden never. I never heard. Like I don't know. I mean, like Joe Biden was asked for comment on this many times, and so was Kamala Harris and all that. And like all of a sudden, it's just like Trump is here, and it's just like U.S. Steel, this and that. It's like all these names. So we really want to thank Adair for all that. I mean, it's been busy times for all of us, and thank you to Adair for staying on top of everything and preparing the notes and all that. Go follow at Trader TV Research. We've had some pretty hot infographics up there recently, so that's been pretty hot. All right, so X to the downside right now. Well, I mean, I can look at it. I don't think it's non-tradable. You did just break their 38.50. There is some volume coming through. It's not like super exciting yet. It's just a sort of a drip down. I feel that it's not the right time to trade this name. You don't want to trade it while it's literally being discussed. Like at any point, this could halt one way or the other. So I'm not too interested in it. I feel like maybe if you wanted to dabble with a few shares and sort of say, hey, I think it's going to bounce off of here, or you have a good understanding, or you're even watching. We're hosting the show. So if you are like Adair and maybe you're watching Trump and have it right there, then fine. But for me, to put stop orders in here and get like waxed one way or the other when something happens, it's not for me. But just to look at it for everybody else, that 39.50 looks great. I would short that. You know, this garbage again on news. I don't expect it to get to that 41 again. If you shorted 39.50, I think you have a pretty clear way downside for X, right? There's a lot of room down here and not much up here. So let's just wait to see what happens for this name. Looks like a decent short opportunity, but with this kind of talk, as you just mentioned too, Obi, I ain't sure. All right, we're now four and change in the money. We took that out there getting nervous that maybe it wasn't going to break through this 52 area, but it did. So my next offer here, we've canceled our 53 or else we'd be filled, and now we're going to 54. So we are just starting to ramp up again. Tesla is just stacks on stacks on stacks today. It is what it is. I mean, it's been a moneymaker for me this whole week, and today we stick with it. We get right back in it, and there it is again. So really happy with this trade. Hit it early off VWAP, hit it late again. And yeah, like, why not? This man was at the White House. We've talked about bad sales there in Europe. We talked about, unfortunately, some crazy things happening at the Berlin plant and all that due to some of the stuff that Trump was doing about, well, we all know some of the actions of Elon Musk and how he was about Germany and all that kind of stuff. I think it's overblown, obviously. But, you know, sales in Europe have been going to the downside. That was a month ago, so I don't think any of that's been hitting it. But I just wondered about his political ties and affiliations here. How's that hurt the stock a little bit more than it needed to be? Tesla's just got real hit down, and now it's on 2-day recovery back there to the upside. As I just believe Waymo, like, they're going to talk about their I keep thinking Cybertrucks, and I just said Waymo. Their taxi service there, their robo-taxi. And I think that's going to be positive talk. And I believe that's scheduled either at the end of this month or next month when they're going to release something. I think it's going to be very similar to Waymo, and then we'll see what goes on there. Google actually laughed off Waymo a little bit because it's such a small piece of their balance sheet and of their revenues. So I'm not sure where that's going to be for Tesla and if that's going to be quick adoption or not.
Yeah.
But again, you know, developing an app, we are obviously a society of technology. And if the app is easy to use and the price comes in right, then, you know, we'll see it in Austin, I assume, and then we'll see it in San Fran, and then maybe elsewhere, right? So as it starts to roll out. Waymo, I think, just went to Miami. Yeah. That actually had a negative effect on Tesla. But again, I think it's proof of concept. You know, there could be more than one player that winds up working, right? I mean, Huawei was getting crushed. Apple was huge in China. Now all of a sudden Huawei's there. Right. Apple, I think, is number 6 or something in China right now, right? So it's like the mighty, which would be Tesla, can fall. But at the same time, I believe there's space for more than one robo-taxi company. And I think Tesla, Uber, Waymo, Lyft, all that. I think Lyft could be a company worth looking into for the acquiring. Could be acquired. Yeah. Lyft for their technology as well. So we'll wait to see what happens for that. SPY up, Bitcoin down. Yeah, 95,000 right now. I think Bitcoin's been pretty mild right now. Yeah. All right, so we did get stopped out, SMCI. All right, so it kind of sucks where we got stopped out, obviously, breaking that 200 period. It's going to look like it just happened right now. So it's going to look bad because we get that move down. But again, it was 1% left. Or maybe it was 5% left. We had talked about it wasn't huge. Whatever it was, we got half out there, boosh, downside. I believe each one of these is 10%. So I think we had 5% left. And then that was it to the downside because we still held 10% till the end. There's 9 outs here. Held 10%, got out of 5 there, which was great at the highs. Then we had to suffer that fate to the downside. Tesla. All right, so we had got out a piece there. We're still looking for higher on this name, but let's move forward and try to find more trades. Palantir is my only losing stock today. Well, Big Bear AI, we talked about that, but Palantir, we really got sloppy with it. It broke that high. We said we really wouldn't play any high breaks. It does break the high. We didn't take a huge position, but then it fell back into pre-market levels right there, and we took that level right there on the pre and just didn't hold. Fell back in, then we did that. This is basically the exact same trade that won for us on Tesla, right? And then it doesn't hold again, get dropped out, buy it back, make a little bit of money, get dropped out again. So, like Kanye, we are releasing the college dropout.
Nice.
And we dropped out of Palantir, but we're not supposed to talk. Kanye not proper right now.
No, he's
a little unhinged.
Well, yeah, he's a little he's going through some things apparently. But yeah, you want to see something cool, Sean? Take a look. So we had a new IPO today.
Right.
Look at Buddy on the bid over here at 22.90. That's almost 18,000 lots holding on the bid on this new IPO. That's
1.8 million shares.
That's yeah, exactly. So it's like that's a level hold as well. Right off of the open, we hold that 22.90 as well. We're coming right back in. So there is a bit of a held bid here on this ticker, on this IPO.
How many do you see?
I see about 18, just shy of 18. Is that how many you have? Yeah, exactly. So yeah, just shy of 18 on the book, sitting at 22.90 on sale.nq. I want to know who the underwriters are, because I think somebody might be defending that level. It would seem so. That's a lot of size to hold.
Oh gosh, that's the IPO level?
Yeah, I think I don't know. I gotta look into this. You know what? I'll check
I'm going
their filings right now just to take a quick check. You know what? Let's do this. Let's actually do this together. So we'll go.
Dude, I just punch long. I don't even care what the
sale anchor S1. So right here. So sale point right here. So we can see right away who their underwriters are. Right here, Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, the top underwriters. And then if you want to see more about the company, so you want to look for their S1 filing there. So all I did was sale Edgar S1, and Edgar is the SEC.gov, the website for the filings. And yeah, so that's the IPO. If you want more information, their filing is right there for you to take a look at. But a little bit of an interesting bid here happening at 22.90. So that's what I'm watching right now.
Just punch long.
Yeah, on top of the thing, to just punch long.
As soon as you brought it,
very fair. Yeah.
No, just come over to my screen. I just punch long.
Yeah.
I basically using whatever shares, and I'm punching long. This is one of the most obvious trades you're ever going to see here. And I don't know if it's going to work, but I don't need to, it's almost 1-to-1.
Yeah.
Like,
you can just risk against that size.
Right. So, look, there's going to be slippage. When that size leaves, there's a problem.
There's a bit of a slip.
This is going to be a little bit of a problem. So this is why I'm saying you don't necessarily want to use a maximum amount of shares or anything like that.
Yeah.
But if you're going to throw around 500 shares, 1,000 shares, something like that, just trying to get, what I'm saying, the reason why I'm saying that as a share size is because, I was just going to say, if you could take on this 5 pennies on it, which is $50, then I think that it's just worth it. Put some gas in your tank and get home safe, I don't think it's that hard of a trade, especially when it's already done this.
Yeah.
It's not like it's just hanging out telling you it's not capable of this.
No.
So all it takes is somebody to say, they phone up Morgan Stanley or the underwriters, as you said, Goldman and Morgan, I think it was, and says, you know what, we're not long enough today. This IPO is not going the way we thought. We need to get some more shares. Then all of a sudden this, half of this gets marketed in here or something like that, or it just starts to ramp up. You're going to see this thing go. And if it breaks, I'm already crossing down into 70. So if it breaks,
it'll have a nice.
Yeah, on a 22.89, the minute 22.89 hits on the time in sales, then I'm flashing out of this at basically a marketable price. But I don't want to market it down completely.
Yeah.
I don't want to get 22 even.
Yeah.
But this could be a problem, Obi, if it breaks. So that's what I wanted to say. That's why I preface by saying it's the easiest, most obvious trade because it's very defined and we have reasons to believe that it's going to hold it. It's the IPO price, and somebody has to come in, they either remove this bid, which is a problem, obviously, if it disappears, or it gets filled. It's not getting filled, I don't think. So someone would have...
We're going to see it getting filled, hopefully. We're going to see that bid decrement.
I might not even watch.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I'll just have it up on another screen over here because I'm not going to sit here and watch this. This is like paint drying.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting right now at O's. Okay, I mean, it might break right now. So anyways, what I want to get at here about the show was, we did get that comment about learning and looking at things. This is a very, very unique situation where you have now, which nobody will show it to you, right? You can watch CNBS or any of those shows, and they'll just talk about like, oh, okay, I better get ready to hit this out actually before I get carried away. They'll talk about sale and they'll show it to you much after the fact. But right now, so this now it becomes an issue, right? So like I said, if you have that 500 shares or 1,000 shares or whatever you have right now, this is a 2-cent hit if you want to take it out, if you're getting nervous that this may break. But there it is right there. We're watching it. Look at the velocity here on the time and sales. I'm watching it right here. There it goes. Yes, nice move. So now, okay, good. So there it comes back 91, 92. So basically they saw that. They ran away from it. I think it might be just a better scalp maybe. I don't like, why isn't it not running away from that size? At the end of the day, there's way more shares here than what it's showing as well.
Yeah.
So like the same person could be buying 91s, 1 million shares, and selling 93, 1 million shares, and putting 20 grand in their pocket. Like those are things that actually happen in the market. So hopefully you guys can see all that, and we'll move off of it for now. But all right, futures right now, 200. It's funny because remember Joe was excited that we had a 40 handle drop. Yeah. This is 200 handles in the money right now, 225 handles right now on the Qs in the money as we approach day's high right there. And then Tesla as well trying to go. And then NVIDIA, I'm holding out for this 136, man. I mean, these are these positions that we have from the open still down here. Nicely done to the upside. Small piece left. All right, I'm going to have to just keep on. Now I'm getting a little bit antsy about this sale here. So I have a routing key set up. So you know what I think is going to happen to me on this? I know this part's a little bit boring. I admit it, guys, but I mean, this is trading and whatever. So we have a lot of traders that watch from other prop firms and this and that, right? So this is something that there's going to be a lot of traders watching. We're going to get back to it. The market's right there on my screen. Bottom left, you can see Bitcoin and the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ has moved about 3 handles in the last 15 minutes. So if there's a chance that this breaks, Obi, I'm going to route out. Like you could aim for NASDAQ if you want to right there. So we have the ability to set our NASDAQ routing just to hit right after that level. But I'm actually, okay, woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. That got spicy there. Like there was a lot of prints there at O's. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. So I'm
just watching that side.
Right, like, heart is fine, but right now we are, okay. So everything's getting, I might just punch out now. Yeah. Honestly.
Question is, do you flip?
I didn't pay for shorts. The answer is no. But yes, the answer is yes on that. I would think that if this breaks, oh boy, Obi, I might punch out, pay for shorts, then punch back in.
That's a large bid. That's probably one of the largest ones I've almost
ever seen like in the live market. You're probably right.
Yeah,
this is, me and Neil will tell stories about, so when Facebook IPO.
We literally were talking about this last week.
Oh, good.
Yeah. I was like, that was it. Yeah.
Oh, on live on the show?
Yeah.
You just talked about
Neil talked about it.
But with you?
Well, I wasn't on the show.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I was
gonna say
I was sitting over there. But
all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think on Facebook it was like 3 times that size. I thought we had 3s there, 38, something like that. Okay, so there's the hold. All right, let's get off of it now. We'll look to something else. I mean, I agree it is kind of boring to some.
I mean, I don't think well, maybe it's definitely possible. All it takes is one participant. Someone can definitely whack all of that size on the bid. Yeah. But realistically, you'd probably see a decrement, right? Right now I have about 15, 16.
But it wiped everything out. It wiped everything out but NASDAQ there. I don't know if you saw
I didn't see that. No.
Yeah, that's what got me scared.
So everything was wiped and then reloaded?
Yeah. Everything wiped and reloaded. It didn't wipe NASDAQ.
Okay, yeah,
that's everything other than NASDAQ. So someone sent a routing key at that thing for probably a couple 100,000 shares.
Yeah.
And NASDAQ took it and the rest routed everywhere else.
Yeah.
All right. So anyways, you could see that we are excited and we're traders and this is how we trade. So that was an exciting level there. So I'm glad that we're able to talk about it. Rare. Something new on the show as we'll keep on going now. Okay, I did want to look at AMD because some of this market is starting to rally upside right now in the market, but some of these chip names continue to be a problem. Look, we had AMD long at 111 earlier today. It was off the sticky note. It was a fantastic trade. It goes up to 114.50 and we actually top ticked it. Don't know how we did that. Oh, wow. It just went to 95. Someone just wiped it higher there to 95 and it came right back. Yeah. Oh boy, Obi. I don't know if
things are getting a little competitive. Things are getting a little.
All right, you take it. Did you pay for shorts already? I'm going to go in and pay for shorts right now and tell everybody how expensive it is. But
I mean,
go over to Obi's screen and maybe he could talk about something else.
I think ideally, what I'd want to see is that size start to maybe move, like step either up or down. That would be
up,
that
you
would
mean.
that yeah up ideally.
If it moves down, that's a problem.
Yeah, if it moves down, then oh boy.
Look, the guy doesn't want it at 90. He wants it, what, at 88?
Well, if you didn't want to buy at 90, how's some buying at 89?
Right,
So,
right.
yeah, it's still kind of sitting on this arm. Might be going a little numb. But let's see how much further it can hold on the bid here. We've been kind of holding this 162 area-ish on the lows here since we've had that news. We've been consolidating. We did pull back aggressively. I did aggressively get long into the 168s, got out a lot there, and kind of starting to accumulate a little bit here on this level hold of that 162 here on ARM. But yeah, I got a so somebody I think it was AK in the chat was asking for me to check out Trade Desk. So we can take a look at TTD here. Again, earnings day one today. This was another one missed opportunity on my part, looking for that continuation on the day. You can see that it was SSR as it dropped down over 25% on the earnings reaction, and then we started opening up at about 30% down. So I'm like, all right, well, the SSR mechanic is definitely on this ticker, but we kind of talk about this. When you go to a higher time frame on tickers like this, you can see that this is a weekly chart. We've only been bidding up since prior August. So August 5th, we were at these prices, and then we started bidding up all the way into the first week of December. We've been trending down into earnings, and then all of a sudden you get an earnings report that pretty much quadruples you all the way back down to some of these August levels here. So I really like that. And off of the open, I'd like to look for selling pressure, right? Look for that continuation. Yeah, sure, it's on an SSR mechanic. You cannot hit the bid if you don't have inventory. So therefore, I'm looking for people hitting the bid because it's telling me that people who are selling have inventory. It's longs who are selling, right? So off of the open, this is aggressively sold off. You can see right here, this is a 3-minute chart. It doesn't even catch a bid off of the open. Flushes all the way down for another flush of, well, we can take it from 927. That's where the selling kind of started to happen there. But a 4% drop going into and through the open there. A little bit of a sideways chop since then after we hit the low of 82, what is this, 82.40s, 82 halves, 82.30s as well, but we've been kind of trickling down since then. But this was interesting to me, AK, where I was like, all right, well, the sellers are clearly on board here. VWAP, it can't even get through VWAP. That's that blue line here. And then we get that nice trend up. We get an attempt. Actual price gets above VWAP and gets slapped right back down for a hold of that VWAP level right here. And then we start to trend cleanly to the downside, breaking that initial morning session low as well for a fresh low day at 80.66. Since then, we've broken that trend and we're taking a little bit of a reversion. I don't know if we're going to get back up to VWAP. That's sitting right there at 83.20s here on my chart. But yeah, we shall see what Trade Desk will have for us. But again, if it's going to be a continuation, I'm going to be looking for it to stay weak into the close and maybe look for multiple days worth of action on the Trade Desk here off of a really I guess negatively taken earnings report. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on these defense names. RTX, LMT, both pretty weak here. From what I'm seeing, the sell-off began here when Trump said that the Pentagon spending could be halved. So now apparently we know that the Department of Government Efficiency is trying to cut back on spending. So apparently defense or Pentagon spending on watch here. We're noting Palantir, frequently considered to be a defense play, is not super reacting to this, kind of continuing to push higher here, guys. So some of those more traditional quote-unquote defense names like LMT and RTX on watch. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Palantir only reacts one way to news.
Stocks only go up.
Upside.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I'm just playing around. All right, so I just wanted to talk about this. So I got out of half at 92 just as it was sitting there because I understand that it's making for boring show because if I just sit here and do this, and then B, also just for myself, I will become obsessed with watching this. So, okay, see what I'm saying? Like, it just looks like it wanted to break there again. See, this is what I'm talking about, Obi. Every single thing, as I point to the screen, see what I mean? It's like I'm getting obsessed with it. Every single one of these is wiped right now.
Yeah.
These are just like, they're just whatever, sitting there waiting to get filled as everybody starts to attack this NASDAQ. So, as these orders come in, you see those are ARCAs with Ps. Oh, shit. Okay, there it is. Okay, we're out.
Boom. Take it out,
Ooh,
buddy. Not
okay. No damage done. Ooh, that was nice. Okay, so I did not pay for shorts, and the reason why it's going to look silly right now, it was 11 cents per share. So when I put in the request there for, I got to up this. When I put in the request there for 1,000 shares, it was $111. So I was just like, I didn't. If it didn't break. Okay, so this is why we do the show, man.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean,
Look at that
I
flight.
tried to get the shorts. I didn't want to pay the $100. It's looking a little foolish now. There's more size right there at 50. But this is what the show's all about. Like I said, I started the show here talking about how we got some nice emails about how they appreciate the education and all that of the show. Well, we just flat out right there, I'm hoping, showed everybody something that they've maybe never seen before. And that was an IPO that opened up, that sat there with 1.8 million shares, sat on the bid, and was taking them. I just described it's almost clippable. This is almost evergreen content, actually. As we sat there and we looked and we told you there's dark pools there that are iceberged orders. I was showing you ARCA was printing, even though it was showing a 1 on there. And again, every level there is 100 shares. So it doesn't mean that there's only 100 there. It just means that's what's on display. You could be like, I'm going to show you 100, but I have like 1 million back. Yeah. So that's how it works, is for people that don't want to show their size. But in that situation, let's just, bye-bye. Oh, why didn't we pay for those shorts, though?
Yeah, that was beautiful. That's why I asked. I was like, if we start to see it decrementing, do we flip? And it seems like that flip came in real nice, as we're about more than 60 pennies lower. Right now, almost 50, 60. We're getting there. But I
should have just paid for shorts and then just build the show. Because it would have been showed for better show,
Yeah.
Not playing around.
It wasn't very exciting while the level was there, but you can see how exciting it is once that level
was that
cracks,
expensive.
Right?
So I don't know if any of you guys have shares, but thanks, Obi, for bringing it up. I know Adaro, I think, was talking about the IPO earlier, at least on the Midday show. So I want to thank all of that. So because if we're not looking there, then we don't get to see that play. And that's a nice move down. And the funny thing is, I got out at 90. So it broke, but then those dark pools couldn't catch up. There was lots of time to punch that short. Lots of time.
Lots.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Those are kind words there on the chat, and I'm glad that we're able to show that to you. That is for sure. All right. Well, while that was happening,
You don't see that every day.
Meanwhile,
would you look at that?
Yeah. Would you take a? Would you take a look at that?
Right there. I mean, that definitely did something. I was going to say.
That stock did something.
That definitely did something.
All right. So what would it cost to pay for shorts? Yeah, that's what it was. It was 11 cents per share. So it doesn't actually look that bad now that it goes down 30 cents. But I would have punched 22.90 there, right? And then I wasn't sure about the slippage or anything like that. This is all hindsight. So I need to get out at least at 22.79. I need to make at least 11 cents plus the gateway fees and plus all that. So I probably need to make about 12 or 13 cents on the trade. And it would have been easy to make that. Yeah. But that's fine. I didn't do it because I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure about the break. And then sometimes you'll get a break and then either a reload.
Yeah.
Like that's what I didn't want to do, was I pay the $100, then I punch it, then it reloads, and then it goes. So I lost on my first idea long, which was right, and because it didn't even break. Then I think it's breaking and I punch short. Yeah. So anyways, fun times ahead on that. So, all right, Tesla's going, Qs are going, NVIDIA's going. I don't plan on getting rid of any of these shares. So let's go over to a new position. What about Palantir, says Alex. And right now, man, I mean, I'm not super excited with everything that Adair's talking about with LMT and whatnot, which is Lockheed Martin, of course. If these stocks are reacting negatively and it's, they're basically in the same business right now when we're going to talk about, obviously one makes weapons, but when you're going to talk about security and national defense. So, if this is reacting on LMT, then I could see Palantir eventually playing catch up and maybe heading to the downside as well. But lots still to come, and let's go over to Adair and find out.
Yeah, I think Intel has news.
Names. Sorry about that. Keep an eye on CHIPS names. I'm seeing some reports circulate. Apparently, the White House is looking to renegotiate the CHIPS Act awards, with apparently some CHIPS Act payments set to be delayed. So what names could be impacted by that? Intel could be impacted by that. TSM is another name that benefited from the CHIPS Act. We also have Micron, MU. So keep an eye on some of these CHIPS Act names. Seeing reports apparently that there's ship tax awards are likely to be renegotiated, and some of these payments are likely to be delayed. It's interesting, too, we get this after earlier this week with J.D. Vance really emphasizing the importance of American AI work. Now, apparently, these payments for that are going to be delayed here. So certainly an interesting story, but again, not confirmed. This is just a report I'm seeing, guys. Back to you.
Okay. I don't know if there's anything that's happening also on the side of possible tariff talk again, as she's talking about chips right now, but Tesla just bumped up about $1.50 right there. So this is that same position as I see my guy Sharif getting locked and loaded as we get ready to go for the market recap show. But we are still in that same trade that we had took during the midday there on Tesla. Let's see if it wants to continue to work. Now up $5 on that one. So we're being patient, man. We told you we are a changed trader. Well, not really. All right, so here's Intel. Right into VWAP. Wow, what an opportunity that was, Obi. Oh, boy. Right there on that news. But again, thanks to Dara for that. Very tough to catch those, but Sharif did a great job. I think he did one on Apple where the market tanked, and then it was just a buying opportunity. So I think like that's what you want to do. Intel up 9%. Oh, man. I'm long on the swing account at 1980, and we bought that on the day after it wasn't president's, the morning of President Carter there. And it's really made that move. We had said maybe getting some out at 22. I'm glad we didn't. But no, what about now? You're into this level here, 26, 27. That could be something there. That recent high of 27. Basically, you're now getting right back like that little. And we talked about this with Brian Shannon. He was talking about the theory of all gaps get filled is absolutely ridiculous. But this may get filled, and you are right now bumping your head up to that 200 period moving average. All right, I just convinced myself the fact that we're at the 200 period moving average, Obi, at the end of the day, and Neil and I have sort of a policy here that we don't get in and out of any of our swing trades or anything like that until we are off air. So we'll see what Intel does. Tonight's earnings report, we have them all. There's AMAT. I'm going to go over this in a second after I throw it to you. I just want to put it out on Twitter. Adara's all over this as well. We'll join me, Adara, and Sharif in the recap show. We'll go over everything, but it's AMAT, PayW, Roku, Airbnb, Twilio, Coin, DraftKings, all coming tonight. None really too much affected to Intel. I mean, I'm looking at AMAT, fine, maybe. But again, this is a Build American name here, and with the CHIPS Act potentially getting delayed, we'll see what that does for Intel shares. But for right now, up 9% and looking pretty good. So
yeah, no, I mean, I was trying to fade it this earlier on. Got a little chopped up here, but yeah, been kind of trading sideways and holding above that VWAP. Yeah, we got that volume coming in off of that catalyst. Again, but it's just holding within its range. We saw earlier as well, while the market kind of sold off aggressively, Intel held its own. It pretty much consolidated sideways, not really doing anything too crazy, and now we've been kind of slowly kind of grinding up higher. Again, something to note is what this ticker looks like on the weekly. So let's go down, let's go up to the weekly and take a look at what it's been doing over the past couple of months. We kind of take a look at this. Right here, Sean, would you look at that? 18 halves. This is what I was talking about. This is very clearly, since last August, since August 5th, this is very clearly an area of demand. Every time it's come down into here, even aggressively off of the selling that happened on this ticker in mid to late July, we kind of find a support here, and every time we've gone down here, we've caught a little bit of a bid. Now, this is what I was talking about with the boys in the back. A couple weeks ago, where it was coming down to this 1850, and I was like, that's what it came down to off of earnings, and I was like, oh boy, are we going to get a chance to take inventory finally through this 18.5 level? And nope, it did not. It showed us once again that this area might be a little bit of an area of demand as it pushes low, as it pushes and holds this 18 and change level. And yeah, today we get that failure to follow through and that rip up over the past couple of days there. Yesterday we broke that 2236 mark. We made 2240 highs in the pre-market. We're getting that continuation on the day today, and absolutely wild here. I'm curious to know, can we get up to 25s? Today's high of day is 2483, so we almost got there, but still holding consolidation above VWAP. That looks good for tomorrow as well, as back-to-back green days on expanding volume. This is the daily chart, and the past 4 days, we've been just holding and expanding on that volume and holding higher and higher. Yeah. What that thing went for a bit of a trip, eh?
Man, that 11 cents.
Yeah. Oh boy.
No, it was sale was 11 cents to pay for shorts. That's it. That's it, Ramin. Honestly.
It wasn't that bad.
Get her, Katina, man.
Get her? I don't know. She's laughing. She's laughing at this.
Oh boy.
I mean, at least we called the. Okay, bullshit. Anyways, okay. All right. So she's saying she thought I was short. Yeah, but yeah, as if. Okay, but anyways, look at that.
Wild.
Can you take a look at that?
Would you look at that?
I mean, you know, this is why we're here, man. I mean, you guys were like, boring. Why are we talking about sale? Boring. That trade has sailed. Like, I saw people in the chat. I thought it was pretty funny, actually. But anyways, yeah, Donald is short. No, I shouldn't say that. Maybe he's not. But anyways, there's that break. That was hilarious. I was like, oh man, it only went down 40 cents. Pretty, you know, but anyway, there it goes. I wonder what pay for shorts are now. Nice bounce off there on sale, but there it goes. I think that's decent risk management. So we will sort of props up to anybody that sort of was watching that and it was easy to understand, which is why we were talking about it. Wow, Jay Lee. He brought that up to he's like, man, sale looks like it might halt down. I'm like, yeah, whatever. And then I went over to it and saw that.
It could.
Chill vibes, man. You know, if you're chilling out and you're having some vibes. Wow, Coinbase. So we came back on. It was on the list. I'm like, I really like Coinbase. I mean, Sharif was talking about it at 2 o'clock. Well, since then, it's only up about $6 and looking like it wants to now break 3 bills because, again, Coinbase report in 45 minutes at 4 o'clock. We'll hear all about Coinbase, and then we'll see what happens after that. I mean, but if Robinhood, good. Wow. Boom, 550 right there.
Another one.
Yo, what up, Max? Who's laughing now, Ramin? There's a nice move to the upside there for Tesla as we go long, buy long. Tesla's a good one there. Okay, so we talked about what was going to report or what's reporting after hours. So here it is right here. Let's go. So the big one there's Coinbase right here. Revenue of 159, earning estimate of 236. The implied move, not 1, not 2, not 3, not even 7%, 9% move implied for Coinbase. Coinbase today already up 9%. So if it goes another 9%, oh boy, that is a decent day there for Coinbase. We have AMAT here. I'll put it like this and maybe we can look at the stocks and see what they're doing. So, all right. These aren't in any particular order because I don't think Dexcom is the highest. They're in order of when they're going to be released. So there you go. Dexcom, DraftKings as well, AMAT. So DXCM, we'll have a quick look at them coming out as well. Join us tonight as we'll cover all of these names. Dexcom, I guess you can't really see the daily chart there. $83, a nice little pullback. Roku, I think, is going to be huge, man. PanW. Wow, Palo Alto tonight as well. Airbnb, Twilio, Coin, and DraftKings. Oh, man. No wonder why we've got Sharif with us, man. This is going to be a doozy. And so get ready for all of us to cover all of these, man. All right, yo. Ask me again about which way I am on Big Bear AI. Am I bullish or bearish?
Yo, Sean.
Yo, Sharif. Obi.
Yo, are you bearish or bullish on BBAI?
You know, we're going to be bullish on Big Bear AI, so let's go. All right.
Let's go.
Could you please disconnect? How do you disconnect only Ramin? Is that possible? I don't mind Fabian. He's nice to me. Fabian is like, bro, you're doing great. Everything is fine. Like, can you please throw to this? Can you do that? Ramin's like, you're not short in your face. Oh, that's not a bull. That's a cow. It's just like, they're the ones making the graphics, and then I'm the one that hitting them.
Technically.
There we go. Fair. Hi, Fabian, my guy over there. All right. Who's doing the recap show tonight? Is it Ramin? Oh, perfect. Okay.
All right.
May have a special late edition tonight on the recap show as we definitely go over in great depth and detail all of the earnings, and if we don't get them done on time. All right. So, yeah, anyways, here's Big Bear AI. I know we're having great fun. So, all right, we talked about when we wanted this name long. I don't know if it's going to get going right now or not, but to me it was worth it. We never got into the 200 period. It holds it, so that's good. It holds the 50 period. It breaks VWAP. These are the trades that I want to make. So we'll get something out at 990 right there. Where are we long at? Okay, 81s. All right, well, I'd like to get a little more than that. But that's the first area. Second area here, $10. And then we go from there. So let's wait to see what happens with Big Bear AI. I'm going to use the 200 period or so as our out. So let's wait to see and see if this can be a runner here into the close. Look, at least we gave it to you, man. Big Bear AI, we talked about this earlier. Whether or not this works or not, again, up to you. But this was a level. You guys were kind of like busting chops a little bit. Let's trade some Big Bear. So I got into it. I liked it. I traded it earlier. Let's see if we can make it back upside on Big Bear AI. TQs. 260 handles in the money right now off the bottom. But that again is fine. We're just letting them go into the close. Tesla's a big trade today. It's going to be my big one, and we're going to hold that into the close as well. Is there a reason to get out of the futures? I say no. So we're going to continue to hold it. DraftKings a possibility for sure into the close. We could look at that one as well. If there's anybody else out there, wow. Is Meta going, what was Meta, 17 or 18? Do you remember how many days in a row? It was 18 yesterday. Well, guess what? It is just pushing, literally right now. It is on a move more, like that's $9, $10 straight up now for Meta. Unreal movement here on Meta. Meta's up a hunch. It's in 3 weeks. Yeah, the problem is that I don't think they can. Right? What?
It hasn't split once since IPO. Facebook's never split.
No, because it got haircut down there from 500 to 100 by itself. Yeah. I was thinking, wait a second,
it split itself.
I was going to say it went from 500 to 100, but that was not on a split.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
It's never been split. So
they, in my opinion, they'll wait for the board meeting. So I think it probably would happen next quarter. So we'll wait. I mean, the board can announce it at any time, I guess, but I don't know what the reason for them to split would be at this point. There's obviously a lot of liquidity in the name. You could trade it. METU is a name. Oh, it's not in our system, but that's a name. That's a double or triple levered ETF. They all have them now. There's PLTRU. There's a whole bunch. PLTU, actually, I think it is. There's a whole bunch of them that react that way. So just be careful with all of that. All right.
There's a lot of vehicles.
So by the way,
boom.
As we ride cows in here, Big Bear AI, nicely traded there. So there's a big move for Big Bear AI. We're taking more out there, upside. It's another, there it is. It's another win right there on Big Bear AI. It goes to 93 and 95. So we get some right there at 90s, and then we got some 94s. So not bad there on Big Bear. We talked about having those outs. Now we wait for 10 maybe, and then 10, 12. So those are the next areas of concern for me on Big Bear AI. Let's see if we can get that one moving to the north side. And by getting it moving, we're just buying it. Right there, this could be something. I'm going to start putting stop orders in now. It's 315. So there's the 200 period moving average. That's 135. Fine by me. Our current stop on NASDAQ is way lower, so we just cancel that. So I said 135 flat. We don't always want to get stopped out at the very penny, so we'll just ramp it down a little bit. Those levels there, 134.77, fine by me. That still gives us a $2+ winner, so 134.74. We'll give it down there at the quarters. So there you go, Obi. We begin stopped out of a few on purpose as we break back down below, and I think that's the responsible thing to do. It saved us a couple times, and let's just check back on sale, where is no better example of stop order saving us here on SAIL.
Yeah, that was absolutely
I'm actually going to tweet this out.
I think on the break I got filled 86s, so I slipped about.
Oh, you 15, were in that as well.
15 penny roughly, but a bit of a slip on that sale on the way.
I guess I was pretty
on the long, but great decision making by Sean. You saw it start to decrement, and you got out, right? You were just like, yeah, this is going to break. That's where you got out. And break, it definitely did for sure there. But yeah, no, Apple. I got Apple on watch here. I was gonna say, look at how strong Apple was yesterday. We saw it open near the day low and close at the day high.
Because I don't do it good enough.
And today, pretty much the same story here. Opening, well, we made a different day low, but we opened near the day low there. We didn't get too far away from the opening print. We hold pre-market lows, and we're continuing to tick up into the close here. So for a day two run up on Apple, I'm curious to know, with only about less than 45 minutes, Sean, is Apple going to close
I'm interested with Meta closes green. That's going to be really super exciting. But right now we do have to talk about AIFF, actually, Firefly. We've been talking about that stock as a tradable name, but it's an interesting name here with FDA cleared proprietary database of over 77,000 brain images. Firefly is transforming healthcare with AI-driven diagnostics, providing a clear data-backed understanding of brain health. After more than a decade and over $600 million in investment, Firefly is advancing the commercialization of its brain network analytics BNA platform, bringing the technology to clinics and pharmaceutical partners. That's good about what I'm going with. Firefly is enhancing the diagnosis and treatment of conditions such as, here we go. This is part of why we're popping up right now. Depression, dementia, anxiety disorders, concussions, ADHD, while also accelerating drug discovery and early screening for, here's the big one, and we've talked about this with many different companies, Alzheimer's. So we want to give a big shout out to Firefly. Thank you for sponsoring and thank you for bringing this to the forefront as, all of us have had situations like that in families with dementia, Alzheimer's, and things like that. So it's really something that needs to be worked on. So we thank Firefly, and AIFF has been an absolute rocket ship. So, and partnering recently, I believe in the last couple of days, NVIDIA. So that's what's it, man. All about AI and all about analytics. So Firefly joining that to do better, hopefully for mankind. So thank you to Firefly right there. So which earnings play? Oh, they had a discussion there on the Midday. I thought was pretty fun too about, and thanks to Joe and Sharif for doing fun things like this. The cell phone thing. I got a discussion with this with my wife, and it was more about the gas. So she'll drive around with like the thing either at the line or below.
Okay.
Like meaning like there's no gas left.
Right.
So
100% you do.
One thing was she basically parked the car in our driveway a couple weeks back, and it didn't have much gas in it. So then the very next morning, she started the car up, and I was at work and whatever. Light goes on, and like new lights come on, basically saying no more gas at all. Before it was like, okay, you have a couple miles left, a couple kilometers. It was like nothing.
Like zero. Yeah.
So she had to walk her to the grocery store instead of driving. Because I had told her many times, never let that run all the way down. So I had to get home, get the jerry can, fill it, because I'm at work. What do you mean before leaving? She's always leaving it. That's it. I'm going to throw some.
I'll cover for you. I'll cover for you.
Ramin's got an answer for everything.
Maybe. No. But anyways, the story was, as we get long on the tooth here, was that I had to get home, fill it up. And now since then, she's sort of now starting to fill it up, when it gets to like maybe like 5 kilometers.
Have you ever ran to zero?
No, and that's the thing. That's like one of the things I'm a little bit nervous about. That's what I was going to ask you. Yeah.
There was one time I took my dad's truck out to go to Home Depot.
Quite Darwin.
And I was like, okay, well, there's not much gas left, but I was like, the Home Depot is just around the corner. I'm sure I can go there and come back. There's always the reserve. There's always a reserve in the tank as well, right? What I didn't know was he had pretty much driven it all the way to zero.
Right.
And he just left it there because he keeps those the jerry cans in the garage. So
same.
And
but mine wasn't
anyways,
full.
I had to call him from the side of the street. I'm like, the car just stopped working. I'm like, I need some gas.
Yeah.
He came through with the jerry can, but like, no, I usually fill quarter tank.
Okay.
I'll fill her up.
For me, the light has to go on.
Yeah.
Letting me know that we're a little light.
It's got to be like, oh, I'm thirsty.
Yeah, and then I'm a little frugal too, so it's like I'll kind of look around. I have the gas. I know which gas stations are like a little better priced, and so like right now tonight, like if I know I need gas, I'll take like a certain way home. I don't know, I have 3 kids, like things to pass the time is what I'm trying to do. Yeah. But yeah, so that was fun times
People
there.
in the chat are asking, what's a jerry can? It's like
yo, what's up, my guy?
Okay. What's going on, Fabian? What's up?
How's it going? Is it bad to like drive like a good 20 kilometers after the light turns on?
I mean, most cars, I get nervous about the reserve because I don't know if there is. It's like the oil reserve here in the United States. Is it actually filled up or not? like how much is in the reserve?
About
and
10%.
why is there a reserve?
Like
it should
it's in the manual, whatever your car has. I think it's
probably
like 10 liters, 5 liters.
Yeah.
Like a 1 or 2. Yeah.
But I was just going to say, like, if they just didn't have a reserve and it's just like the minute it was zero, that's it, zero. Then you would learn your lesson and it might happen once or twice. Now instead, we're like, let's judge the reserve.
I always like test it.
You always like it. So you run out of gas before?
Like sometimes I like start my day and it's like I see the light. I'm like, I can make it home.
Yeah.
I can still make it home. And
So have you ever ran out?
no,
Okay.
I've been lucky enough. Just running on fumes.
All right, running on fumes.
Ramin's
What
saying
about your
she was,
cell phone?
What about my cell phone?
Oh yeah. cell
What's
phone.
that? That was
The
another
answer to the
discussion
cell
there.
phone, yeah.
For me, like my cell phone's always here. Like right now, it's at 100, of course. My phone always pretty much. I get in the car, it goes on the charge. I get in here, it charges. I get home, kind of charges a little bit. What about you?
It'll usually die on me if I just let it go. I don't really care. I'll forget about my phone, like usually. But
Where's the responsibility these days?
But right
what
now
if your
it's at
mother needs to get a
76.
hold of you?
it's okay. She'll call my friends or something.
Your friend's gonna run to work, be like, "Hey,
You know,
I run to
they'll
your
figure
work."
out how to contact me.
Be like, let me see how the show's still on. Fabian still seems to be
Yeah.
fun.
Be like, "Mom, get with the times.
be in the
Message
chat.
me on Discord."
They'll be in the chat and be like,
Send the
"Baby, check the
pigeons."
chat."
All right, thank you, Fabian,
Thank you,
for
Fabian.
the appearance.
I think
We like to do-
for me, the phone, I a lot of times more often lately, I've just been like, oh, it's dead now, so I
Right.
have to recharge. But the thing is, with fast charging, like it'll get back to 100
know.
within like 20,
Yeah.
30 minutes.
Yeah.
So that's why I really don't care. But I like to.
I've got the 12 Pro, and my
juice it.
battery is like degraded. Like
Yeah.
it's it just gets degraded.
I mean, I can't speak for iPhones, but I think I heard something about planned obsolescence. But
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. That's why we own the stock, my guy. People are buying.
I told you the only thing I like Apple is their stock.
It's because
About
I don't know if you've ever
I
used their
don't really-
product.
yeah,
Like honestly, it's.
Eh.
I was an Android guy as well. I feel like they're
What happened?
basically.
What made you move to the?
My whole
move to the
family
light side?
the whole family was Apple, and honestly, it's actually a. I mean, you're not gonna like it, Obi, but it's a very high quality. It's the number one consumer. I mean, as far as reviews,
Yeah.
it's the number one satisfied, top rated consumer product of all time.
No, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure it is. Yeah, I know about about
You just have
90% of
FOMO.
people
We can
go that way. I just prefer not to. Let's
You
say
go
that.
your own way, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Okay. Yeah, you can go your own way. Wow, 302 right now. Oh, what I was going to get to up before was tomorrow, hopefully Neil will be in. But if not,
We'll Gazy Bear, $2 super chat, gas money. Thank you very much.
for that. We'll have to send it to, we'll send it to
That is
Fabian.
awesome. Yeah.
Right there, yeah. So thank you for Gazy Bear. Yeah, so if Neil's not in tomorrow, which I don't know, potentially I hope he is.
Yeah, I wonder what happens.
Is there
to
an
the
earnings
delivery.
play? Because today you were looking
Okay.
early at
Yeah,
Cisco.
let's take
You
a
were
quick
looking
look
at a few other ones. So I'll give you a second. There's Roku,
I'm gonna pull up
DraftKings.
the.
Yeah, go grab the earnings calendar and have a look, and we'll see if there's anything that we can do there. Oh, look who's phoning again. Oh, it's the barber. Oh, hi, barber. I'm not going to answer it right now. That's my guy Halim over there. Remember last time we put him on the air?
Yeah,
Maybe.
yeah, I remember that.
The thing is, like, he knows. This guy's too much, man. Okay, we'll see what he wants to know. He's a great friend of mine, Halim the barber. So probably seeing what's going on. And I just saw the guy. I don't have much hair. The problem is I'm not the greatest customer. You know, I don't have the, you know. Okay, so now we have it up on OB's screen. So right now, Coinbase making those new highs. Tesla having a problem at 354. So these are some of the trades that we have. Unfortunately, our big bear was big disappointment again. And this time, I'm just going to get over here and change the stop on BBAI. I'm going to use it right here, 970. If we break right there, I'm just not going to, we take the profit, it doesn't go. So if it doesn't go, we got to get out. It's pretty simple. 9 spots, 6-9. We'll get out of everything right there for Big Bear AI. So we'll lose 12 or 13 cents when the most we ever got was 12 or 13 cents. So it makes sense to me right there if that is the case of what happens. So that's that on Big Bear AI. Someone in the chat wanted to know something, and I'll address it in a minute. TQ's getting close. I'm just going to refresh all my stop orders. Basically, heading into the close now, there's no point in me sitting around in any of these names. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day. Most of these names that we've held have done this move, so it's been good. Now we'll change this to 88.25, 88.24 stop order there. So that's in. Big Bear's in. My NVIDIA stop is 134.75. Yep, I'll still stick with that. That's fine. And then my Tesla stop that's in right now is 348. No. So that's different. So we got to change that stop right now so we don't get waxed. All right, so we'll get out of a piece there, breaking through 353. We'll get out of half of what we have left. All right, Obi, I tasked you,
Yes,
and
sir.
what did you come up with?
Yeah, so again, we have the earnings calendar right here. I'm looking at Roku, DraftKings, Coinbase, Airbnb, maybe some AMAT as well. So I don't know. Here's what I usually do, Sean. So I'll come up with a list of tickers that I'm potentially interested in, and then I'll go see what we've been doing coming into the earnings. We've already taken a look at both DraftKings and Coinbase. We kind of see that they're running up into earnings. I'm like, all right, we've been catching a bid. People are buying into the earnings report. So then I want to see what we do on the actual earnings report itself. Do we continue that trend, or do we kind of revert it? What do we do? I have no idea what's going to happen. And then coming in tomorrow, then we're poised for a little bit better of a plan, because we have more information. We have the report and everything to kind of give us a look-see on that. But AMAT, definitely interesting as well here. I'm going to take a look at the hourly. If I were to pick one, Sean, I think I think I'd probably go with a DraftKings, just because of what it's doing, where we're at. So we can take a look at DKNG here. Again, we talk about that $50 level as well, right? That's what was it? Go up to 3 hour right here. Yeah, so that $50 level, that's that prior high. So if we do continue this trend, I'm going to be looking for that 47, for that 50. Do we hold above? Can we give? Can we get a gap to the upside? If not, do we get a gap to the downside, or do we just do nothing? I have no idea. But if it can get above 50 and hold, I like it much better for the continuation tomorrow. And I think if we gap down, if we can get below this 35, 36 prior low on a gap down, I like that as well. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking about. I'll think about the different instances that could potentially happen and how I would want to trade them. Like, how do I want to see it happen, and what would I do? How would I act if I did? But until tomorrow morning, I won't really necessarily have a distinct a choice. I'll have like a basket of names that I'm potentially watching, and then whatever sets up the best. Right? It's always like it's like hunting. It's like, all right, I'm hunting for. I know what I'm hunting for. That's my playbook. Right. And then I have a basket of names open and watching and seeing if they do what I'm looking for. So if they start to do what I'm looking for, then I feel very comfortable getting involved and making those my priority for the day. So right now, maybe DraftKings, maybe.
People are asking what your plan for ARM is. Are you still in that, or?
Yeah, it's holding that 162 area as of right now. So that's the idea, right? I'm like, all right, well, yeah, I'm kind of holding against me a little bit here, but as long as we're holding this shelf that we have been over the past couple of hours going into the close, I want to just give it that room and just let it kind of work there for me. If we crack to the lows, that's perfectly fine. I'm more than willing to stop out. Got my stop in there a little bit lower there. But if we hold this shelf and we crack this downtrend that we've been getting since we made the highs at 168s, then maybe we're poised for a little bit of a move going into the close with only about 30 minutes left. So that's what I'm looking for in ARM.
There's actually something I forgot to mention here today. Trader TV Live gives back. We are sponsoring the bar at this event right here, of course, as I hear Brendan in the background. We're fighting student hunger. This is something that means a lot to me because my kids go to a Toronto secondary school, and there it is, TDSB, and what this foundation is to help feed the kids. So it's money that goes towards, there's even kids like in my kids' school that unfortunately come to school hungry, and it's crazy that happens, but it does. And most of you, especially that are in big cities, know about this. The stats are unbelievable right now, but founded in 1998, Trader TV Live gives back today by sponsoring the bar. This is an event that's taking place. It's 20 Michelin chefs will be getting together at Brickworks and providing food for, again, it's a charitable event that we have been, luckily enough to sponsor. Chefs for Change right there. So that's what's happening right there. So Trader TV Live gives back. And I want to thank everybody for all the super chats, for everything that you guys do for us by watching YouTube and just helping us. So we wanted to bring that up because, again, for me, like, I know some kids, my friends, Tesla, $7 in the money right now. We just take a piece out right there. So we hold that for that dream, and the dream is happening. But on a more serious note, this is just what we do here. But yeah, there's kids that my kids are friends with that, yeah, they don't have the same nutrition or the same opportunities as many do. So we've, that's a charitable event that's special. And Neil and I both have kids, of course. And Obi, you do not?
Not that I know of.
Right. I said, damn it. You took basically my joke there. That was a good one, though. All right, because you were going to say no, then I was going to say not that you know, but okay. All right, so good one there, Obi. But yeah, so thank you.
Front run by nature. Sometimes.
Thank you for Chefs for a Change there for giving us that opportunity. So, all right, so that's that. Yeah, so thank you again for that. As we talk more now about stocks, we're about $11 in the money holding NVIDIA, TQs, and Tesla. And then it's Big Bear is the one that's giving me some issues. But that's now 3 or 4 days in a row that Tesla's really lit the torch for me, and another one there today, up 5 and a bit. And we even bought some in our own account there at 3:30 the other day, which was pretty good. But I did sell some Palantir to buy it. We sold some Palantir at 114, so I feel like it might be a wash for now, but definitely heavier in Palantir than we are in Tesla in the PA right now. So, all right, so you're still in... Excuse me, you're still in those two names, and I'm still in these names. So Adara right now ready to go.
Watch out for Boeing, BA, a little bit of a push down here. We have comments coming through on X, because a posting from Sean Duffy, who is the secretary here for the Department of Transportation. He's been a little critical of Boeing in the past, saying that they need to basically use tough love on the company. That was a phrase he used during his confirmation hearing. Now he's posting that he's requested Boeing CEO Kelly Ortberg come to DC ASAP in order to provide full accounting, or basically, I guess, accountability of the steps they're taking. After that, he's actually going to be visiting the Boeing factory himself to firsthand evaluate their safety measures. So we're having Secretary Sean Duffy take a very personal interest here in BA. Be aware of that, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
I always think they're tired of hearing me, but
I'm looking at some of these.
They're asking about Bob, but yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I mean, just looking at some goggles here. Going into the close with only about 25, roughly about 25 minutes left, we're getting a strong bid coming in on Google here. This bid kind of starting in and around that 130 time right there. But yeah, strong spider. Softy's actually pretty strong as well. This is a name that I haven't really looked at today, but yeah, this thing kind of had a strong bid. When was this? This is a 15-minute chart, 10:30. So on the 10:30 candle, this thing bids from 408s all the way to 410s, and then pulls back into 408s. But yeah, I was like, oh, all right. Well, if we kind of clip that prior day highs, maybe we don't get back up in there. But I was definitely wrong on that one, bidding right back up. That bid coming in and around 1 o'clock once again on Softy for a fresh high. Now kind of a double top just underneath this 411 mark on the 15-minute chart, taking a little bit of a pullback here. So yeah, again, Apple as well looking very bid. I kind of have an idea going on that one, AAPL. As well, bit of a break of trend, but again, in the last 30 minutes, I don't know too much about a reversion. Maybe not the best time to play the reversions, but again, it would seem that things that are catching a strong bid into the close may have the potential to catch a little bit of profit taking going into the close as well. We saw a prime example of Tesla where it was kind of pushed with in an intraday catalyst as well yesterday at the end of the day. So again, it already kind of started to kind of slow down a little bit near its prior highs, and then all of a sudden we got that news for a very strong flush, giving us almost a 50% retracement going into the close. But Tesla once again bidding up going into the last half hour here on the day today. 355, Sean. So we did hold that 350 going into today. So maybe we're poised for a little bit higher here as we have attempted, or we have broken this bit of a downtrend here. So just taking a look at this. Okay, I know a lot of lines are going to show up as soon as I draw this. Yeah, so right here. So yeah, you see that? You see them populating? So all of these are from yesterday. Well, these are from yesterday. A lot of these anchors are from prior events, and earnings and deliveries and catalysts like that. So some of them mean more to me than others. Some of them I don't really consider. But this is the trend that I'm talking about right here. So I'll make this a little bit wider here. And we can make it, we can just make it a dark red line right there. So you can see right here, this top that we've had from the end of January and pretty much all of February, we were kind of sold off with a nice little downtrend, and then we were attempting to break that trend as of today. Yesterday, you saw us kind of revert prior day's action as well. That Tuesday strong selling, and then a reversion all day yesterday. Again, we got that hot CPI number that took us to the downside, and it took us all day on the futures for us to revert all the way back up to reference prices on that. So Tesla, another interesting ticker here as well, and of course, my favorite. Amazon. So Amazon as well, not really doing too much. Again, I was looking at some of these tickers just trading within their opening range. You can see the action here on Amazon all the way into 1030. We pretty much print a range from 227 halves to 230s, 230 and some change. We pretty much trade within that range for the rest of the day. Sure, you got some nice moves, nice reversions, and then the reversion of the reversion as well. And now we're getting a reversion of the reversion of the reversion. So usually when that happens, you might be in a range. You might be in a range. If you keep on reverting within a set of prices, it's called a range, right, Sean? So I'm like, bit of a range here on Amazon.
Tomorrow's lesson, reverting the reversion.
Reversionception. Yeah. I like to revert the reversion, but sometimes I revert myself, which is maybe not the best thing to do. But,
no. Our next video that we will be releasing will be something about reverting the reversions.
Advanced trading, reversion of the reversions.
Yeah. Okay. So, we ended a trade.
Oh, boy.
So the TQs is now over with. There it is, man. Out right there on that break. We talked about trying to be a little bit more responsible. No, of course, we're going to get out of this every time. Breaking the 50 period. It broke there. We got out. It broke here. We got out. Pretty simple. It broke here. We got out. This was probably a little lower. I don't know why I would have picked that level, but yeah, got out there again. Got out on the 50. Got out on the 50. This has been the best way for me to judge really how to hold things. Is to try to punch out at the 50 period moving average. I mean, it worked there because it kind of prevented that move from happening, but at the same time, it was bought up by VWAP and then right back up. So maybe there has to be something about this strategy that has something to do with if the 50 period is very close to VWAP, maybe we don't punch out at that, but when it's a little further away, we do know that there is a chance to Obi revert back down into this level. So that would be something there as we get ready for the close. Today's imbalances are brought to you by Real Trading. So they're not out yet, but for right now, we're looking at all these BRKR ones, not the NASDAQ ones. This was just showing you that when we IPO'd there was, look, what a surprise, 2 million shares left over. That's pretty much what was on the bid. So that bid got taken care of, and after that, the rest was history. As sale is I can't wait to show you that in a couple minutes. But HPQ, so a lot of bids here into the close, right? Remember? So we'll have to watch out for that. We will change this at 3:50. This will all update, and these will all become live. So you're only looking at the ones right now that are of the right time, right? The 3 o'clock. All the NASDAQ and the ARCA ones are not updating real time. So we'll have to double check those. Actually, the ARCA ones are. It's the NASDAQ ones that are not. So that's the imbalance locator hitting at 350. Always very risky to be in position when that does come through. All right, man. I mean, Big Bear's not doing anything. Let's check out a few other names that might be moving around today. Okay, so Big Bear was one that we talked about. Rich Tech Robotics was a name that was talked about earlier on in the day, and what a good call that was by whomever was talking about it during the first show, because, again, we have the best community here, and if they're proving it one more time, like, this was a name that was brought up to our attention, and it was definitely in the first ongoings of the day. So, again, 280, 290. That looks to have been a good dip buy opportunity, obviously, hindsight, but VWAP continues to play. Right, so early on, look for the 200 period. Late, look for VWAP. Nice hold there for Rich Tech Robotics. NNE, I think, was also going off. Nano Nuclear. Wasn't this like a dollar, like not a dollar name, but something like that recently for Nano Nuclear? But nice up. Sorry, that's the NASDAQ. What am I doing? This is what I'm looking for. Yeah. Crazy, man. A $5, $6, $7 name. If you go back to May, this was $1, but at the end of the day, or sorry, $3. Nice move there for Nano, but now coming back in, it's already been high. Like, you're going to have to watch out for some of these names. Watch SMR, Oklo, things like that coming into $29, $30 here for NNE, actually down on the day right now after a very excited morning, looking to baseline. All right, man, I have news about Big Bear AI. Down again. So, I mean, these trades are virtually identical, Obi, where we took it early, we took a win, then it faded back and we took a loss. Well, there's the win. This time we don't reload and there's the out. So, tried. I mean, all we can do is put attention to these names, right? I think it was worth it. I think it was worth the move up. Unfortunately, does not hold the bid. That is Nano right there, not giving me the greatest of vibes. Sorry, Big Bear AI. Yeah, NNE has earnings tomorrow. Thank you for bringing that up. That was a good point there. SPY almost at all-time highs. That is for sure. And Intel's fading. So yeah, a couple people looking at some of those names. Intel was a big name today for us as Obi was covering it all morning. Yeah, nice fall down there. Oh, yeah. So we got to watch out for NVIDIA because our stop out on NVIDIA is 134.74. So we're getting close to that. That'll be a VWAP take if we break that. We were looking at the 200 period. You're just kind of dancing there. We're lucky enough not to get wicked out there. That was pretty close. Let's give NVIDIA a little bit of breathing room with 8 minutes left. Micron was a good stock today, says Rohit. Hey, Rohit, how's it going? Rohit's been here many times. All right, let's see why Rohit liked Micron today. Was it easy and clean? Yeah, I mean, straight to the upside. There's very similar to that Tesla sort of drip into the 50 period, then the move blast higher. Yeah, Micron works today. I wanted to look at, okay, so yeah, look at this on the daily. That's getting close, man. 97 or so break on Micron. So got killed on earnings there, but look where we fell right back into, right? Right back into support, and we actually danced with it the other day, and now back up. Yeah, good call there, Rohit. Micron looking very, very solid. Looking to take out these levels. Let's write down Micron for tomorrow. That's a good little look there right now. Now someone's calling me from Texas. Like, what exactly is going on today? All right, so yeah, Micron looking good for a break at 96.50.
Yeah, so got to talk about eSignal. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize, and foresee profitable opportunities with the platform that you need. Infinite data, instant trading. Know where the market is moving before others with lightning fast data. Charts that change the game. Customize and analyze markets faster your way. Better backtesting and scanning. Predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable real-time data. Up to the second market information from hundreds of global markets. Everything that you need all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. That's eSignal. And yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe as well, right? We know how many likes do we have on the show? That's what I was just about to check right now on the afternoon show. So Ramin's informing us that we got about 6,000 people watching right now. So let me just take a look at what you guys are up to.
Over 6,100.
567 likes.
It's Daryl from Dallas. I should have picked it up.
So would you take a look at that, guys? 569. Nice. 569 likes right now, but you got to pump those numbers up. 6,000 people. You got to get a 50%. You got to get at least a 50% return.
At least.
You know what I mean? At least. Come on. Get 2 to 1.
We are hearing.
Yeah. All right. So bang. Market's taking a little bit of or Apple's taking a little bit of a pullback here, and ARM trading back at 164s as of right now. So going to keep an eye on that one there. That was an aggressive bit of a bid. Right back up. Apple's been working out decently here. Again, we talk about the bit of a break in trend, and I think my futures froze in and around 12:30 because they're not there. This is still stuck on the 12:30 timestamp, and I'm like, oh boy, I think I gotta redo these. I gotta close these and refresh the windows. But I got my other windows here from which I am observing these markets. Okay, we got a few more likes here. We got 816, so we doubled up. We got to pump those numbers up a little bit more, guys. We only got less than 15 minutes, and we've been here all day trading in and out of tickers. and giving you all of the information and education and experience that we're going through at the
We
same
have a
time.
big vote here too. I mean, what is the vote in our chat
yeah.
right now doing right now?
2,000 votes.
2,800 votes.
Oh,
but I
come
think
on.
this
You gotta get at least that many likes.
unbelievable. Donald Pump. Yeah, I think that's what you have to. That's funny. Donald Pump. So I think it's been. I mean, if we're just talking about the market, I mean, you know, so far that has been great. So, oops, I hit dismiss instead of close, but there we go. Okay, so yeah, just a little bit of a talk there. Out of the TQs, we talked about that. Out of SMCI there as well. Still holding on to Tesla into the close. We have 3 minutes until those imbalances. Big Bear came out on that break, and again, I never do these things properly. It's right back to where I am right now on Big Bear AI. We could look at. Okay, Coca-Cola and PepsiCo talking about DEI policy with Trump. So there you go. More talk there. We had Deere today, John Deere. I think that almost got back to Greensville, didn't it? Yeah. Oh, no, it didn't. Or maybe it did up here at 474. John Deere today, not a great report, but really, really a nice level, man. I mean, it's been all the way up here as opposed to Caterpillar that's like below the 200 period moving average. So going to have to do a little bit more research to figure out exactly why John Deere and Caterpillar are kind of going the opposite ways right now, because this is what Caterpillar looks like downside, and I want to buy some of this for sure as we're back in here into 350. So just to try to get a little diversified against large tech positions. This name again getting hit a little bit on tariffs and a little bit on China worries, but you've seen FXI and whatnot. They've sort of gone to the upside as China. So China's really battling back. The story behind China, of course, is going to be AI and DeepSeek and the fact that they're able to do some of these things cheaper than the deal that we've had with Alibaba and Apple, just to share the technology to make sure that they're able to participate in China. Look at FXI on the daily. It's just been an absolute monster straight to the upside. Today kind of sleeping, but nice move there. I did hear some news about Rivian. It doesn't look like it's moving, but there was some sort of an acceptance of a new model, not new model car, but something there about Rivian in my ear, but not moving. So I just wanted to bring that in case anybody was asking. IBIT looks like it wants to head back to the upside, does it? I thought we were looking down here and this was 95. We're now at 96. So IBIT trying to go again. It's still down on the day, but that's kind of strange to me. The NASDAQ's up, yet Bitcoin is down. So that's not a relationship that we're really used to. So potentially IBIT does find a base here and get back to the north side. That would be my call for IBIT. I think this is a good long here, especially with Coinbase coming at the end of the day. Bitcoin's not going to move based on what Coinbase says, but if Coinbase gives a little bit of a positive outlook there and talks about good crypto trading and good volumes and them staying strong, then potentially that could, give some more, confidence to traders that are trading Bitcoin and crypto. So yeah, we'll wait for that report to come out. I'm excited for Coinbase. In less than 30 seconds, we get the imbalances.
Yes, sir. So this 164 is coming back here on ARM, and I'm kind of just watching there, maybe piecing out a little bit here as we print a little bit higher. But here come the imbalances in about 20 seconds or so. Yeah, I got out of that Apple as well. I was like, all right, well, we're not really breaking the trend to say, but if we're gonna hold on the bid, I definitely want to kind of step away, and you can see that we're holding trend going into the close as well. So here come these imbalances, Sean, in about 2 seconds.
And now. All right, so NVIDIA looks like it is going to be a sell side. I mean, there goes NVIDIA right now. NVIDIA's losing itself right now, kind of like M&M. All right, Apple, lose yourself. I don't know, a little bit of a lame. Yeah. Where is it in on here? I don't know, but there's the drip down. We are now out. We'll wait to see what's going on with Tesla. Tesla's also a sell, so a move down for Tesla. We don't want this to get too nasty, so let me just zoom in here for Tesla. I'll keep these up so you guys can see. Let's just get out right here. 354 break. We're going to be out on Tesla, so I got to change that stop right now. 353.99 out of 100% of Tesla. If that goes down, Amazon going down to the downside as well. Looks like not really. SMCI catches a bid, but not moving. Their sale catches a sell. Anything else? Cisco with a bid. Cisco had earnings today. Definitely worth a look. Up 2% right there. Intel. You take a look at that. So Intel does make the move down the rest of the day, it seems like, Obi, especially in the afternoon, just making that bottom right here. These go right back to open levels again of 2350, 2380. We'll see. It looks like it holds that 24 level before getting into 2375, which has been that bottom right there for Intel. So we'll see if we can support that there tomorrow. But no major earnings names on the locator, so not much for me to look at. CVS has had a nice little rebound.
I don't see anything too crazy.
As well. CDE, what is that? This could be an index name or a buyout. But it looks like Intel the most interest here into the close.
Yeah, so Apple kind of dropping and ARM is baiting up here into 164s here, so I kind of have an eye on that. Excuse me. I do have kind of offers laid out if it'll have me, but slowly just holding that 164. We kind of talked about that 162 hold. Not only was this a bit of a level hold there on ARM, it was also a bit of a hold of I guess this consolidation on VWAP, right? You can see multiple times over and over again, the first pullback held this quite distinctly, and it happened to work. I got a little lucky. I was like, all right, if we're going to consolidate at the lows after a strong catalyst, and the ticker, we know that is a little bit of interest, and the float is slightly cornered. We heard Sharif talking about how only the 10% of the total shares actually trade in the open market. ARM definitely an interesting ticker here, pulling back up into 164 halves. Maybe not necessarily on those imbalances, but a little bit of a push there nonetheless here on ARM. So I don't know if we're going to get to 165s just yet, but like I said, so I am posted out right there. So out of most of everything as of right now, with only about a few minutes left to go, guys. So hopefully you guys have had some time on that. Yeah, Dinkelberg. Yeah, you know what? You got to trade your trade, Dinkelberg. That's what it is. You know, people always have a lot to say. At the end of the day, if I like something, I'm willing to put my risk on it, and I'm willing to put some money on the line. And that's, if it doesn't work, it's perfectly fine, right? I don't know what's going to happen. There's always probabilities to things, and I'm trying to form a way to think and a way to live where everything I see is somewhat probabilistic. So if I'm like, if this is doing that, if we're doing this, what's the probability of this, that, and the other? Versus other things. So you can see now that I did have a pretty bad average from before, but I did like this hold, and I added in significantly here, and to give it back up just to the test of anchored VWAP. Again, shout out to Brian Shannon, anchored from the event itself. So I'm like, so the question I was asking, if we hold this as a shelf, as we hold more and more, what's the probability of us reverting back to the anchored just for a little bit of a balancing act, if you want to call it, of price action. So got a little lucky. It did what I was looking for, and thankful for that. So going into the close, only about 6 minutes left, guys. So throw up in the chat what tickers you guys have traded. I know there's a lot of opportunity in this market. There's so much on the table, guys, and it's days like these where systems will get tested and your processes will get tested. That's what I'm realizing, and you got to just stick with the plan. And the biggest issues I'm having as of recent is just not following the system, not following the plan, and maybe dealing with a little bit of tilt when I feel like I might be underperforming in a market like this. Here comes 165s, guys, absolutely wild here on ARM. So we are getting a little bit of a push into the close, Sean.
$8.
Boom.
Yeah, $8 right now for Tesla. I was just waiting at 357.50. It just got to 356, 357 basically flat, and then now it's dropping right back in. Wow, that was crazy. Oh man, can't believe we almost got that. How sick would that have been if I'm showing that we got filled up there? We did not. Right now. Okay, I'm just going to go to 356, man. This is a wild close here for Tesla. So we'll go up to 356 and just push offer, enter now. You know what? Let's go to 350. Let's go to 356.50. All right, let's test fade here. See if we can get basically that high again on Tesla, just to see. Have a little bit of fun. You only live once or twice or three times, or if you're a cat, maybe more than that. But we'll wait to see if we can get that good trading there today. Look, man, I mean, I'm excited for Coinbase. Join us immediately The one that's going to come out first, Sharif's already ready to go. We're ready to rock and roll out there. We are expecting DXCM first. AMAT right at 4 o'clock. Pan W at 4:05. And of course, that's Palo Alto Networks. Wow, down to 202. What happened to Pan W recently? No, 202 is fine. Okay, that's fine. So Pan W got, pardon? Yeah, they split there, didn't they? Okay, yeah, so that's Pan W there. So yeah, very, very close. Yeah, it was the wrong chart. Our chart is like a mess, but there it is right there on eSignal. That's looking great, man. We talked about how much we like CrowdStrike as well. So Palo Alto, well juiced up right there off of a great, look at this 200 period buy right there on Palo Alto, 174. Jeez, man, on such like a primed name too, eh? Like Palo Alto's a great name. All right, well, hey, there it is. So, all right, the leader in security, Palo Alto. So that's going to be a big one. Then Roku comes. We used to have a joke about who owns a Roku, but a lot of people do, I guess, because this name has been performing quite well, and we're going to see if that can break through again as well. That's 4:05. U.S. officials meeting with Russia on Friday, says Trump. Also, Ukraine invited. Okay, so that should be good. And again, look, pushing the agenda, which is what needs to be done. Let's get this resolved so we can get back to a reasonable world again, hopefully. I don't know if that's ever possible. Twilio, 4:05. Oh, man, are we excited about Twilio. Talk about a big network name. Talk about a big, hopefully, AI play, technology play. Twilio, huge move up recently. Let's see if it can hold that. I mean, wow, you want to talk about earnings excitement there. Twilio looking for 14%. Sorry, 10% move. Last move, 14. Twilio. Boom. This was on Operation Stargate. Is that the right word?
I think so, yeah. That was the name of the project, yeah.
Project Stargate.
But
anyways, this is old news. This is now 3 weeks ago, but there goes Twilio to the upside. We really like that name. And then after that, man, DraftKings and Coinbase are the last two. So DKNG, we sort of, that's a NASDAQ name. We sort of talked a little bit about that, Obi, today on the show about how it's really performed quite well. DraftKings going higher and higher and higher here into the close. Going to go out near the high of the day, 47 and change there as we look to take it out. Okay, here we go, Tesla. So we talked about getting greedy. I'm at 356.35 on, that's NVIDIA, on Tesla. So that's higher than right here. The only time we've been above where we're trying to get out is on that last little bump. So let's go. A minute and a half left. Apparently Tesla just registered these names. Robus and Robobus have now been registered trademarks or names. So RO-Bus, so Robus, and then Robobus right there, hinting at their transit vision is what I'm seeing here on eBenzinga.
It'll be a very robust transit, maybe? No? Crickets? All right.
Oh, you got a boom there. I'm out.
Only got a minute left.
I thought it was all right. All right, there it is,
waiting for this to print 165s in this last minute. If it doesn't print 165s, I'm done.
Good trade there, man. All right, less than 1 minute to go. All right, Obi, thank you for filling in. I hope...
Thank you very much.
Well, I hope Neil's back tomorrow, but if not, I hope you're able to fill in as well tomorrow. So thank you to Obi. I'm going to go back. Yeah, do you have the countdown on yours?
I think I do, yes.
All right, well, please locate it. All right, 30 seconds left. I'm going to go to the desk. We'll see everybody in a couple minutes. Thank you, everybody. And Obi, take it over.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. So, yeah, no, 165s, I guess, does give us a little bit of a knock on the door of 165s. ARM does into the close. But, yeah, I think I was sitting on that position for a little bit longer than I'd liked. I was getting a little numb, let's say. But, yeah, no, 165s does print into the close. And thank you for joining us. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you there. So I'd like to thank everybody for joining us on the day today. Neil will hopefully be back tomorrow. But, yeah, no, thank you for joining us. Hopefully you guys have had a great trading day. Whether or not you're red or green on the day, the question really is, did you follow your processes? Did you follow your system? And are you green on that? Because at the end of the day, that is what will make the difference in the long term. As again, I'm just learning here as most people are. And just on the beginnings of my journey, let's say that. But hopefully, I'll see you guys around very, very soon. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy the long weekend. If I don't see you guys tomorrow, and I think they are ready for us at the desk. So don't go anywhere. We got Sean, Adara, and Sharif with the market recap. We've got some earnings on the board. Take it easy, guys.
Hey everybody, this is the market recap. You now know that you are in great hands because we've got our best friend here. It is Sharif is in the building. Thank you for joining us as we go. We love Sharif giving the news in the morning. We're going to start dropping some news right now as well. As the earnings are starting to come out, Dexcom is going to be the first one out. What a great day though today, man. We're in a great mood. NASDAQ, S&P 500 closing near all-time highs. Someone said the S&P did tick all-time highs. Come over to my board right here. You know it's a crazy day. Sharif, look at this. There's nothing green, nothing red.
No.
Everything green today, man. I'll find a red sector for you. I'm sure there is one. But I want to thank everybody for joining us. Glad to have Sharif on right now. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. This is going to be a monster earnings day. And you're seeing the right spot right now because as they drop, we got it in our ear with Benzinga. Adara's going through the numbers. Sharif's going through the numbers as well. Thank you to Obi for a big show. Now let's get going immediately. We had some great earnings yesterday, obviously. Some back and forth. All right, here we go. AMAT is now out.
Yep.
So AMAT does that little dip down to 180 right there. Looks like it's a beat right now on the top side, but we're going to wait for that number. AMAT right now down to 179, going lower right now on AMAT. DXCM is also out right now.
Yep.
Wynn Resorts is out. Get those casinos ready. Dexcom is down right now, so that's a bad report for them. It looks like we're going through all the numbers. Wynn Casino says Macau, what's up? Nice move to the upside right now for Wynn so far. So far the two that have come out that have been meaningful. AMAT to the downside. Looks like 180 right now. Roku, I'm hearing in my ear, is out. There goes Roku. Bang. We made, I don't know, nice move up there for Roku right now. On the daily, Roku now breaking out, filling that gap. Nice move for Roku. If we extend this out, you're going to see now up here, Roku. Nice move there. What do you want to talk about first?
Let's talk about AMAT, Sean.
All right.
We got that one out. Here's what we got. We got revenue of 7.7 billion. We were looking for 7.17. We were looking for 7.14. So that's a beat. GAAP gross margins, don't really care about that. GAAP EPS $1.45, Sean. Expected earnings $2.29. So interesting there. We'll have to keep an eye out on that. It's zigging, it's zagging. It's up a little bit, down a little bit. We also got Dexcom, Sean.
Yep.
So we're going to close that one so we can have a look at Dexcom. So the anticipated earnings for Dexcom were $1.1 billion in revenue and 50 cents per share. Let's have a look at what we did. We got 1.14 in revenue. Where's that EPS at? It always makes me look for the EPS. Can't find the EPS. We'll have to get back to you on that. We'll look at the Dexcom over here on the chart. We're selling off aggressively, Sean, on Dexcom. It's now down 2%.
Yep.
Trying to bounce off that 82. It did wick into 80. Likewise with AMAT, dropped a bit to 179. Now we're back to 173. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this. Do you have Roku up there?
Yeah, I got so far Wynn right now. That's another one. Wynn up 8%. Roku there going
There
as well,
it
up
is.
to 95. A nice number there.
Yeah.
Posted. Wynn gets 240. Wow, Wynn is monster. I don't know what's up with Wynn. I don't know if these are accurate numbers or not, but Wynn posting up right now. Wynn Resorts and Casinos. 2.42, so $2.42, beating, listen to this number, 122. 242 versus 122, revenues of 184 versus 717. Airbnb is out. Oh my, what kind of a show and what kind of a day is this?
Wow.
Airbnb upside, I can't even keep track. So that's a nice move upside. Roku's going, Wynn is going. AMAT is going the other way right now. What else you guys want to talk about? Where's Pan? We don't even have Pan W yet. They're going up to the upside as well. Not out yet. So far, so good as we sort of dissect, I guess, all of these. Oh, here's a red indicator. FXI was red today, it looks like right now. So we wait for DraftKings.
Okay, so let's talk right here about Airbnb, Sean. Aggressive move up off that 141 close. We went all the way up to 159. Let's have a look at and see if we can find the earnings A, B, and B on Airbnb. Earnings still waiting for Benzinga to populate. I'll look at my other platform over there. Here we go. And Airbnb announces fourth quarter results. So how'd they do? Well, what we were expecting, 58 cents per share for earnings, revenue at 2.42. Well, let's see how over here how they did. Why do they always make me look for? Okay, so I can't see it there. We'll have a look.
Twilio.
At this 7. Oh, here we go. 2.42. Sean meeting the street's expectations on earnings of Again, can't really see it here. What do you got?
Get it sorted out, yeah, because right now we have some crazy movement. This is the problem when we do it live. We're doing it live as we get all these results coming in. And again, it's just me and Sharif going back and forth here as Adara sits there and helps us out as well. Look at Twilio. Twilio getting crushed right now into the gates of hell. This is a big one. I like the company, but it's a miss. $1 versus 104. We haven't seen that for a minute. But they do beat in sales right there. Pan W. Anil loves Pan W. What is Pan W doing? Up and down, flat. You like the Pan W quarter there?
This is my second largest position.
Yeah. Oh, I'm in this name.
Yeah.
I'm in this name as well.
I know you are.
Do you have the numbers? Because right now,
I do hear they are shut.
Right now, it's not doing much. A little red for you there, but not much. Not much.
It moved
flat.
up a little bit there into that 210, but you know how Pan W is. It's absolute disaster. So second, all right.
Come on, man. You like the stock.
Yeah, well, it's a high.
We wait for
stock, so you're gonna have
Coinbase.
to deal with that all the time. All right, here we go. Let's have a look at how Pan W did.
Coinbase.
Fiscal second quarter revenue, 14% year-over-year growth to that $2.3 billion look, Sean. The street wanted 2.42, so that's a beat. How did we do on next-gen security ARR, average revenue per 37% up to 4.8 billion. Remaining performance obligations 21% year-over-year up to 13 billion. How's that EPS look? We were looking for EPS here. It depends on who you were looking for. I got 78 cents. Adara had here $1.55 for EPS, so can't really find that quite yet. We'll have to keep an eye on the chart. This one awfully volatile. There it goes, Sean, dropping down 191. So it looks like the street not digesting that all that well.
It was that big clap. The clap was loud.
The clap was loud,
scared
yeah.
it.
I think that's what had happened.
No, it'll be back. We'll figure it all out. Right now, Coinbase, though, they had a nice move up to 310 right there for Coin. So that name again, Coin, what we're seeing right now, sales of 227 beating 183. So monster sales there for Coinbase. That looks good. I don't have any other numbers other than the sale number right there. So it looks like revenue right now, 227 versus 183 for Coinbase. It is a beat. Twilio continues to push right there. Downside to 122, now up to 133 for Twilio. Roku, numbers still coming in. This could be the winner of the day right there. Look what Roku's doing, $99 all the way back here, back to last February, right? So there's that gap completely filled all the way back here right now. Roku, big time movement to the upside right now. Over 6,000 of you are watching. Hey. So we say, bang to that. Thank you so much for watching. All right, we're using right now, this is Trade Ideas software. Sharif might use Trade Ideas or e-signal. We're using it all up here right now. So Coinbase, the expected move for Coinbase. A little bit of a disappointment here because we were looking at 9% on Coinbase. Coinbase flat right now on the day, on the move. So Coinbase up, down, flat right now for Coinbase. Check back in on Pan W. Oh no.
No, it's selling off aggressively.
Yeah, I hate talking like this because I know that you're excited about it. But
bro. That's the way it works.
Maybe we buy more. Maybe we buy more.
Airbnb is rocketing up, Sean. We're up 14.5%. There goes 160. What a beat for Airbnb here. We were worried about this one, Sean. A lot of cities looking at putting the kibosh on Airbnb, but we got Expedia a couple of days ago or a week ago, and it beat handily. So another continuation play there. What a move for Airbnb. I was worried about this one. Sales beat easily, Sean. $2.5 billion in revenue. The street was looking for 2.42, so a blow-up quarter there. We'll have to see a dive deep a little bit into this one. This is a 12.71% increase, Sean, over that 2.2 billion they printed this time last year, so a beat handily there.
So this might be a good one. Great eyes on that, Sharif, because Airbnb's expected Airbnb's expected move right now,
Coin.
everything all right over there, was 8%. So right now you're getting a move of 15%, looking good right now for Airbnb. Coinbase trying to go.
Missed. Yeah,
right now. There it is. Coinbase reversing sharply down. We got the question about Robinhood and what we would think about Robinhood into this move. But there's Coinbase right now pulling back down in. Is Robinhood having a pullback? No. So Coinbase right now to the downside. All right, Adaira's been working hard on some graphics. It's all about pan, snow, crowd, cybersecurity. Let's go talk to Adaira.
Hi guys, this one's brand new. It literally has not even been released on X yet, just finished it up, but this shows here the pretty steady revenue growth here of cybersecurity names, of course, in honor of PanW's report tonight. And one thing I want to say is PanW actually has usurped Fortinet when it comes to revenue, even though Fortinet IPO'd a couple of years earlier. One other thing I find really interesting here is that Fortinet, CrowdStrike, and Palo Alto were all added to the NASDAQ 100 within months of each other in 2021. So great look. CrowdStrike, of course, had a pretty eventful 2024, but it was also added to S&P 500 in 2024. I'm likely to do a separate graphic on them ahead of their earnings, but regardless, really interesting journey here for these four semiconductor majors that would be Palo Alto Networks, Fortinet, CrowdStrike, and Snowflake. Again, you will be able to find that graphic on X tomorrow. It's brand new at TTV Research. Back to you.
Oh boy, yeah. Thank you, Adaira, for that one, man. Don't call it a comeback, but right now Coinbase goes down to 282 and now bouncing back up to 294. So we're just sifting through, man. They released a full year letter as well.
This is a beat handily, Sean.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought sales were better. I don't know if EPS is better.
Sean, they were expecting $1.6 billion in revenue. These guys printed $2.27 billion. That is an easy beat right there. Now are we spiking up? What's going on?
And I'm seeing the gap EPS number right now, 468. What? So right here on Benzinga, look what this is saying here for Coinbase. They're saying 468 versus 181 may not be comparable. If it is comparable, then that is through the roof. So we're going to have to wait to see what happens with Coinbase right now as we sift through. Interesting name to watch out for now, Coinbase. Nice downside move there for sure. Now battling back. Roku seems to be a good one, man. Roku actually guided Q1 revenue over $1 billion for Q1. So that looks like that's going to be a beat on the expected guide right there as well. So a nice move up there. I don't even know what to review anymore. I think some of the biggest ones that we're interested in are PanW. So that makes the move down right now, down about 3% for Pan. Not really worth anything, Sharif. You're only back to where you were 2 days ago.
Yeah.
So 192 for PanW. So we're fine with that one. I hold that.
Still waiting on DraftKings, Sean. Yep. That's supposed to come at 4:15, right? So we're still waiting. I think we're like 3 minutes away from that.
So CrowdStrike. Interesting right now. CrowdStrike up here as well. All-time highs. Getting hit a little bit in the after hours, but not much. CrowdStrike down 3%. If PanW picks up, look for CrowdStrike to get going as well. The other play that we had was AMAT. What was that wound up doing? Okay, so yeah, a little choppy now down here at the bottom, 178. What does that look like on the daily right now? Wow, kind of flat on the daily as well. So Applied Materials not really down anything considering it was up nicely today. So giving back a little bit there for PanW. But yeah, man, everyone's really interested, it looks like, on Coinbase, and for good reason, as if this is a name that's going to be heavily traded. Oh, yeah. There's inverted Coin L or whatever as the ETF as well, Con L. Look at that, it goes green.
It's ridiculous. I mean, this is a easy beat here, Sean. Yep. A handy beat. Like, let's talk about what we were expecting for EPS, because I have the EPS numbers on the side here. 236, we printed 4 something in EPS. Revenue 1.59, depending on who you're looking at. Some people say 1.83. I have 1.59. Really depends on the analyst. 2.27 is what they printed. I'm not sure why we're not up more. Maybe because we're already up 10% on the day. Breaking through that 300. We'll have to see what the call has an effect on this. Obviously, we'll keep tabs on that, but Coinbase, handy beat there, Sean, as we knock on the door of 100,000 again on Bitcoin. Good look over here. We're still waiting for DraftKings, guys. I think we've got 1 more minute. Coinbase EPS with Adaira, I believe, at the green screen.
Yeah, we're going to take a look here at Coinbase's pretty wild journey when it comes to loss or profit per share since its IPO. So this is literally every quarterly report that Coinbase has ever given us, of course, excluding the one we just bought. So if you look at here, we actually had profitability in their first year of trading and their first year of reporting. Then Q2, or for 2022, things get really grim. They actually lost $11.40 per share for the fiscal year. Then things get a little bit flat into 2023, and of course, 2024, we'll start experiencing more growth again. So tons of fluctuation here. Not a lot of basing out for Coinbase when it comes to its profit or loss per share. And this graphic you can find on X at TTP Research. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Derek. Coinbase now saying go to the heads upside right now.
Sean, we have, okay, here it is, Donkey Kong, DKNG, all the way up. If you can't see what Sean's doing, he's doing things. $50, Sean, we're about to hit 10%. What a report there for DKNG. Here we go. So we got Q4 revenue of $1.4 billion, a little bit less than $1.4 billion, Sean. It looks like it was a bit of a miss there because the revenue estimate was $1.41 billion. We'll see when the EPS comes out what we got there. The street was looking for around negative 19 cents as they continue to improve profitability. The implied move this time, Sean, we're already past it. Well, it depends on where we close. 9%, 8.4% or so is what the expected move was for DKNG.
There it is, man. DraftKings going to the upside right now. Watch out for $50. Yeah, nice call there. I mean, it's looks like it'll take out right there that high. So there it goes, man. Yeah, that high back into April. I have a feeling like we were a little bit higher than that. Yeah, so we still have a little ways to go before we get to DraftKings. But look at this. Taking out this key level of $50. There it goes. DraftKings right now, $49.41 upside for DK. What do you want to say?
This is a monster beat, Sean.
Yep.
They got EPS of 14 cents. The street was looking for negative 15.
All right.
This is an easy beat as they shore up cost, Sean. And I stand corrected. I was wrong about the revenue. So they printed on revenue $1.393 billion. That is a miss, though. So 1.433. So they missed on revenue, Sean, shorted up, though, by managing costs.
All right, 52-week high right there for DraftKings. So thanks for that, Sharif, as we go. I'm still interested to see what Coinbase is doing back and forth. We've talked about that a lot. Twilio has been getting hit. A little bit of a bounce back, now only down to 134. Twilio making back about half right there from TWLO. Another good call on that one. Man, there is so much to talk about right now. So that's Twilio, Coinbase. I did want to look to see what Bitcoin was doing on the back of that. It doesn't look like too much load chart. So here's Bitcoin right now. Yeah, 96.3, 96.4. So Bitcoin just kind of hovering around right now, just chilling out. I mean, I still like that 94 bottom. We'll see if that comes into play again there right now. So we didn't really expect Coinbase to have much of a reaction with the price of Bitcoin. I mean, you know, one's an exchange, one is the actual thing. So we'll wait to see what else happens right there.
All right, I got the data for
Roku.
Palo Alto here, Sean.
Okay.
So here, let's talk about this. Now, we're talking about full year, 9.14 to 9.19 of revenue, seeing an adjusted earnings per share, Sean, of 318 to 324. That's interesting there. I didn't have the full year numbers. I had the quarterly numbers for Q1, so we'll keep tabs on that. The numbers are coming out little by little here for Pandub. I definitely want to get a little bit more information about this platformization strategy, which is supposed to shift the company away from a single product into a platform, obviously, which encompasses multiple products. We'll have to wait for the call for that, Sean.
We talked all day today about how positive it was, and we talked about the FXI being one of the only red sectors today, as we heard from President Trump pretty much all day about aluminum, steel. We heard some stuff about China. We heard some stuff about Ukraine and Russia. Hopefully that's coming to an end, we'd hope for. But look what the market said, man. The market was like, forget about hope. We're doing this thing. All green today. I mean, we talked about red sectors. I'm not even seeing utilities maybe a little to the downside today, as Duke Energy and NEE get to the downside, but we've already seen such huge run-ups in some of these names that it's all good. Caterpillar was a little down. We had Deere a little down, but other than that, man, Google, Microsoft, Apple, the big ones holding fort today. Amazon as well. My guy Berkshire there, nice move as well today. Up. You don't get Berkshire moving 2% too often. That's a good day there. Walmart and Costco holding fort as the retail side still continues to be strong. And oh yeah, it's Tesla time. Tesla today up 6%, and Tesla today. Hey, it's Mom Spaghetti. What's up, Rigetti? 2% today. But Tesla today was an absolute monster. I just wanted to see where it was. You know what? I think I'm actually still in some of these shares right now for Tesla. That's okay. All right, 'cause I put an offer up here. It doesn't look like it got filled. All right, but Tesla today, early dip buy opportunities right there off the open, pretty choppy. We believed in it. We bought VWAP upside. Then it came back in on the midday. We bought it again upside. Will Tesla continue to hold? I mean, who knows? It's been a good couple days for Tesla. Nice dip buys off there at 330. We've seen NVIDIA with a dip buy move as well on DeepSeek. And now we see Adara at the green screen.
Roku's flying.
Here's actually a preview. This is another one we haven't even posted on X yet here for TTV Research. This is next week's earnings and economic data calendar. Now, in case you missed it, Monday, the market's actually closed. We get a speech from one Fed speaker, but it's going to be pretty early in the morning. But then Tuesday, we start getting some economic data, a little bit less interesting in the economic data side, but earnings here, China on watch with Alibaba and Baidu both reporting during the week. We get Walmart earnings. We're also going to get Rivian. We're going to get Block, now trading under the ticker XYZ, and we're going to be getting some Solar Edge. So couple interesting earnings to watch out for next week, guys, and this graphic will soon be available on X at TTV Research. Back to you.
Sean, Roku is skyrocketing here after that close near that $80 area. We just broke 100. We're up 18.2%, Sean, on the back of an easy revenue beat here. Wow, 1.005. Well, it was in line, but what was really good was the EPS. They were looking for a negative EPS, Sean, of 44 pennies. They only printed 24 pennies. So still not profitable, but definitely almost half of what the street was looking for in terms of a loss.
Yeah, Coinbase looks like it's going to, Roku looks like it's going to break that $100 mark right now. So what a great level there for Roku. Again, Sharif just nailed it right there on this $100 mark right there, taking that level out right now. Coinbase going positive, so that's going to be a positive story. Someone said in the chat, are we looking for anything else from Coinbase? I think the numbers are out already. Sharif's reviewed them. We talked about it with Adara as well. We can go over them again. But right now, Coinbase, not super volatile there after the report. So there it is right there. It made some moves early, but now we're just kind of hovering around as we, I guess, sift through or wait for the call for them. DraftKings had a nice move, broke through 50, now hovering around $49. We'll see if that can give back a little bit right now. I want you guys all to give back. 5,100 of you watching, 1.1K likes. Let's get those likes going. If you're watching it, bump those just a little bit right here. Only 8 minutes left. How time flies when you're here having fun. We haven't really even done anything other than earnings. We talked a little bit about what was moving around today and what some of those sectors were that were pretty hot, man. I mean, today, a sector that we don't talk about too much there, materials, that's been a good one. That led the way today, up 1.74%. We actually have this other little sector screener right here that will give us the names that we're moving. So today in materials, and we booked this out, FCX, DD, PPG as well, on this Newmont in there. So as we get going, a couple names today holding for it, including FCX, as you can see right now. Nice move, trying to get that backside. Is that Molson Coors' tap? Yeah, tap. It is, yeah. They're up 10% with beer now, making that move to the upside. We say, oh, Canada for that one, as that makes a move to the upside, although I guess Coors would be American.
Yeah. It's mixed now.
Molson Canadian right there. But that's what we've been dealing with here today. TAN with a nice move, XLP with a nice move. Gold today, man. We talked about maybe gold getting a piece of everyone's portfolio. Sharif, we talked about that at the 50 period. I don't know. I don't own any gold. I'm not sure. Do you own any gold?
I own nothing, man. I don't own any gold, but you know my friend Alfred.
I just got this filling right here.
I love it.
Yeah, Alfred likes gold.
Alfred loves gold. His old man, he inherited some gold from his old man. He's got a little bit left on. You know, he deployed most of that in Tesla, but he's always keeping an eye on gold.
Does he like it as an investment, or it's just more?
It's just an inflation hedge for him.
Okay.
Sean, here's the Coinbase revenues for everybody who's joining us late. Here's what we got on Coinbase. A bit of a mixed one here. We got earnings per share of $4.68, which may not be comparable to the $1.81 that the street was looking for, but we handily beat, Sean, revenue, $2.27 billion in revenue, handily beating that 1.83 expected by the street. That's a 138% increase year over year off that $53 million print this time last year. It's not moving a whole lot right now, but it's still up 10 1/5. Good look for Coinbase, Sean. I wonder how this one trades tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. We definitely are liking what's going on there with Coinbase today. Yeah, good report. Obviously a huge move up from Robinhood, right? So we had seen Coinbase here just on the daily chart, just to have a quick look. It already, it had that move down. Nice day there. covered up today with Robinhood, now trying to break just a little bit higher. What's up, Adara?
In case you missed it, late in the day, we actually had a post coming from Sean Duffy, who is the head of the Department of Transportation in the Trump administration, saying that he really wants to personally meet with Boeing, including its CEO, Kelly Ortberg, and then eventually go to its factory to make sure they're doing things all right and they're committed to their turnaround. So with that in mind, I wanted to reintroduce this graphic. I posted this on X a while ago. You can find it on X at TTV Research. But this is really a look at the percentage change from that point, which is January 30th, 2025. From when we got these CEOs leaving their companies, eventually being replaced, Boeing actually down about 11% at that point, though I think it's had a bit of a turnaround. But Kelly Ortberg, we'll have to see what he does for this company. What's interesting, too, that I found while making this graphic is with the exception of Starbucks and Peloton, all of these companies are actually down from when the CEOs were ousted. So pretty interesting stuff there. Make sure to check this out on X at TTV Research. And I'm sure a Boeing-specific graphic is going to be in the works soon. This is Kelly Ortberg, the man that everyone jokes I'm in love with. Back to you.
I mean, has it ever been denied?
There is a great sport. A round of applause. She handled that like an absolute pro. A great look at Adara. You didn't even flinch, Adara. She's like, yeah, okay, whatever.
She's like, I already have the poster in my room, so it's all good there.
You're a pro, Adara.
But yeah, great job, Adara, great report there. We often talk about that, especially with a name like Intel, where we wait for that new CEO to see. But you know what, man? Intel says no CEO, no problem. They might be better run without a CEO. Look at this move right there to the upside, right up to the 200 period. I really like this name. I'm actually in it sub 20, and I got into it. Again, yeah, it seems like it was okay. And all we did was really just go back into find some key levels, right? I mean, this was just holding there. Our out was always going to be there. Wow, what a day on that sale. I wanted to talk. Did you didn't see that, did you?
I did not.
Okay, so look, check out this trade on my screen right now. It was absolutely insane. Okay, so it's going to be a little hard to see. Let me just blow this up right there. Maybe now you can see it. So this was the IPO price. There was 2 million shares sitting here on the level 2. I went long. The minute it broke, Sharif, it fell all the way to the downside, and I didn't want to pay for shorts because it was at 11 cents per share.
Oh, wow.
So unfortunately, that wasn't even that expensive when it fell down $2. But a new IPO today, sale point, not great, all the way to the downside. The funny thing is like, you're going to read probably on other stations that like this name was probably up 50%. Like, I don't know what its price was, but you could see today, if you went long on this, you would have been down. Like, I don't know where they roadshowed this thing at, maybe $12 or $13. Some of the insiders were in at, but don't be fooled, man. This sale point was down today. So nice little move there, but what a trade that was. We showed it on the level 2. It was absolutely...
You brought up Intel, Sean, which is a great look today. It's been very strong lately in the last few days, and we haven't really understood why. Today, we got the headline, Ram, that Taiwan Semi apparently could be the lifeline Intel needs. Is being floated, Sean, that the U.S. government wants Intel and TSM to create a joint venture to help Intel get to that next level, to create that 2-nanometer chip, the 3-nanometer chip. And you know, Sean, I don't want to throw any conspiracy theories out there, but we've been watching this stock move up and up and up every day for the last few days, and we didn't have an inkling as to why. I wonder who knew.
Wasn't there also a rumor that, was it Oracle? There was someone that was interested in taking Intel.
I think Qualcomm.
Qualcomm. It was Qualcomm.
Yeah,
it was not Oracle.
Being floated.
It was Qualcomm. But we knew that. So that story was pre-market, right? So
TSM?
With Intel.
With Intel and TSM, yeah.
Yeah. So there's the move there. So you see it. So that's something interesting to note, right? Like there it goes right there on the watch list today. News about Intel kept going. But again, like if you wait for some of those tops, this is what we're trying to do on the show, is show great opportunities. And honestly, intraday right here for Intel, I know Obi was looking at it, but that was a great opportunity right into there at $25. We'll wait to see what happens tomorrow. Not only does it look great on this 3-minute chart, but look what this looks like on the daily at 25. I mean, it's right there. Like, oh boy, I don't know what else to say about that right now. All right, with only 2 minutes left, we were joking that we would stay a little bit longer because Ramin, she's been giving, especially me and you, very much a hard time. But it seems we definitely know who her favorites are. That is for sure. Shout out to Neil and most likely Joe, I guess. But look what Coinbase is doing right now.
There it is.
I mean, it's going. It's at its highest spot right here.
Makes sense. I mean, it was a good report, right? I mean, and DraftKings, too, is continuing to go above 50.
If you're not, like, Sharif brought that up to everyone's attention. He's like, I'm not understanding here. We had a better than expected report. Ramin, this back and forth here is killing me here. It's going back and forth. I don't know. I'm seeing all these red lights, this camera, that camera. But anyways, there it is, man. Stay with us. We talked about it. Coinbase right now, 307 and starting to go higher. All right, a quick little blitz and then we're out of here, all right? So then we're going to do some roll call and we'll figure it out. All right, AMAT, let's figure out what that was doing today. AMAT, downside push. Looks like that's going to be a miss. AMAT today, downside, down 2.62%. So that's not great. The next one that we got was PanW. Palo Alto, down. Back and forth, back to where it was 3 days ago. Nothing to worry about there about PanW. Most of these names are not actually beating their expected move. PanW only down 2% right now. Implied move 8% on Palo Alto. But a name that people are happy about, it's Roku, and its implied move was 14%, up now 16, and I'm not even sure how much of that was, actually it's up less than that I feel like, because we were up already on the day. Unfortunately, Trade Ideas doesn't give us the after hours move. It probably does, I'll have to set that up. Roku with a big move upside. Airbnb also with a nice move. We saw Expedia, thanks for bringing that up the other day. We've seen Uber going, travel names start to work. Carnival Cruise Lines, some of these names, some of the airlines are at highs, so it makes sense right now. Airbnb high. Sometimes it's like the easy stuff that just makes sense, right? Like we already knew that cruise lines and jets were all up, right? Twilio, great comeback for Twilio. So again, not a great number. They missed on their earnings per share, but you could see sales at the end of the day. Twilio downside there, but coming back. Coin, the big one. I think this is the one that we'll be trading tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Wow, 310 right now.
There you go. There you go.
We like that one. We like that one. And then DraftKings up $50. Wish it was up $50. Up to $50 right now. Up that 10% implied move of only 8. So what caught your attention?
Today?
Yeah.
Well, obviously Airbnb rocketing through that level. But Sean, I want to leave everybody with the time of the call. If you're invested in these names, if you're looking at trading them tomorrow, maybe it behooves you to get in on the call. Applied Materials already starting. Palo Alto Network starting right now. We're 1 minute deep. Likewise with Airbnb, that starts at 4:30. Coinbase, Sean, 5:30. Their Dexcom, we already started that one as well. DraftKings, you're going to have to wait for tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. to get that one. And then Twilio, if you're involved, that has to be at 5 o'clock. Likewise, Sean, with Roku, that one starts at 5 as well. So, yeah, if you're invested in these names, make sure you are listening and taking notes and get ready.
All right, so over 4,000 of us watching right now. We will wrap this up. There's that bell. We got to get out of here. Look, this is something that we started a long time ago. Sharif and I are the OGs of this. Hey. So let's bring it back right now. It's the roll call.
You're the OG. I kind of took it, but it's okay.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. I mean, I can't say I'm the OG. I mean, okay, fine. I'm the OG. Fine. I remember that. Fine. I'm the OG. All right. So right here, we got to say what's up to Charlie Taff. What's up to Jedi? Bears versus Bulls. Thank you so much all the time. Volcan is here again. Yo, what's up, my good friend Nightbot? Stop banning people. All right. What's up to DXP? What's up to Glenn Smith? Ariston here. Mike Davis. Officially unburdened. I wish.
Love that.
That would be all of us. I wish we were all unburdened right now, Sharif. But anybody catching your eye here?
My man Zion Lala. Yeah. How could it be a day without White, Nubian King? Not sure how that works, but everything's fine. We got Stevenson, ATN, and James Delshon. How about Bam Trade and TS Booger? Don't know if I would shake his hand though.
People waving.
Safe. John Birch Music, Christian Ramos, Sean, and a Bright Awakening waving right back at you, baby.
Hey, whenever I see somebody say best show, they're going to get called out. What's up, Raul? Best show. Love you guys. Let's get it. They're loving it right now. Trader TV Live. Every day. Just up. We just keep on upping the game. We want to thank everybody for joining us today as well. Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls for everything that you do. Thank you to my guy, Obi, for filling in for Neil. Looks like he'll be back tomorrow as well. Thank you to Ramin, of course, on the ones and twos. Fabian's out of here. Big cameo from Fabian today. I think I already thanked Adara, but thank you for all that work that she puts on with those graphics. I mean, me and you, potatoes, pommes frites, fries. I wasn't even done thanking everybody. I didn't even get a chance to thank you. So thank you to Sharif as well and Brendan for everything and for all the work.
People are saying GameStop is flying right now. I just want to leave.
We ain't going any. We're not. No, we're not leaving then. Yeah. No, Ramin. Okay. Yes. There goes GameStop. GameStop is going to the upside right now. Ramin, stop hitting that. No, we're just playing around. Here. GameStop considering investing in. Bitcoin. So there it is,
go,
man.
baby.
It is GameStop leveling up. Yo, GameStop, what's going on with you? Roaring Kitty getting involved. This is Bitcoin Mania. It is GameStop. We're dropping that to you live. Ramin wanted us out of here, but Sharif and I say no. No, thank you. We stay later for you. It's GameStop right now, popping $30. Should be an exciting one tomorrow. That's Sharif. I'm Sean. Catch us tomorrow at 8:30. Ciao.